Hi. This is Novel Admire. Welcome to my channel. Have fun. A monster who levels up. Chapter. Prologue. He became an orphan very early in his life due to a calamitous tragedy. Barely at the tender age of 7, when it would only be normal to look for his mom's guidance whenever something vexed him, he had to go to an orphanage because none of his relatives wanted to take him in. The orphanage's director wasn't a human trash that treated children like dirt, but at the same time, wasn't a sparkling example of how to be a nice person, either. Wanting to leave such an orphanage as soon as possible, he found a job and started working right after graduating from the elementary school. While resembling a very thin stick, thanks to his tall for his age height, convincingly lying about how old he actually was proved to be rather easy. Of course, on that one occasion his lies were exposed, he got chased away from the workplace without receiving a paycheck, but well, that was to be expected. Regardless, he continued to work tirelessly during the night and slept in the middle school during the daytime, and this was how he lived his early life. Around this time, he stopped utilizing the bed in the orphanage as well. Honestly, he found it more comfortable to sleep in the school's infirmary, or among the wary gazes of the homeless occupying the subway station. He couldn't be sure, but maybe the reason for his height remaining the same from 6th grade in elementary school probably had something to do with this unhealthy lifestyle. Whatever the case may have been, through all the rough and tumble, he succeeded in becoming completely independent upon turning 18. 4 years of backbreaking labor after that netted a total of $8,750, which sort of enabled him to rent out a single room for himself. Other people might have found this space a seriously tight fit, but for him, it was the safest and most comfortable place to put his feet up and take it easy. And within this comfortable environment, his own home, he allowed himself to have a dream of a better future. If it was under any other normal circumstances, he would have surely achieved that idyllic life he had dreamt of in the near future. Innate trait progression, 100% complete, system has activated, change in species due to host's innate trait progression, human monster, name, Kim Si-jin, age, roughly 22 years old, height, 172 centimeters/weight, 65 kilograms, status, physical strength 13, endurance 12, agility 16, energy manipulation 6, raw set key strength, which didn't make much sense to me, so I changed it. Mon affinity 1, magic strength 1, luck 3, trait, monster, rank, rare, trait level, 1, species changed from human to monster. Once per 24 hours, the host can maintain the human form for 60 minutes, that is calculated from the numerical value of energy manipulation, stat. Stats of the monster forms will be reduced during the human form. Currently maintaining the brown wolf form. Currently available monster forms, orc, wolf, goblin. Forms, living as a chosen monster. When certain conditions are satisfied, monster's rank will rise. Example, orc, orc warrior, great orc chieftain, brown wolf. Strength and defense increase by 3, agility increases by 6. When in human form, the effects will be reduced by 1/3. Chapter 1. For the first week after unlocking his trait, Kim Si-jin lived in isolation like a mental patient. It was totally understandable as, for 23 out of 24 hours in a day, he suddenly had to exist as a monster. The bosses at his part-time jobs sent him various messages and phone calls, but they all entered in one ear and left through the other without really registering in his brain. 2 of them showed concern, but the other one threw verbal abuse like there's no tomorrow. But then again, it was understandable where they were coming from. The only thing Si-jin couldn't get a grip on, was the absurdity of his current situation. And after another week passed by, the small, meticulously kept room, which he took great pride in, became a messy cesspool of untidiness. It was par for the course, really. The effing claws on his paws would leave behind unsightly scars all over the place no matter how softly and gently he walked around. Like this, where a living couldn't really be called a living anymore, another 4 days went by. Only then, did Si-jin finally come to accept his predicament. A body length of around 2 meters, a shoulder height of around 1.2 meters, a tail length of around 50 centimeters, a body weight definitely exceeding 90 kilograms, and a coat of brown fur. At a glance, they might sound like the specks of a still-growing tiger, but unfortunately, those numbers belonged to him. Si-jin was actually a brown wolf now. A monster that was considered as the weakest prey there was, always targeted by those conceited idiots who proudly label themselves as the knights, mercenaries or hunters. Also, too ambiguous to be called a true, bona fide monster, striding the imperceptible boundary between a beast and that of a full-fledged monster, it was not easy to categorize this creature. On top of being the newbie's preferred choice of hunting material, a wolf was usually massacred on sight without mercy because of the following traits: 1. There were plentiful of them like a mob. 2. They were slightly troublesome for regular citizens to deal with. That was Si-jin's form, currently. He found it difficult to accept this initially for obvious reasons. And after finally coming to terms with it, he then realized that wasn't the end of his troubles, no. Now, he had to madly formulate plans to safely live. His desires to continue breathing was a lot stronger than he expected. At least there was the cushion of $3,500 in his bank account, which he was definitely thankful for. Si-jin quickly decided to maximize his human form during the precious 1-hour window. For his food, Si-jin bought easy-to-prepare TV dinners from a convenience store 5 minutes away and always ate them while in his human form. His pride as a human being wouldn't have it any other way. And he made sure to leave himself a 30-minute breathing space in case of an unforeseen emergency. Then he practiced controlling the strength of the brown wolf form in order to perfectly mimic the creature. After 4 days of concerted effort, he even figured out how to retract his sharp claws. Meanwhile, whenever there was a chance, he changed into a goblin form and began cleaning the mess in his home. A 140 centimeters tall goblin might have a small stature, but it possessed a surprisingly supple pair of hands for a kind of jobs that demanded precise craftsmanship, which was perfect for taking care of the household chores. Those ugly claw marks remained here and there, but before long, Si-jin's room regained its former spotless, clean appearance. But the biggest issue still had to be solved: living expenses. Without paying the monthly rent, he was surely living on a borrowed time here. That's why he used the bracelet computer, something that was discarded into a corner of the room a while ago. Si-jin was going to search for how to start earning from home, but then, stopped. As a high school dropout, with only a middle school graduation certificate, he just knew it would be impossible to find someone willing to let him work from home. He gazed at the hologram display projected in the air with a tinge of regret, slowly stroking it. Then a thought suddenly came to him, and Si-jin searched for topics regarding the monsters. That's how he accidentally found a hint that could potentially save his life. Seeing the topic of the discussion, a powerful glare of bright light burned dangerously in both of his eyes. Q. Does the lycanthrope, the top dog in the wolf-type monster pecking order, really exist? A. According to the first-generation Suins, TL, literally humanoid beastmen in Korean, who crossed over the world's rift, they didn't exist in the legends. Able to seamlessly change their shapes unrestricted from a fearsome bipedal wolf to a perfect appearance of a tailless human, one could say that they share some similar racial traits with Suins. In truth, though, the class of incredible power they wielded was on another scale altogether, apparently, and couldn't even be compared at all. But owing to their unique trait of violent nature, they ended up going extinct and have become the creatures of legends instead. The lycanthrope. It was a mythical monster Si-jin had heard about at least once from somewhere. An unfathomable existence, that could freely become a flawless human despite being a monster and vice versa. It was different from the Suins who could alternate between an animal and a humanoid form. More than anything, the human form assumed by a lycanthrope didn't leave behind a tail. What if? Definitely, the effing trait told him that when certain conditions are satisfied, the ranks of monsters will rise. He intuitively understood then. The only way for him to exist was to exploit this rule. Didn't matter what the conditions were, he had to quickly complete them in order to evolve over and over again. There was a chance that his evolution could go down the wrong path, but this was the only avenue left for him in the end. He promptly stood up. The things he had to do were already set in stone. The mountainous regions of Gangwon province had been designated as the monsters' territory for a very long time. Low-tier monsters such as wolves, orcs and goblins, mid-tier monsters such as trolls and gargoyles, and finally, high-tier monsters like ogres and wyverns, occupied this territory and called it as their home. One of the world's most diverse monster ecosystems existed within the borders of Gangwon province in the Republic of Korea. Naturally, monster hunting knights and hunters flocked here, aiming for this perfect place to earn money in the home of monsters. Hey! Stay with me. However, it was only possible for the knights possessing at least the ranks of mid to high tier to delude themselves into mistaking this place as nothing more than an easy gold mine. Most people saw the mountains as hell on earth, where ferocious monsters engaged in brutal conflict against each other, and to those who bet their lives in order to earn a living by catching these rampaging creatures, all of them wished to abandon this horrible killing field and never to return here as soon as they got their exit passports. You are almost there, don't you faint on me, now. Stand up. One could receive the much needed aid from the military at the borders of Gangwon province. A low-tier hunter named Kim Tae-jo couldn't spare a thought to wipe the streaming blood off his forehead. He was too busy slapping the cheeks of his comrade, who was lying sprawled on the ground, unmoving. I can't. Go on. Tae-jo's comrade could only mutter out dispiriting words. This man's eyes were deeply closed, the flames of life ready to extinguish, one of his legs missing. It was a gruesome sight if one took a closer look. Even a quick glance could tell these two hunters had went through a terrible ordeal at the hands of a vicious beast, judging from the deep teeth marks on the wound. In the beginning, their party consisted of 3 low-tier and 2 mid-tier hunters, but they ran into a monsterized great tiger. Their luck was really bad. Monsterized great tigers lived in the deeper parts of the mountains, existing to compete against more powerful monsters up there. In other words, they never bothered to come down to the lower grounds near the borders at all. But the party did meet a great tiger, which was akin to getting struck by a stray lightning in broad daylight while out on a stroll. It was simply unheard of. Hey! Stand you! Kim Tae-jo couldn't finish what he wanted to say. Because, from somewhere nearby, he could hear the guttural krrr growling of a beast. Holding his breath, Tae-jo slightly tilted his head towards the direction of the sound, and found a lone wolf, its fur shining brown and clearly starving from a prolonged hunger. It was just a pile of skin and bones, its eyes bloodshot, attesting to how famished it was. Sht. A brown wolf was the weakest monster out there. Normally, 3 low-tier hunters could take it down. No, if it was weakened by as much as this creature, then only 2 should be enough to hunt it down. But the current situation was the worst. His comrade was missing a leg, and by dragging the grievously wounded man all the way here by himself, Tae-jo was near his own physical limit as well. Go away. Away, I say. Tae-jo desperately shouted. But overcome by avarice, the lone brown wolf continued to drool non-stop and slowly advanced towards him. It looked as if the wolf was cautiously assessing the situation of the meal that took too long time in coming. Oh, god damn it. There was no other choice. Tae-jo had to abandon his comrade and make a run for it. However, krrrrng. The exhaustion from pushing himself to the limit and the brown wolf's fear-inducing growl conspired to freeze his legs. They wouldn't budge. And also, no matter how starved, Tae-jo realized that the famished wolf was still faster than him, and it wouldn't let one of the free meals run away just like that. This This son of a bitch. I caught hundreds of bastards like you until now. Taejo swore in resignation, knowing well that his number was up. He grabbed the shotgun that no longer had any mana bullets in it. If the Lady Luck smiled on him, then he could land a hit in the head of the wolf and knock it out. That was his hope. Taejo swallowed his spit loudly. That became the signal. The brown wolf disregarded everything and kicked the ground, crazily dashing in towards him. Scared, he could no longer dare to watch and squeezed his eyes shut, and swung the stock of the hunting rifle hard. Quajeek. The noise he heard was slightly different to what he was expecting, a dull sound from a blunt impact. Rather, it was similar to a neck snapping. Taejo carefully opened his eyes after hearing that strange sound. Stronger bout of despair slammed into him as soon as he did that. There was another brown wolf in front of him. But this one was a giant, a tiger. Its huge body was like that of a tiger just before going through a monsterization. This massive brown wolf had its fangs deeply buried in the neck of the unlucky wolf, aiming for Taejo's and his comrades' lives. The size differences between these two wolves made calling them the same type of monster a laughable notion. Of course, the famished wolf was atypically smaller than normal, but still, Taejo had never ever seen nor heard of a brown wolf this massive before. God damn it! Taejo couldn't help but to mutter out, swearing again, being on the receiving end of such a huge brown wolf's gazes. The incredibly sharp eyes of the wolf burned in the flames of pure, unadulterated and much-deserved confidence. Being stared at by such powerful, and somehow, courageous eyes, Taejo felt indescribable pressure weighing down on him. He had to accept the reality of his situation. So, this is it. Looks like this is where I meet my maker. Meeting a monsterized great tiger, then this tiger-sized brown wolf. My luck's finally become pretty damn good, isn't it? Yep. It's so effing good today, it has turned into my last bloody day on Earth. Phew. Completely resigned to his fate, Taejo could only sigh and close his eyes again. Heavy rustling of paw steps teased his eardrums like a distant hammer being struck. However, no matter how long he waited, the expected agony of death didn't materialize. Confused, Taejo ever so carefully reopened his eyes. Eek! Right in front of his nose, stood the brown wolf. But it was the strangest thing, ever. The wolf was inserting its sharp fangs between the gaps of his fallen comrade's armor and was in the process of lifting him up. What? What the hell? Taejo briefly entertained the idea of this wolf playing around with its food, but had to kick that thought to the curbside on the double by the next gobsmacking actions of the creature. The brown wolf gestured with its sizable head as if it wanted Taejo to follow it, and begun carrying the wounded comrade in its mouth towards the direction of the military base to the west. Chapter 2. He's following well, thought Kim Si-jin as he took a glance at the overly cautious male hunter behind him. It was a bit of a ways to leave behind the carcass of that dead brown wolf, but Si-jin figured that little guy wouldn't be worth much as a material, seeing how weak and famished it was. At most, the Korean government's reimbursement would be worth less than $440 US. He would have to derive satisfaction from knowing that he was able to help these two hunters today instead. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the exit from the mountainous region's border could be seen in the distance. A signboard near it said, "From here on, the number of monster encounters will increase." Confirming their location, Si-jin lowered the unconscious hunter, who had a faint pulse, to the ground and glanced back. Hup! The hunter following Si-jin made a funny noise as he hurriedly held his breath in fear. Feeling rather mischievous after seeing that nervous appearance, Si-jin decided to pull a prank at the scared man. KRRRNG. Eek. Si-jin found the panicky reaction of the hunter falling on his butt absolutely priceless. Have a less dangerous life, mister. The funny reaction caused Si-jin's lips to twist upwards. He then lightly patted the shoulder of the sacred and sweaty hunter with his front paw, and stepping past, he leisurely headed back towards the forest. Left alone, Kim Tae-jo remained there utterly dazed for a long time. The massive brown wolf had long disappeared into the thicket, but he failed to understand what had just happened. This maddeningly weird experience. Somehow recovering from the shock, he recounted the events from several moments ago. That big brown wolf. That monster. It rescued him. Unsure of whether he was dreaming or not, Tae-jo sharply slapped his face. Ouch. It hurt. Therefore, it was definitely not a dream. Still dazed, Tae-jo's stares fixed on the direction where the mystery brown wolf had gone off to. Cough, cough. Ah, Sang-yun. Can you hear me? The wounded comrade, Sang-yun, coughed weakly, breaking Tae-jo's dazed state. He quickly shouldered the fellow hunter and stood up. Over here. Tae-jo shouted out aloud, and soon, he could see some sort of stirring by the guard post building over yonder by the exit. Please help. After determining the location of the desperate voice, soldiers hurriedly ran towards his direction. A relieved smile broke out on Tae-jo's face as he realized that he'd be able to live for another day, all the while momentarily forgetting about the dreamlike event of a wolf saving him. A spirit beast? That's right. That's the only fitting explanation for what happened. That massive size, that display of human-like intelligence. Once more, Tae-jo's expression became profoundly moved after recalling the event as he sipped some warm tea. But, can a monster evolve into a spirit beast? A soldier manning the border exit guard post tilted his head in puzzlement and asked, unconvinced. Spirit beasts were creatures seemingly blessed by divine spirits. They were unfathomably mysterious beings, their physical abilities and mental prowess were greatly enhanced as they accept the aura of Mother Nature. They were essentially different from the vicious beasts with mana that ran amok, and so, were treated differently as well. If it's a wolf, then there's a good possibility. Right now, wolves are treated like monsters because of their vicious nature, but, originally, they were wild animals to begin with. If that's true, then, wow. That's some mystery. The soldier couldn't fully believe Tae-jo's words. That was because, a spirit beast wasn't some common existence. For instance, the legendary creature, nine-tailed fox, was included in the category of spirit beasts. Facing the skeptical attitude of the soldier, Tae-jo creased his forehead while opening his mouth. There is no ifs. It's the honest truth. I really did encounter. Ah, that's right. Suddenly remembering something really important, Tae-jo shouted out and shot up from his seats. The recording lens. I was wearing the recording lens at the time. A recording lens did what its name implied, it recorded images reflected on the retina. Dirt poor hunters like Tae-jo, who could only survive day to day by earning his keep the hard way, wore this lens every now and then when going out on a monster hunt. It was for that off chance of seeing a rare monster that could be worth something. That, or if there happened to be a particularly detailed recording of a hunt, he could sell it off to make extra cash on the side, calling it educational material. Just wait a dang moment. I'll definitely show you. The soldier worried about seeing blood pour out for a moment as Tae-jo hurriedly began digging into his eyeball, fishing out a single lens. Here, take a good look. Ku. Around the same time, in a nearby cavern, Kim Si-jin in his goblin form suddenly sneezed out during the middle of dismantling a monster corpse. Sniff, he wiped his itchy nose with a bloodied hand and finished organizing the extracted monster materials before putting them away, then took a seat on a stone chair. Cooing. One of the goblin's traits was unable to stay still. It was practically impossible to remain still in the goblin form as a result. Blowing his nose, rubbing his hands for no reason, making weird noises, they were instinctual habits and Si-jin ended up doing them involuntarily. Si-jin deeply hated this side of the goblin form, so he promptly changed back into the brown wolf form. Lying snugly on the flat stone bed, he willed the status window to appear before him. Trait monster, rank, rare, trait level, 3, species changed from human to monster. Once per 24 hours the host can maintain the human form for 70 minutes, calculated from the numerical value of energy manipulation, stat. Stats of the monster forms will be reduced during the human form. Desire to sleep has been lost. Currently maintaining the brown wolf form. Status: physical strength 16, endurance 15, agility 19, energy manipulation 7, mana affinity 1, magic strength 1, luck 3, brown wolf, strength and defense increase by 5, agility increases by 8. During the human form, the effects will be reduced by 1/3. The results of a month's effort was his trait level increasing by a whopping 2. KRRRNG. Si Jin growled. He was dissatisfied and angry at the slow rate of his progress. It was almost a month ago when he resolved to become a lycanthrope. He packed all his meager belongings together and set off to the Gangwon province. It was like doing a time attack in a video game. His previous home in the suburbs of Songpagu was 30 minutes away from the mountains of Gangwon, a feat impossible if it weren't for the advent of the Mana trains. Songpagu is a suburb in the capital Seoul and it's defo much further than 30 minutes from Gangwon. Cutting it fairly close, Si Jin cautiously evaded the eyes of the military and the knight's orders, and successfully sneaked past the borders of the mountain region undetected. At first, he had no idea what he should do. Suddenly barging into the land of monsters, Si Jin had to repeatedly suffer through confusion and chaos. And when monsters challenged him, he fought them off by turning into either the orc form or the wolf form and survived. It was a painful experience. The smell of raw flesh stuck between his teeth nauseated him, the unpleasant sensation of pummeling the life out of his victims with a blunt weapon, all these experiences were something he just couldn't really get used to. He even cried himself to sleep every night thanks to the anxiety of steadily losing his humanity gnawing at him. But the feeling of disgust lessened as time passed, and even though he couldn't readily accept them, just like that, Si Jin was progressing step by step towards achieving his goal. The first thing he did after entering the mountains was to find and secure a nice cave that couldn't be located by the hunters. He turned it into his base of operations. Then naturally, he started living there for good. Utilizing the goblin form's surprisingly deft hands, he remodeled the interior of the cave, and to withstand the cold weather, he lined up the fur of several monsters around the place. There was a stream nearby so that was drinking water taken care of. He also roasted the meat of wild animals he caught for sustenance. After that, all he did was the non-stop hunting. When he was at a level 1, pretty much every single monster he fought posed a serious threat to his life. That was even including the other, common variety brown wolves. So he used his head a little. Si Jin only picked on those poor wolves that were rejected from its own pack or were too dull-witted, and by relying the orc form's much greater physical strength over that of his victims, he smashed their skulls in. After smashing 10 heads, his trait had its very first level up. But the changes he went through were slightly different than expectation. Sure, both the bodies of the orc form and the brown wolf form became a lot bigger and his stats became just that stronger, but weirdly, the goblin form stayed the same. However, what he wanted wasn't this type of growth. What he came here for was to evolve. Such as to become the higher ranked monster in the wolf species after the brown wolf, the grey wolf. For the orc form, it was the Arc Warrior. For the goblin form, whatever was higher up. Instead of the evolving, his forms remained the same and only the stats improved. Si Jin didn't lose heart though, and just poured in more effort. He thought that maybe he just needed to level up once more. It was disappointing, but at least the hunting became easier with his trait level being 2 now. Even if he fought against other brown wolves, he was over 1.5 times larger, and it was evident that the disparity in strength was greater still. In other words, he became the top predator in this neighborhood almost in an instant. But leveling up became increasingly difficult. From level 1 to level 2, He only had to spend 3 days and kill 10 preys. However, for level 3, even nearly 30 days and 100 kills proved to be insufficient. Frustrated, Si Jin thought about heading to a hunting ground with higher tier monsters only to give up on that idea. That was because, in the world of monsters, the difference in power between two tiers was like heaven and earth. It was actually that enormous. The easiest example was to compare a brown wolf to a gray wolf. The brown wolves were ranked lowest tier, and the gray wolves were also ranked as a low tier, just one place above them. That was it. But if brown wolves wanted to hunt down one gray wolf, then at least a single pack consisting of over 12 individuals were needed. That's why, without any other choice, he had to repeatedly grind away like crazy in this lowest level hunting ground for the past 31 days. Finally, he was able to level up one more time. But perhaps inevitably, what awaited for him was the growth of his stats and not the evolution of his forms. His size and overall power might have grown to a point where he could rival a gray wolf, a creature that could easily contend with a full-size tiger, but in the end, he still couldn't become a one. Just what is it that I need to do? An unexpectedly cute sound escaped his nostrils as he sighed in his wolf form. None of the hapless hunters would have thought he was cute though, as they would be too busy running away like scalded cats after encountering his massive brown wolf form. As he was sinking deeper into his worries, suddenly, strange texts popped out in front of his eyes. Condition complete, minimum reputation. The minimum of 100 people have engraved the existence of the brown wolf into their minds. All stats rise by 1. The gray wolf form is available for host instead of the brown wolf. All stats related to the wolf form will be adjusted accordingly. The gray wolf's sense of smell will be available during human form. Active skill, status, physical strength 22, endurance 21, agility 28, energy manipulation 8, mana affinity 2, magic strength 2, luck 4, gray wolf, strength and defense increase by 10, agility increases by 16. During the human form, the effects will be reduced by 1/3. Fun. This inexplicable change was so out of nowhere, Si Jin was momentarily at a loss for words. But after recovering quickly, using the pair of inquisitive, excessively round eyes, he ascertained the condition of his new body. Definitely, he had changed. His previously doggy brown fur had completely morphed into a new shiny, gray coat. Chapter 3. A monster's remains could be either useful or useless for several purposes. If a monster's bones were sturdy and its skin tough, then they could be recycled as base materials for making weapons to fight against other monsters, and if the mana accumulated into the heart and became a mana stone, then that monster's carcass would be used up as the basis for creating magic and miracles. Miracles, because scientifically unexplainable magical effects could be given to people and items they willed by the so-called enchanting effect. The one tasked with the disposal of the monster remains was the government. This arrangement came about because those in power wanted to correctly gauge the situation within the monster territory and to provide the adequate response if needed, and also to prevent the greedy and money-craving private entities from potentially defrauding the knights or the hunters. But the Monster Remains Disposal through Public Enterprises Act couldn't be found anywhere else except only in South Korea. That was why this country was called a heaven for people making a living off monster remains, and consequently, there was a higher ratio of knights, mercenaries and hunters among the Korean population. 2 brown wolves. Here's the government reimbursement of $880 as well as your new low-tier hunter license. Congratulations on your promotion of rank, sir. Currently, Si Jin was inside the government-run monster store where the remains were disposed of. This was the place where the remains could be sold, the various equipment bought, and at the same time, get the administrative works done. And that was to determine the ranking of the hunters. This was directly tied to his or her current results, while the said results could be calculated via the number of monsters hunted down and killed. So, the Hunters Union handed over the full responsibility of assigning the hunter's rank to the monster store a long time ago. the rest of the remuneration amount should be deposited into the account number you have provided us with, after the final calculations are carried out. Anyways, isn't your dismantling skill really great? And the achievements you have piled up so far is also amazing. It's scarcely imaginable that you've been a hunter for only a month now. The female government worker smiled as she spoke up to hear. Is that right? Wasn't aware of it. Maintaining his expressionless face, Si-jin just grabbed his new hunter license and turned on his heels to leave. Si-jin received the title of lowest tier hunter around 30 days ago. The registering process was really simple and easy. All he had to do was to catch a single monster and bring it in, thus becoming a hunter from then onwards. After becoming a registered hunter, Si-jin decided to sell around 2-3 portions of monster materials every 4 days or so. More than that, it'd be too eye-catching and he might be seen as someone suspicious, and due to his current condition, he'd rather avoid such kind of attention with all his might. Obviously, Si-jin wasn't the only person in the entire world to possess a trait, but nobody in their right minds would believe the crazy talk of a trait changing a person from a human to a monster. It'd be more believable, instead, to claim that a monster was posing as a human. Actually, there was an incident like that not too long ago, and the new term Monster Man was coined from that very incident. 40 minutes left. This store was the closest to the monster field, but to someone like a Jin whose very life was directly linked to the ticking clock, he still had to leave quickly. Yesterday afternoon, around 7 o'clock. At the mountain regions of Gangwon Province, a strange incident occurred in the so-called monster field. Si-jin's footsteps were halted by the sounds drifting from a television. The interior of the monster store was configured similarly to that of a modern bank, and for those waiting in queue, a hologram TV with absurd clarity was installed here. This was an incident in which one brown wolf rescued hunters from the dangers of getting eaten alive by another brown wolf. Recorded by the low-tier hunter Mr. Kim Tae-jo using a recording lens, these images were uploaded to social networking sites and were widely shared by many people. Shall we take a look? The anchor stopped here, and the projection changed to the playback of a blurry recording. Out of mana bullets and his stamina depleted, stranded in a life-or-death situation, Mr. Tae-jo runs into a starving brown wolf. Unable to abandon his grievously wounded comrade, Mr. Tae-jo resolves to meet the wolf head-on, and he grabs a shotgun with both of his hands. The ugly shape of the starving wolf threateningly growling was the first image seen on the projection. He swings the rifle with all his might, but as if he has given up, Mr. Tae-jo closes his eyes. Then the projection blacked out for a moment. When nothing happens after a passage of time, confused Mr. Tae-jo ever so carefully reopens his eyes. Now visible in sight was an image of another brown wolf, much bigger than the one before. The neck of the starving wolf that threatened the hunters was pierced by the fangs of this creature. This giant brown wolf suddenly appeared and bit to death the other wolf attacking Mr. Tae-jo. However, Mr. Tae-jo still couldn't escape the feeling of despair. Because he thought this giant brown wolf would surely kill him now. But, this wolf was different. Instead of attacking, the brown wolf picked up the as-good-as-dead fellow hunter in its mouth before trotting off to somewhere in a relaxed manner. Seemingly making a gesture with its head to follow it, the wolf carries the fainted fellow hunter and begins to head off to an unknown place. Mr. Tae-jo watches on dazedly for a moment before hurriedly getting up, cautiously following the creature. Walking for a while, the blurry images of the distant border post finally appeared on the projection. Then the wolf put down the hunter in its mouth and returned to the forest. After seeing the border post that can help the injured hunter, this wolf lowers the man and coolly walks away. The final shots were of the wolf's rear end, leisurely sauntering away. That was cool. Right now, this recording has gained incredible fame in portal sites, social networking sites and various community chat rooms after being uploaded to Mr. Tae-jo's own SNS profile. The netizens are showing hot reactions at the recording, saying, "Why does that wolf have such a handsome face? I want to keep him. No, I want him to keep me. I might fall in love even if it's a monster." I nearly fainted at the broad, dependable back in the final frame. Si-jin's back straightened in pride for some reason. Was it that cool? After studying this strange incident, the experts are cautiously theorizing that the wolf might be the growth-type monster or a spirit beast. A growth-type monster. There were a number of them in the past, but they have gone extinct for some time now. As the name implies, it's a type of monster that could grow. If it's a wolf, then it'll grow from brown to gray, from gray to ebony. It seemed that the experts' words always get cut off in the middle. Yes, it's a really puzzling incident. If it's a monster like that, even I'm tempted by the prospect of being protected by it at least once. And now, moving on to the next item. This morning. At the words of the beautiful anchor, Si-jin's face reddened somewhat and he even coughed in embarrassment. Oh, how mysterious. I was out catching wolves yesterday, now I feel a little bit regretful. But wasn't that an ebony wolf? Still. Aren't they all wolves? From somewhere, the conversations of hunters waiting in line could be heard. Si-jin took a glance at the direction of the voices, and thought that their outwardly aura was no joke. On their backs, they were carrying bazookas? Feeling somewhat intimidated, Si-jin left the monster store in a hurry. Exiting the store, he caught sight of the road packed with throngs of people busy coming and going. He couldn't help but wonder whether this was humans being ignorant to the inherent risk posed by the monsters. Right next to their doorsteps were the mountains of Gangwon Province, the so-called monster field, yet he couldn't see a speck of worry in the faces of the passing crowd, or from the skyscrapers tall enough to stab the blue sky above. Of course, the tallest building of them all was called the Eden, and it was considered the holy land of the knights, and the fair number of the crowd walking around should be either knights or hunters that could single-handedly kill a monster, so, well. Phew. Si-jin grandly sighed out. He just wanted to vent his frustration out. He felt wronged that all these people were living their everyday normal lives, yet why only he had to go through such an unfair torment all alone. Unfortunately, he didn't have a lot of time remaining to lament on his troubles. He only had 30 minutes of human form left. But I'm okay with it. Si-jin was trying to return to the monster field, but the sound from an outdoor advertisement shown on a billboard display entered his ear. His sense of hearing had sharpened up considerably after receiving his treat, and he instinctively turned his head towards the direction. Even if the injury is grave, even if all my limbs are broken until I can't use them anymore, I'll fight on. I'm not doing it for wealth and honor, but for the people out there. The images were from an interview with a knight, blood all over his body, seemingly having prevented an attack from the monsters just now. A pair of earnest-looking eyes, a manly jawline, hair dyed and blonde, even Si-jin knew of this particular knight. Treated as the hottest commodity and appearing just about everywhere in mass media and countless talk shows, and possessing a trait called the Savior of the Light, Knight Kim In-soo. My name is Kim In-soo, a mid-tier knight from the Gbaeok Knight's Order. Gbaeok means Genesis. Left as it is because, well, Genesis sounded too foreign. The advertisement promoting the Knight's Order ended with the images of Kim In-soo's face superimposed on top of the order's crest. Staring at the ad wordlessly, Si-jin's chest tightened with equal parts of indescribable bitterness and emptiness. It's also a trait, but it's so different. Si-jin could only try to appease his aching heart and the deep sadness dwelling within with a grand sigh, before pitifully shuffling away. His destination was the lonely and distant, impressive mountain peak, slightly hidden from the view by the drifting fog and clouds, the monster field. It might have been incredibly dangerous there, but it was also a paradoxical place where Si-jin of now could feel most at home. Chapter 4. Quickly shaking away the negative emotions that would always invade his mind whenever he went outside, Si-jin returned to his cave, one that resembled a respectable dwelling. More or less. He then set about formulating a new plan. Now that he was a gray wolf, he could go a bit further away to hunt. The issue was, it was still undoubtedly dangerous. Even though his trait level was at 3 and had advanced from the brown wolf to a gray one, the monsters in the low-tier hunting ground remained a tough challenge. Besides the gray wolves within the low-tier hunting ground, there roamed monsters such as orc warriors, skeleton soldiers, and trolls, each of them possessing powers greater than that of a gray wolf. The reason why these wolves were acknowledged as low-tier creatures and could survive in this hunting ground was simply because they formed large hunting packs. It would have been nicer still if the orc form evolved as well. Judging by how only the brown wolf form evolved, all 3 of his forms, orc, wolf, goblin, must have had different criteria, specific conditions assigned for each of them. If his orc form evolved into an orc warrior, then it wouldn't be a problem to continue using the same hunting pattern for catching brown wolves, but unfortunately for him, that wasn't the case. Right now, his gray wolf form possessed higher physical strength stat than that of the orc form. It means I must hunt in the wolf form. Si-Jin emptied all the complicated worries out of his head and stood up to leave. Sitting here racking his brain cells wasn't going to give him answers. For now, he'd go out there and take a look-see first. He moved all 4 of his feet and left the cave. KRRRRNG. As expected, the laws of low-tier hunting ground was far more dangerous than that of the lowest-tier areas. The viciously growling gray wolves with fairy eyes couldn't be compared to that of the lowly brown wolves at all. If it was just comparing the body sizes, then Si-Jin's current gray wolf form was 1.5 times larger than the normal ones, but Quawawul. The spectacle of 6 ferocious gray wolves pouncing on a patrolling orc warrior and ripping it to shreds, was something he didn't find enjoyable or impressive to witness. Pure Losing his motivation, Si-Jin turned around and went another way. From his back, noises that eerily sounded similar to dogs voraciously chewing on a toy and a desperate, pained scream could be heard. Knowing that he wasn't on the menu for those wolves today could only give him a small sense of relief. He then headed towards the outer area of the low-tier hunting ground. This was after rolling his head around for a bit. Numerous monsters inevitably gathered around a drinking water source such as rivers and lakes, which could create a potential killing field of sorts. Because of this reason, most of the physically weak low-tier monsters that lived in groups settled down in outer areas that were as far away as possible from the said water sources. For instance, monsters such as goblins. KRRRNG. Si-Jin's thoughts proved to be correct. His eyes sharpened abruptly, a deeply sinister grin plastered on his lips. In the distance, he saw a bonfire burning brightly, illuminating a quaint little village consisting of several primitive huts. Si-Jin slowly approached there. It was quite likely that he had found a village of goblins nestling in this low-tier hunting ground that practiced in medicine and witchcraft. These monsters possessed pathetic physical strength. The things he had to be wary of were, if it was a goblin practicing medicine, then he needed to look out for poisons. If a goblin dabbled in witchcraft, then he had to be cautious against curses. However, it wasn't easy to defend against such attacks, so if a goblin's rank was higher than low tier, then regardless of their own ranks, hunters and knights would see it as the number 1 monster to avoid like a plague. King. Si-Jin spotted 2 greenskin goblins. One of them had tattoos plastered all over its body. Must have been the so-called elite goblin. They are medicine types, thought Si-Jin. He used his nose to make sure. The super-sensitive olfactory sense of the grey wolf caught the unmistakable whiff of herbs, confirming his thoughts. Kuring. 2 goblins performed some sort of a farewell ritual and parted ways. Seeing this, Si-Jin quickly lowered his body and hid in the tall grasses. The one with lots of tattoos on its body began walking towards where he was hiding. Judging by the binocular-like object as well as a pair of shoes the creature held in hand and wore on its feet, It seemed like this goblin was heading out either to scout or to gather medicinal herbs. Si Jin's heart beat faster and faster the closer the elite goblin got. 1 footstep, 2 footsteps. Unaware of the danger lurking in the bushes, the prey unhurriedly walked closer to the trap, and seeing this scene, Si Jin's muscles tightened in dreadful anticipation, unconsciously salivating. As the time to pounce neared, he slowly rose up halfway, his ears flattening to reduce air drag as much as possible. However, goblins were clever and alert monsters to begin with, and an elite goblin was even more so. In order to catch one, he had to exercise utmost discretion and maximum wariness. KHRRNG? As expected of a perceptive creature, the elite goblin stopped just short of the trap, sensing the aura of uneasiness permeating in the air. But Si Jin didn't wait and kicked the ground, pouncing on his prey. Ignoring the distance, the terrifying beast rushed towards his target like a crashing wave of a tsunami. Apostrophe. It's far. It turned out, the goblin was just out of the initial reach. To make the matters worse, the creature had regained most of its composure as well. As a matter of fact, the damn thing had pulled out a primitive blowgun and was trying to shoot it at Si Jin's direction. As befitting of the moniker elite, there was not a single shred of fear showing in its calm demeanor. All those tattoos weren't just for show, indeed. Son of a ch. But Si Jin was far more desperate than the goblin. His desperation, fueled by the emotions of heartache and fear, pushed him past the physical limit of the wolf's 4 limbs, and like gray-colored tempest winds, the gray wolf stormed in and sunk his fangs into the neck of the goblin before it could mount a counterattack. Almost at the same time, an alert window popped up as if it was a message of his victory. Complete, breaking past the limit while running, active skill whirlwind dash has been acquired. Instantly raises the dashing speed. Can be used in human form. Calculated from the numerical value of the current agility stat, the skill can be safely activated 2 times per day, exceeding this amount will put strain on the body. Quajik. Si Jin broke the neck of the elite goblin while reading the pop-up notice. The dead monster's blood seeped into his mouth, past his fangs. Then another notice window popped up into his view. Complete, traditions of goblins, inheritance of memories. Drank the blood of a goblin specializing in medicine. Now, while in either the goblin form or the human form, the host can freely activate the elite goblin's medicinal knowledge and concoction skill. Si Jin tilted his head slightly. Was this a good thing? But since he was as good as in the middle of enemy encampment, he wasn't able to afford time to ponder this new development. Kurunking. The hullabaloo raised by a beast's hunt roused a pack of goblins and they were busy heading this way. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, Si Jin didn't even look back once as he fled the scene. The countless poison darts, obviously fired by the irate goblins, inundated the air behind him, but a grey wolf's running speed was far greater and rapid than they were. The sight of a grey wolf excitedly shaking its hips with a booty of an elite goblin dangling in his mouth while walking back to his home in the lowest tier hunting ground could easily be described as endearingly humorous, somewhat. But in the middle of this trot, Si Jin suddenly caught a faint but pain whimpering from somewhere. After carefully lowering the goblin down, his ears stood up sharply to listen. Ha? So weak, it might die out any second, but it was there for sure. It was a moaning of a person in trouble. There was no need to think too deeply when a human wanted to help out another human being. Si Jin picked up the dead goblin again and quickly dashed towards the direction of the dying person. After running full speed for a minute or so, he found a gravely injured figure lying on a thick grass. The injury on this person was terrible enough to make him turn his head away. He could see intestines within the torn abdomen, crimson blood spilling out, and intermittently, the whimpers managed to escape from the lips in between the bubbling red stuff clogging her mouth. Even though it was an incredibly serious wound that would have killed a person instantly, this person, a female, was still clinging on desperately. Her consciousness had abandoned her, but she kept on moaning in pain while both her hands were rolled in tight fists, as if she could not accept the fate of her impending doom. Khrng. Si Jin knew who this woman was. Her race was an elf. Like human, her profession a knight. The daughter of the master of the Raven Knights Order, reputedly the strongest Knights Order in South Korea, and only a step away from accomplishing the feat of the youngest ever knight ranked highest tier in the history, some even going as far as uttering that she could be the representative of the whole nation, and some outright admitting that she was the most beautiful female knight in the nation, Kim Yurin. Me, another Kim? There are other surnames in Korea, BTW. Also, not 100% sure of how to classify these rankings just yet. We'll revise if more context is provided in the future. The claims of being the most outstanding beauty wasn't all empty talk, tough. Even while precariously striding on the boundaries of death, Yuren's beauty still wasn't going anywhere. But the description of her stunning beauty and admiration for her personality had to wait for now. All the honor and glory could only be maintained if one managed to live. Putting down the dead elite goblin, Si Jin quickly assumed the orc form. As a giant orc, this slender woman felt lighter than a feather. So, he even hoisted the goblin carcass he was planning to discard over his other shoulder and hurriedly ran towards his base of operations. He just hoped that he could make it in time. Si Jin placed the woman down on the stone bed and changed to the goblin form. Thanks to his short height, he had to climb up on the bed to diagnose all of her wounds. And just like that, like a lie, he could tell exactly what potion he needed to make, and the ingredients necessary to make the said potion. A dream-inducing grass, jejung liquid, a scorpion grass, and a single low-grade mana stone. I've no idea what this jejung is. Left as is. Si Jin began rummaging through the belongings of the dead elite goblin. Thankfully, he found all the necessary ingredients as mentioned, as well as a mortar and pestle inside the small rucksack it carried on the back. And the most important item in concocting the medicine, the low-grade mana stone, he just happened to have a couple on hand, so that was that taken care of. Si Jin began implementing the steps to create a potion as engraved in his brain. Dividing the ingredients in equal measure, he poured all his efforts grinding them in the mortar. When the herbs were powderized to a certain degree, he then added the mana stone and resumed grinding away. That's when the miracle happened. The solid mana stone melted into a liquid that emitted a clear blue light, as soon as it interacted with the rest of the ingredients. It didn't look any different from other emergency medicine on sale in the stores, but the effects would be heaven and earth in difference. Using the knowledge of herbs now firmly rooted in his head, Si Jin could ascertain the comparative advantage. It seemed like he made a mid-grade potion. If the widely available emergency medicine could only heal the surface wounds, then his own miraculous potion would not only mend the deep injuries but also replenish the lost blood as well. Si Jin applied some of the liquid on the woman's wounds and poured the rest down her throat. And then, the miracle began. The frightening injury on her abdomen, with the internal organs on show, slowly but surely started to regenerate by itself, and her pale complexion that seemed to indicate that death was just around the corner, regained some of the lost colors. Phew! Si Jin breathed out a sigh of relief, seeing the recovery of the woman below. Suddenly, several message windows popped up and obscured his view. Condition cleared, a goblin's kindness. Must administer a necessary aid to at least one human being. All stats rise by 1. The host can now assume the medical goblin form instead of goblin form. All stats related to the goblin form will be adjusted accordingly. Acquired the passive skill Goblin's Craftsmanship. The host will receive bonus attributes when performing all jobs related to craftsmanship. Manufacturing, cooking, cleaning, healing, etc. The skill's effectiveness will be reduced during the human form. A. Not only did the goblin form evolve, he even ended up getting a skill to boot. Si Jin toiled hard for the whole month, hunted like crazy until it felt like his back would snap into two, and still, He couldn't even get a sniff of a skill during all that time, but here he was, getting 3 of them in one day. Was this emotion that he was feeling right now one of profound happiness, unbridled panic, or inescapable emptiness? Whatever it was, Si-jin just sat there, unmoving, and stared at the message windows. Meanwhile, without a fanfare, a single modest tattoo manifested on his forehead, just like that. Chapter 5. The rain started to fall. At first, the drops were light and fleeting, but soon intensified and flooded the small streams flowing down the mountains, as well as rapidly filling up all the basins here. Looks like it'll last a while. Si-jin finally let out a sigh after gazing at the rain for a long time. He was worried. What could he say to the resting woman behind him? What excuses sound plausible enough to prevent her from murdering him? For a highly ranked knight like her who was aiming to become a person of the highest tier, it'd only take a single punch to erase any and all hints of the existence of a single low-tier ranked goblin. Moan. But he couldn't continue worrying and agonizing for any longer. Even though it hadn't been an hour since the treatment, Kim Yuran let out soft moans as if she'd regain her consciousness any time now. The pitiful goblin nearly jumped out of his skin from the sudden moaning and hurriedly ran towards the side of the woman. "Are you Al?" A sudden thought popping out in his head stopped his words from coming out. A goblin isn't supposed to talk in our human tongue. Having thought about it for a bit, he knew it just couldn't be helped. Really, a regular goblin wasn't supposed to save a human. The usually starving goblins wouldn't be picky when it came to the matters of filling up their bellies, after all. Tossing this way and that, fighting the various pains and aches, Kim Yuran finally opened her eyes. She could see a stone ceiling through the heavy, sleepy eyelids. Silently observing the unfamiliar ceiling for a short moment, she then suddenly sat up like a lightning bolt. Yuk. Unfortunately for her, her action caused the still healing body to scream out in pain. Her face crumpled in agony, she caressed the abdomen that was torn to bits just over 30 minutes ago. But it was rather odd. It was definitely true that the claws of a saber-toothed tiger gouged a chunk out of her tummy. The horrible residual pain felt very real too. Yet, her abdomen felt just fine to her touch as if nothing was wrong. "How are you feeling?" Out of nowhere, she heard a voice of a man. Yuran let out a breath of relief and turned towards the source of the voice. In the critical moment, she used the extra teleport scroll which she packed just in case, seeing that the others weren't working for some reason, but even that ended up sending her to a wrong place, so she thought she was going to die. But fortunately, a passerby happened to. I'm. A goblin stood there. Not only that, it spoke a human language. In Korean, no less. She was going to get up and offer a bow of gratitude to her benefactor, but right now, it felt like her head was flickering into a total blankness. The goblin in front of her continued to yap on about something, but she couldn't hear any of it. No, her brain actively denied it. What? What the hell? Thinking that she must be still suffering from the after effects of trauma, she deeply closed her eyes and reopened them. But it was the same as before. She rubbed her eyes and stared again. No matter what, the situation remained the same. What the hell? Am I going crazy? Unable to hold it in, she dazedly spat out the words. Nope, I'm real. Si-jin was also somewhat frustrated. That was because goblins had really poor abilities to string together a decent sentence, unfortunately. Even the most unwanted, useless traits were beginning to mirror the real thing, it seemed. Wah, it really spoke. Maybe I've died already? Yuran covered her face with both her hands and lied back down on the stone bed. It took quite a long time before she could come to accept her current situation. Si-jin did his best in trying to convince Yuran while facing down her disbelieving gazes. One mistake, and he'd be a dead meat in seconds, that's why. Si-jin's story was simple but plausible. His story was that, he was different and cleverer than other goblins ever since his birth, and after growing disillusioned from the deceitful ways of goblins, he ran away. Then he met a hunter and, although imperfect, learned to speak the language and the mannerisms of humans. Of course, the hunter met his end in an unfortunate incident some time later. It wasn't the most detailed and watertight setting or plot, but thankfully, Kim Yu-ren didn't suspect his words too much. Her openness was partly because whether it was a goblin or not, he was still her savior, and also because not much was known about how various monsters live day to day. After all, if there was a monster capable of taking on a human shape, then surely, there must be a monster that could speak a human language. So that's what happened. Regardless, thanks for saving me. With a more relaxed manner, Yu-ren gently rubbed his head while smiling weakly. Even though it was gentle gesture, Si-jin's body went rigid. Finding this funny, Yu-ren lightly giggled out. Ha ha. You're a strange fellow. Yuk. Her body condition still didn't allow her to leisurely laugh out, and she had to grab her abdomen while her face crumpled from the stabbing pain. Si-jin quickly gave her another batch of the pre-made potion that suppressed pain and healed the wounds. Should I drink this? Seeing Si-jin nod his head, Yu-ren smiled and took a big gulp of the potion. What? Yu-ren let out a gasp of pleasant surprise almost right away. Like a miracle, all of her pain simply disappeared as if it was all but a lie. You got some sick skills, don't you? She smiled brightly and resumed rubbing the head of the goblin in front of her. It looked like the little guy enjoyed her gesture, she figured. Thanks. Really, thank you. I made it because of you. To knights who constantly clashed against monsters, goblins were nothing more than a lump of bad memories they'd rather soon forget. Poisons and curses were two of the most difficult elements to deal with for the human knights that lacked the resistance to them. And of course, the ugly outer appearances of goblins only added more to that negative impression. But right now, for Kim Yu-ren, the fact that a life form known as a goblin was standing in front of her didn't matter one bit. This goblin that possessed intelligence was unexpectedly kind, and she found it rather cute as well. As she absent-mindedly rubbed the goblin's head, the bracelet tightly wrapped around her arm suddenly started vibrating. It seemed like the order was calling her, at a quick glance. It was likely that they were trying to contact her after she failed to return long past the end of her assignment. That's right, my assignment. Her assignment was unfortunately a failure. On top of that, she could have suffered the fate of an indescribably gory death, too. But thanks to her heaven-defying luck, she met this goblin and was able to overcome her fate. And now, this encounter had given her a chance instead. An investigation will find the evidence left behind by those who tampered with the teleport scrolls, and the two knights that shoved me into a sure death situation before escaping by themselves, Yu Jongyun and Kim Sarang. No, it's safe to assume the entirety of the second team are involved here. In just over 2 years, Kim Yu-ren's father, Kim Hyun-suk, would have to step down from the position of the Knight's Order Master, after his term of office comes to an end. And the favorite to fill the position was not the current Vice Master of the Order, Oh Jong-hyuk, but was, in fact, Kim Yu-ren. The current situation was at a point where two opposing sides, one supporting Yu-ren and the other the dissatisfied Vice Master, were engaged in shadowy struggles for power, and what had happened to her today could be best described as a result arising from the said struggles. Was it necessary to stoop so low like animals just because they felt like the time was running out, with her rank advancement ceremony being next month? She angrily mused. Yu-ren ended up gritting her teeth. Those 6 bastards had abandoned her right in front of the cave of a 40-year-old saber-toothed tiger, a creature so tough that a highly ranked knight would find it difficult to fight against it alone, and the mysterious identities of the ones responsible for making 7 teleport scrolls, her mana-enhanced armor, and even her weapons malfunction at the critical moment. Thanks. Because of you, looks like now I can pull out all the weeds in one go. Lit. Said, hit them all in one go. she had no choice but to cool her boiling anger for another day in the future. Kim Yuran gently smiled and continued to rub the head of the goblin, before slowly speaking up towards the bracelet. Upper tier knight, Kim Yuran, will return. Yuran then stopped and took a quick glance at the goblin, before breaking out in another soft smile and changed the contents of her message. No, I shall return in about 3 hours' time. It's raining too hard. And because of heavy rainfall, a landslide blocked the exit of the cave I'm in. Sijin and Yuran talked a lot during those 3 hours. Rather than a conversation, though, it was clear which role belonged to who. Since it was difficult to form a proper sentence as a goblin, Sijin naturally ended up in the role of a listener and Yuran as the talker. How could it be possible that I never got to enjoy a romantic relationship once in all 27 years of my life? But it's not a problem unique to me, nope. Why is she so lively like this? She sounded so cold and unapproachable in TV interviews. Sijin found it wondrous just how easygoing and talkative Yuran was, which was totally out of his expectations. When he saw her on TV, she seemed more calculating and cold rather than someone easy to talk to. Honestly, I really adore gifts like plain and cute dolls, you know? But the boys only see the nice side of me and end up giving me only the useless presents like knives and swords and magic armaments, so how can I go out on a date with knuckleheads like them? And also, when I kick them to the curb because of their mistakes, they spread around rumors of me having high standards and try to make me look weird. But Sijin was satisfied right now. Who would be able to listen to the private grumblings pouring out from the Korea's most famous female knight like this? He listened to her complaints for the next 3 hours, all the while suitably responding at the right moments and pretending to not understand when difficult words came by. Actually, he was busy observing her face. Even after spending 3 hours staring at it, he simply couldn't get enough of her beauty that easily transcended past every praise laid down before her. Finally, like a sign, the rain stopped falling and the sunlight brightened the sky just as the end of the promised 3 hours came. When I have the time, I'll come and visit again. It may be a little late. But I promise to definitely repay you properly then. In the face of the imminent end to their short meeting, Yuran hesitated somewhat, turning to look at him several times. It seemed like she wasn't happy with the level of gratitude shown to her savior and felt apologetic about it. But Sijin didn't feel that way. Instead, he was so thankful, he might even go mad from the excitement. Yuran gave him a fang of the saber-toothed tiger as a compensation. Befitting a knight of her caliber, she didn't just single-sidedly lose to the monster but actually managed to successfully break one of its fangs. If it weren't for the recently acquired knowledge of the goblins, he'd have treated this fang as nothing more than some expensive japdom, but now, it was a different story altogether. The fang itself was a monostone and at the same time, an ingredient in concocting medicine. If he carefully added other ingredients to it, then he could make 10 bottles or more worth of potions with various effects and properties. A hurried, cursory recollection of the potential uses revealed that he could make a potion to drastically increase his constitution and thus show a tremendous prowess during a hunt, or concoct something like the one he made Kim Yuran drink just now and sell it to the public. The possibilities were truly endless. As an added bonus, he didn't have worried too much about gathering attention if he started making and selling potions. Normally, it was possible to sell, once cleared of having side effects and approved for consumption, the privately brewed potions even while maintaining a relative anonymity. In other words, I can make a profit of a minimum of $440,000. As long as there was a healing effect, even the lowly emergency medicine that wasn't treated as a proper potion was worth $175 per bottle. He also remembered seeing in a news segment that, in a test performed on medicines concocted by a human, a dark elf and a goblin using the same ingredients, the stuff made by the goblin turned out to be the best of them all. And I happened to be a goblin. A great goblin, no less. With this, he could earn enough money to buy equipment and also buy himself a nice house in Gangwon province. Thank you. Take care of yourself. Si-jin bid Kim Yoo-rin farewell with a pair of very happy eyes. Right on cue, a clear sunlight descended down between them. It was especially a nice weather to say goodbyes. Right. You take care of yourself as well. Don't go to dangerous areas. Yoo-rin's voice was trembling slightly, wet with heavy emotions. She felt a tad sad seeing the bright expression of the goblin. After all, she had opened up her heart to it for the past 3 hours and in the process she grew closer to this creature. But she couldn't delay matters any longer. Yoo-rin hardened her face and turned around, commanding her heavy feet to move. Yeah. You too. Hearing that somewhat ordinary voice, she was pretty sure the short time she shared with the intelligent and kind creature would remain etched in her memories for the rest of her life. Hi. This is Novel Admire. Thanks for the visit. Chapter 6, a week after the unexpected meeting with Kim Yoo-rin. First, from the fang she gave to him as a present, Si-jin was able to create 4 batches of potions. 1 potion for strengthening the constitution of its drinker, and the other 3, healing and regenerative effects. He'd stashed the former for himself when he went out on a hunt, but the rest, he decided to sell them off. He was already getting fed up with this living in a cave lifestyle, plus with the energy manipulation stat now at 8, which made it possible to maintain the human form for at least 80 minutes every day. Si-jin decided it was high time he bought a house near the Gangwon province. Of course, as expected of a place called the paradise for the monster-related industry, the exorbitant land price here was second only to the capital city, Seoul, ensuring that even if he started working to his bones starting now, it'd still take a long while before he could afford one. Let's set a mecca for the monster-related industry. Changed for obvious reasons. Whatever the case may have been, currently Si-jin was standing in front of a building called an alchemy house that reeked of a bitter aroma of the herbs and was filled with the bubbling sounds of chemicals boiling in their pots. While there were less than 3 alchemy houses existing in any given large metropolis, these exceedingly rare organizations were the only place where the administration of the verification process, which assigned the grades as well as handled the distribution of the potions created by the alchemists, could be done. But, even though it was true they were hard to find, for someone like Si-jin who literally lived inside the borders of Gangwon province, seeking out one of these so-called homes of an alchemist proved to be rather simple, with their continued survival intrinsically linked to that of the monsters' existences. Had to change quite a lot in this paragraph. This author sure loves to torment me with indecipherable spaghetti soup of words. Even though he wore the robe supposedly favored by alchemists, and had the hood pulled right up to match the outer appearance, Si-jin's actions of curiously surveying the surroundings easily revealed his status as a complete noob at these sort of things. Is there something I can assist you with, perhaps? An employee came in closer and politely inquired after noticing him meandering. I'm here to sell some potions I've created. But I haven't sold one before, nor have I any prior fame. Is it still possible? Lit. Battle records. I mean, what? Ah, yes, of course. Would you follow me this way, please? Didn't matter what territory or nation, the number of alchemists were always much lower than that of magicians, and consequently, they were treated as one of the most valuable human resources out there. And, even though there was this whiff of a newbie coming off of Si-jin, his word and posture were undoubtedly that of a real alchemist, so the male employee made sure to remain courteous while guiding him. Si-jin promptly found and sat down on a nearest office chair, and nervously waited as he kept an eye on the watch, but soon enough, the male employee sat on the opposite side with a document of some kind. This is the application form. The verification process will commence after you write down the name of the potion and its effects here. When the product's been verified to be free of any side effects and its medicinal efficacy ascertained, a grade will be assigned according to its medicinal strengths, and afterwards, the potion can be sold on the market. Potions brewed by the skilled hands of alchemists enjoyed a far greater demand than the supply could ever meet. Those commonly available emergency potions sold in monster stores, mass manufactured with 10th grade monostones, couldn't even begin to compare in performance and overall quality. And the popularity enjoyed by the potions brewed by a well-known alchemist was such that potential buyers had to reserve their share very much in advance in order to purchase one. Strangely enough, it wasn't the alchemist's name that garnered the attention, but the potions themselves instead. It was because alchemists loved anonymity and believed hiding one's true identity from the public was a matter of professional virtue, so the only avenue available to truly flaunt their abilities was through their potion craft. It was a given, then, the alchemists painstakingly chose suitable names for their creations and didn't hesitate to pour every fiber of their beings and every ounce of their talents into bettering the potions they made. Of course, the rumor on the street was, that for those famed alchemists who had already achieved great acclaim and were well known throughout the world, they could afford to just deal directly with the masters of the Knights Orders and the CEOs of the corporate worlds. If you wish to keep your identity hidden, please check that box labeled Anonymous over here. Si-jin unhurriedly jotted the words down on the application form. For the potion's effects: healing and regeneration. All of a sudden, the body of the male employee trembled noticeably from the shock as he took a sideways glance at the contents Si-jin was writing down. When Si-jin glared at him questioningly, the employee scratched the back of his neck and sheepishly made an excuse. "Ah, my apologies. It's because regeneration is quite a rare effect." To clarify, did you mean regenerative recovery of the wounds, instead? Usually, a potion will be graded lower mid-tier even if the regenerative effects prove to be minor. And on top of that, there's also a healing effect as well. Ha ha ha. As long as there are no side effects, this potion will be graded as high, surely? Many Knights Orders and hospitals were getting concerned at the shortage of high-grade items lately. So this is great news. Si-jin lightly smirked at the employee. He knew there wouldn't be any side effects with the potion. Since a word like perfection was not nearly enough to describe the skills of an elite goblin capable of combining the ingredients and the powder of the saber-toothed tiger's fang down to a nanogram accuracy. I've completed the form. Ah, thank you. Just in case, have you brought along a sample of the potion? The employee asked Si-jin as he handed over the form. Well, rather than what you'd call a sample, I've got the finished product here with me. Si-jin produced a glass bottle containing the potion from the robe's pocket. A clear blue light emitted from the liquid inside and the small area around the bottle glowed softly as a result. In that moment, the male employee became completely speechless. After a lengthy deliberation brought on by the indescribable beauty of the potion, the only thing he could do was to swallow back his saliva, hard. There was just no way a novice alchemist could concoct a medicine that had both the effects of healing and regeneration. But there could be no doubt as to what this clear blue liquid emitting the brilliant glow was. Even without testing, even without assigning it a grade, this could only be the healing and regeneration potion. This. Please, wait a moment. The male employee quickly recognized it as an item he was not qualified to handle. A value of a potion with healing effects was higher than other variety of potions. Obviously, people with jobs fighting back the tides of monsters, hunters and knights, as well as the civilians occupying regular positions would have found such potions quite a necessity. Sorry, but I don't have much time. Unfortunately, he just couldn't afford to delay any longer, so Si-jin stood up to leave. Seeing this, the employee went into a full-on panic mode and he quickly grabbed Si-jin's shoulders and made him sit back down. Wait a moment, please. Just one moment. The manager will. The employee was desperate in his plea. In reality, the alchemy houses were actually high-stress organizations dyed in the colors of cutthroat competition and the pursuit of the robust bottom lines. To be in a better position to receive the financial assistance, the 20-odd alchemy houses spread throughout the country were engaged in a bloody war of results, and the matter of which potion came out of which house located in which province played the most important role in achieving the best results. In the situation where a quality potion came up for sale, then the house would occupy a more favorable position when the inevitable petty squabbles should break out between the knight's orders and various other institutions that wanted the potion for themselves. That was why the employee was adamant about keeping Si-jin here, but he was firm with his reply. You don't need more than a few drops for the verification purposes, so I shall leave behind 3. There shouldn't be a problem for me to return at a later date after the testing process is finished. Yes, that is true, but... Wait, the stamp. Did you already stamp your jajang on the form? A jajang is literally a finger stamp. Can't think of an English equivalent and it's not really leaving a fingerprint, so... The alchemists wishing to stay anonymous were specially managed through their jajangs. So, while most employees didn't know of the name nor the face of an alchemist, they could still tell which potions were brewed by that particular person. Yes, I did. I saw the blue-colored number 30,437 spreading out on the form. That number meant that his application was 30,437th for this particular alchemy house. Seeing that there were less than 1,000 variety of potions on the market, there was no real need to ask just how many aspiring alchemists out there had to taste to spare during the grading and verification processes. Yes. In that case, please promise me to come and visit us later on. That you'll return to us. The employee bowed down and shouted out aloud. It was loud enough to reverberate around the interior and cause the surrounding gazes to focus here, but to those familiar with how the alchemy houses operated behind the scenes, it was only at the level of yet another day at work. Ah, yes. Well, do you have a preparatory bottle for the samples at hand? At his words, the employee hurriedly moved to find a sample bottle, and Si-jin left the alchemy house after leaving behind precisely 3 drops worth of his potion inside of that tiny little glass bottle. The downtown of the city was filled with all sorts of sounds. Conversations from the passing traffic of people tumbled around one another, mixed with the various noises of the city. Si-jin found it hard to adjust after getting used to the stillness of the mountains. But even among this jumble of sounds, there was this one voice that attracted his ears especially so. Knight Kim Yu-rin, there are only 2 weeks left until your highest tier Knight Ascension ceremony. How are you feeling right now? The sound was coming from a wrist-mounted hologram TV displayed in the electronics store, the projection showing an interview performed by a reporter with Kim Yu-rin. Not too bad. Yes? Ah, ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Is that so? Of course. Ha ha ha. It wouldn't be bad at all, ha ha ha. The reporter could only just about diffuse the tricky situation the uncomfortably short answer brought on with several awkward laughters. Si-jin smirked lightly as he watched. He knew why she acted that way, after all, something about the phobia of being in front of cameras or something like that. So then. Let's proceed to the next question. Ah, yes, after being voted number 1 as the most beautiful knight by the male counterparts, can you please tell us how you feel? The reporter forgot the rest of his question momentarily after he got properly sucked in by the infinitely clear gazes of Yu-rin staring at his face. It might have been an ordinary gaze in truth, but her beautiful face made it seem much more extraordinary than it really was. Obviously, it's not bad, as well, no? Ah, no, wait, that's... What was it again? The reporter finally managed to open his mouth and sprouted nonsense for a second or two, before his professional mentality brought back his game face back on and he quickly changed to another question. Ah, that's right. Can Miss Yu-rin enlighten us to what your ideal man entails? It's just that, several hotly trending male knights have all chosen Miss Yu-rin as their ideal partner, you see. An ideal man. Yes. Yu-rin thought deeply for a moment, before breaking out in a grin. It was short, but stunningly beautiful enough to dye not only the projection but the entire gray street surrounding the store with brightness. The reporter was lost for words again, while Yuren replied with that dazzling smile still on her face. I prefer a man that's like a goblin. Yes? What do you mean by that? Except that he'd have to be intelligent and kind. In other words, a goblin that's both kind and skilled. Ah. The reporter ended up interpreting her words that sounded unrealistic as something like no ideal man for me out there, or such. Yes, of course. Thank you for your candid replies. As expected of the youngest ever highest tier knight, the qualities for your ideal partner are indeed very unique. But Si-jin was different. He stood there staring at the image of Kim Yu-ran for a long while with a huge smile on his face, before entering the shop properly. Welcome Tilda. Ah, yeah, how much for that wrist hologram TV? Oh, wait, will it work even deep inside a cave up in the mountains? While the employees of the alchemy houses were mostly the specialists who gave up walking the paths of alchemy midway, the roles of managers could only be filled by the actual alchemists. An alchemist had to register a minimum of 3 potions in the bestseller list in order to either open up an alchemy house or to sit in the apprentice position of a master. The dark elf alchemist Hazeline, who rose to the alchemy house manager's seat at a young age of 31, was currently making an unreadable expression on her face as she examined the sample potion left behind by the mysterious visitor earlier today. Hey, why am I even looking at this? Hell, this doesn't even need to get verified, either. At the very least, it's a mid-grade. And at most, a high grade. It's been a while since I saw a potion this bright and clear. And like a schmuck, you sent away the guy who brewed this by saying that you needed to test it? My apologies. I have no excuses. Oh well, at least, with him leaving the sample behind here, the possibility of us doing business together is rather high, so no need to apologize. Anyhow, what's it called? Ah, that is. It's a little strange. The male employee hesitantly checked the application form Si-jin wrote, but in the end, stutteringly read aloud what was written on the paper. A goblin's kindness. That's the name of the potion. Less than O2. A goblin's kindness, 3, greater than Finn. So, a confession time. The author keeps saying high, mid, low and stuff like that while describing the tiers, rankings of the knights and hunters, potions and monsters, but hasn't really provided a context to go with them so far. I did a quick Google and lo and behold, the word used to describe what Kim Yu-ran's ranking was, which literally means highest, superior knight, actually was the Korean Toled term for the Protoss High Templar from the StarCraft games. You know, that one Koreans all go mad over. So, should I rename all of the knight rankings to that of Protoss system? What about that of the hunters? And monsters? Chapter 7. It was an ordinary afternoon. And just like any other day, Si-jin came to the monster store to unload the monster materials when, out of the blue, the lady government official demanded to see his hunter license. Here, please take this newly issued hunter license. After the official did this and that with the new card, he noticed that there were new and different words from before added to the front of it. The Heavenly Gifted Hunter. What is this? Si-jin asked, his head tilting slightly. Ah, that is what you call a title. It's just a nice, simplified way to describe your current set of abilities. Eh? Didn't you bring in monster carcasses worth 23 creatures within your first month as a hunter, Mr. Kim Si-jin? Because you satisfied the conditions, a prefix was added to your job description. Overflowing with a great talent, that's what the title Heavenly Gifted means. It's really a rare and wonderful title, you know. You can't receive it if you've been a hunter for over 6 months, and also, the Knight's Orders actually do prefer this title over the likes of the Season Pro or the Distinguished Individual. The latter one was something called I've no idea what this is, and Google was no help either, so, I made stuff up. Oh well. the government official explained with ardent fervor and zeal, but Si-jin showed little interest as he lightly nodded his head. After all, this wasn't a very helpful tale for someone like him who could only maintain his human form for 80 minutes a day. Thanks, I guess. Wait. When Si-jin turned around to leave, the government official shot up from her seat and lightly held onto his sleeve. As he frowned and stared at the official with questioning eyes, she quickly pushed forward a paper at him while her cheeks reddened in a bashful manner. This. Please take a look at this. Huh? A government official's trying to sell me something? Even though Si-jin was slightly speechless, he ended up finding the shy female official twisting her body in embarrassment, objectively speaking, rather adorable in his eyes. There was still 66 minutes left. What am I reading here? He asked out aloud as he checked out the writings on the paper. The large words "Public Recruitment for Hunters by Baalbek Knight's Order" were written on top, and below that were some fine prints detailing what's what. Baalbek is a government-owned Knight's Order with its headquarters located in our neck of the woods, and currently, they are looking to hire capable hunters. Of course, it's true that only the ranks of mid-tier or higher can possibly apply, but I'm sure that Mr. Si-jin's title will receive a favorable consideration in this case. Besides, the plan was to upgrade your ranking to low mid-tier or higher as soon as Mr. Si-jin satisfied the required amount of hunting experience, you see. To clarify, the widely accepted definition for a low mid-tier hunter was can hunt a low-tier monster if 3 people with similar skill sets gather. And for a low mid-tier knight, it was the exact opposite, can deal with more than 3 low-tier monsters at the same time, alone. That's why Si-jin's existence was a little, no, very special to the yes of this lady official. In most cases, hunters formed parties of 3 or more when moving about, yet here was a man that always came in alone, and always left by himself as well. Well, are you interested in taking this opportunity? If you want, it's possible to apply right here and now. Mr. Si-jin will be accepted right away when you submit your application, I'm sure of it. In the past, hunters with the title Heavenly Gifted all got scouted by the famous Knight's Orders even before they've been active for less than a year. Heck, some even went and converted their professions and became knights in the end, you know. She became slightly desperate and her grip on Si-jin's sleeve got a little stronger. He was going to decline right away, but then, he found it a bit regretful too, looking at the lady official's round, clear and sparkling eyes. It was a sight of a woman actively pursuing him, something he had never experienced before in his life yet. A man's worth was indeed judged by his abilities, thought Si-jin. To see a cute woman, a well-paid government employee to boot, acting so aggressive like this. It was indeed a mystical yet somewhat difficult new world for him to tread in. If it weren't for his trait of being a monster he wouldn't even have a chance to do so, but at the same time, he couldn't really go around boasting his achievements either, precisely because of his condition as a monster. Is that so? When Si-jin's lips wiggled and formed an indecipherable smile, she mistakenly thought the talk was proceeding swimmingly, and so she smiled happily and added a bit more to the sales pitch. Yes, of course. Hee. By the way, there's a favor I'd really love to ask you related to this. It was right at this moment. Si-jin swallowed that mysterious smile back down. His intuition, forcibly cultivated by being subjected to many painful things at a young age, went off like an alarm bell in his head. It said, don't listen to the rest, just leave as soon as possible. So, when you are recruited, please, would you mention my name, Kim Hae-jin, as the person who recommended you? What the, wait a second. Please, just a second. Mr. Si-jin. Another Kim? I'm telling you right now, there are other surnames in Korea, too. Before she could finish her sentence, Si-jin was already leaving the monster store at a walking speed that bordered on a full-on sprint. Hunting became a lot easier, after his goblin form morphed from being what he previously thought of as a useless burden to one of the most valuable assets in a single day. That was all thanks to, of course, the body strengthening potion and its effects. After doping, the orc form now exhibited strength that equaled an orc warrior's. But as Si-Jin went around with a steel mace bought from the local monster store, when it came to the matters of overall destructive power, he could easily overwhelm an orc warrior that only knew how to wield a crude weapon. His doped grey wolf form might have displayed a similar level of increased destructive prowess, but unfortunately, the wolf's limbs strengthened so much that he couldn't fully control the resulting speed boost, so, for now, until he got more familiar with the changes, he had to hunt in a form that most resembled a humanoid shape, an orc. Jua-ha-ha-ha. WTF? And the war cry he made just now before the battle, was completely instinctual. When in the middle of the battle, the rapidly boiling fighting spirit made him feel like he was an invincible warrior from some legends of the distant past, and it became harder to endure the rapidly mutating madness without roaring out aloud. Jesus on a pogo stick, this sentence was so chock-full of tough hanja characters my brain actually imploded trying to TL this SHT up. WTF, indeed. But his opponent didn't respond at all. Par for the course, really. Its entire body made up of bleached bones, this bastard was not much different from a corpse reanimated by a lich using mana. Gwa-ahing. A dull-bladed scimitar collided with a steel mace. There was no need to even confirm the end result. The forest shook violently from the explosion of noise and the shock wave from the collision, while the skull and the scimitar of the skeleton soldier were literally blown into smithereens. Standing proudly amidst the broken white bones scattering in the air, an orc was busy enjoying the wonderful taste of his victory. Condition complete, required experience points attained, trait level now increased to 4. All stats rise by 1, and all stats related to forms will be adjusted accordingly. And his happiness could only double while silently observing the message window popping up into his view. His elation couldn't last for long, though. The tall grasses shook, and there were sounds of feet leaving traces on the ground. He had sensed people's presence nearby. They weren't close, but neither could they be described as far, so Si-Jin quickly assumed his human form. His survival depended on it. In truth, the most dangerous element for Si-Jin in the monster field wasn't monsters but fellow humans. With the notable exception of trolls, he could more or less contend with the rest of the monsters found in this low-tier hunting ground, but then, there were the existences called the knights whose powers were just too ridiculously beyond the realm of the common sense. One mistake, and if he got spotted by one of them, then it'd be curtains for him, just like that. That's why he always maintained all 5 of his senses at the highest possible state of awareness. The clothings he wore during his monster forms were different from when he was in the human form, and thankfully, when he changed, the clothes changed along with him like magic, making it possible to pull the ruse off rather splendidly. It was just a person. Just in time, as Si-Jin was relaxedly reaching down to grab the mana stone from the fallen skeleton's remains, a party of hunters emerged from the bushes. This 4-person party carefully studied Si-Jin's apparels for a bit before offering greetings when they saw the mace in his hands. Ah, hello there. Hunters were not friendly with mana, and as a result, their bodies weren't as powerful, so they couldn't utilize close-range combat weapons. The only remaining weapon of choice for them was the type of guns that fired mana bullets. That's why these hunters mistook Si-Jin as a knight instead. Plus, there was that deafening noise earlier, so they assumed his knight rank was, at least, a low tier. Ha ha, what a coincidence. It's quite a rare thing to run into other humans in a monster field, see. A guy who seemed to be the leader of the party approached Si-Jin while carrying a disarming smile. But when Si-Jin showed no reaction and simply stared back at him, this hunter promptly produced a business card from his inner pocket and handed it over. We're hunting Team 1, from the Taeran Knights Order. My name is Kim Ji-han, a upper mid-tier ranked hunter, And these guys are. Well, it doesn't really matter. They are just still young hatchlings, after all. OMG. Another Kim? I swear, this author hates other surnames. Has to be it. On the face of this rather expensive-looking business card, the letters upper mid-tier were embroidered in gold ink. It seemed like that a veteran hunter employed by the Knight's Order brought along a bunch of promising eggs on a demonstration hunt for the express purpose of educating the young uns. Is that right? Yeah, ha ha ha. These guys here somehow managed to hit the rankings of lower mid-tier within 2 years, but the fact they are still clueless hatchlings, that haven't changed at all. Oh, if it's not much trouble, may I inquire which Knight's Order you're affiliated with? Kim Ji-han asked in a friendly voice. He figured that making a friendly connection with a knight would never be a bad thing and only prove advantageous for him in the long run. Of course, that was only if Si-jin was a knight in the first place. I think you're mistaken about something here. I'm not a knight. Si-jin replied while pocketing the business card. At the unexpected answer, Kim Ji-han's head tilted slightly while carrying a confused expression on his face. Then his gaze drifted towards the scattered remains of the skeleton soldier on the ground. To utterly annihilate a skeleton like this single-handedly, and to claim he wasn't a knight? So that means. Ah, I'm also a hunter. Good to make your acquaintance. My rank is a low tier. Ignoring the flabbergasted expression of Kim Ji-han, Si-jin offered his hand for a shake while smiling amiably. Somehow grabbing hold of the offered hand, Kim Ji-han continued his disbelieving expressions. Ah. Well, that was a joke. Right? Ha ha, well, your sense of humor is pretty good, I must say. But, you know it's not permitted, right? A low-tier hunter isn't permitted to hunt in the low-tier hunting ground alone. I mean, if a low-tier rank can chase down a monster alone, then why stay as a hunter and not become a knight instead, right? Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Is that so? But it's the truth. Si-jin could now maintain his human form for 90 minutes thanks to his level up just now, but that was still not enough. He quickly pulled out his hunter license and showed it to Kim Ji-han. This is a real hunter license. Eh? Ji-han's eyes and mouth widened as he discovered something incredulous on the card after he examined it back to front. The heavenly gifted. Could this be? Ji-han momentarily stopped talking and simply studied the man in front of him. The heavenly gifted, this was one of the greatest titles available among the hunters, only granted to those who could, within the space of half a year from the beginning of one's career as a hunter, kill over 20 monsters in a month. Those possessing this title were all invariably got scouted by the biggest knight's orders, and it was a common occurrence to see many of them switching their profession to that of a knight instead. At the back of the license, there was Si-jin's hunting record, and as expected, it was quite a remarkable thing. Maybe it was all down to the difference in talent. 23 monsters in a month, and to top it off, all self-dismantled and disposed of. This record was so overbearing that, even though Kim Ji-han knew this guy's ranking was 2 tiers lower than his, he found it impossible to say anything about it. This. As Kim Ji-han studied the license some more, his eyes lit up brightly all of a sudden. He finally noticed the space for affiliation was blank. Regular hunters hunted in either one of 2 ways. One was to form a temporary party with other hunters, and the other was, like Kim Ji-han here, to become a hunter employed by a knight's order and hunt in a designated team. But it wasn't a given that the former was a worse choice than the latter, and that the latter option wasn't always a better of the two. There were enough hunters out there choosing the first option simply because they didn't enjoy being in a strict group environment and all its accompanying rules and regulations, even though they possessed enough skills and abilities to enter a knight's order. You're not affiliated with anyone yet? Yeah. Somehow, it's like that, but I like moving solo. I'm not thinking of joining anyone. Si-jin was adamant, but Kim Ji-han thought that he was clearly the latter case. So, with a smile on his face, he presented Si-jin with another business card. This time, it was for the Taeran Knight's Order. Chapter 8. Kim Ji-han handed over the Taeran Knight's Order's business card to Si-jin. As I mentioned before. I know. The thing is, though, human minds can change at any time, no? Honestly speaking, trying to tough it out alone, especially in our profession as hunters where we already enjoy a pretty short life expectancy, isn't going to work out in the long run. Of course, I'm sure there are pluses to going solo. But hell, don't you agree that being unable to participate in the Fisher exploration is too big a missed opportunity? In this world, there existed a separate dimension called the Fisher. A place that existed between dimensions, a world between worlds, that was a Fisher. There were countless monsters infesting a Fisher, and the only way to erase one was to kill every single monster residing within it. And there was the matter of pure, hard net profit that could be earned when erasing a Fisher, which was at minimum, over $890,000, or, as much over $9 million. It didn't matter if you were a hunter or a knight, participating even once in a Fisher exploration was a surefire way to earn not only great fame and acclaim, but a healthier bank balance as well. Give it another consideration. When paired together with a knight, a heavenly gifted hunter can shine even more, you see. Ah, right. Before that, did you take down that skeleton soldier using that mace? Kim Ji-han asked in a tone of voice that implied he couldn't understand how it was done. It was just plainly impossible for a regular person to defeat a low-tier monster alone, after all. Yes. It's a quality weapon for sure, but my family members all had inherited strong constitutions. Oh. If you say so. In today's world where the abilities mana utilization and mana affinity were strictly divided into two distinct categories, the normal remained within the bounds of the common sense, but there was no longer any limits applicable for the ones deemed exceptional. Those with good mana affinity didn't need any special teachings to accumulate mana other than to just breathe, and in time, they could become the proverbial supermen that were fundamentally different from the likes of normal citizens out there. Although few in number, these Superman types did exist among the hunters. They were existences that fell just short of becoming a true, full-on knight, as even though they possessed enough affinity with mana, they still lacked the necessary mana utilization, so most of them ended up eking out a living as hunters. Of course, it was still a special power that the regular, powerless people wished they could have it too. Alright, I'll think about it. Now then, excuse me, I'm running out of time. There were still around 10 minutes left in the clock, but Si-jin felt it was slightly burdensome to deal with people right now. Right. Well, if you change your mind, we'd appreciate it greatly if you give us a call first. Our Taeran Knight's Order is famous for treating all its members very well, regardless of whether it's a knight or a hunter, you see. Maybe it was in consideration of a Grey Wolf's supposed strengths, the agility, his overall size didn't increase even after the trait level hitting 4, but his ferocious, dangerous sword now easily equaled that of a great tiger. And hunting became quite easier too in the wolf form without resorting to doping now. Most of the low-tier monsters died after a single surprise attack from Si-jin. He'd saunter into a thicket to hide and wait for a prey, and in that moment when one entered the killing zone, with a shocking explosion of speed that didn't even leave behind a blur, his fangs would sink deep into the necks of his victims. If one was tempted to describe this hunting method, it'd be one hit, one kill. Si-jin abused the newly acquired active skill Whirlwind Dash, which made catching at least 2 monsters in a day a lot easier than before. Even today, Si-jin was leisurely drifting around searching for prey in his wolf form. Its sensitive nose was truly outstanding. Plus, this sense of smell wasn't some abstract, ambiguous nonsense that was like, it smelled heavy so it's close by, or it smelled faint, so it's far. Nope. Southeastward, 680 meters, humans, 3 presences, yep, that's how this system worked. By receiving this wonderful assistance of the cheat system, he was able to hunt over 10 monsters in the period of past 3 days. Humans again? There were more people hunting in the low tier ground than compared to the lowest tier, so it was a common occurrence to run into other humans. Carrying a dissatisfied expression, the wolf slowly began to vacate the current position. Today's luck is good. Out of the blue, a voice of another person entered Si Jin's ears as he began wading into the tall grass. It was really close. Strangely, there weren't any scents in the air, so, while panicking, he quickly scanned the surrounding area. About 200 meters from where he was, he felt a presence. Could he run away? He thought about it, but deemed it too dangerous. Immediately deciding what to do, he changed into the human form right away. It's a human. Fortunately, thanks to his deft timing, he was safe. Si Jin calmed his heart and turned to look at the owner of the voice. It was, weirdly enough, a party of 2. One was a girl young enough to be under the legal voting age, and the other was a huge dude wearing a formal 3-piece suit that seemed totally out of place here. Well, hello there, Tilda. The girl studied the lone Si Jin in curiosity for a bit before greeting him with a little nod of the head and slowly got closer. My name is Yu Si Young, a low-tier knight. The bob-cut hair that came down around her neck, a straight nose and a pair of intelligent eyes, she should definitely be a teenage girl when considering only her young face, but the slick, urbane aura she gave off made her seem much older and experienced. Hello. Unwillingly shaking her hand, Si Jin reaffirmed that he had made the correct decision. Since she was a knight, even if he assumed a monster form and hoofed it, the whole thing might have turned into one tiring mess. Meeting face to face once and parting ways smoothly was 100 times more preferable. And this here is a low-tier ranked hunter, Yun Du Han. How do you do? It's nice to make your acquaintance. I'm named Yun Du Han, a low-tier hunter. As the man bowed his head, Si Jin's face dropped slightly in amazement. Yun Du Han's looks and the get-up all made him look like a highly ranked knight or some such, but in the end, he turned out to be some measly little low-tier hunter, of all things. Were you in the middle of a hunt? Your stealth skill is seriously incredible. And I don't see any special equipment on you, even. Yu Si-young scanned Si Jin from top to bottom, and sent him a compliment in a soft voice. Nowadays, networking and making connections in a hunting field were seen as more important than the whole graduated from the same school, came from the same neighborhood shtick, which Yu Si-young was acutely aware of. Of course, there was that unwritten rule of how the potential persons making connections needing to possess outstanding abilities first, but here, unknown to himself, Si Jin had passed this young girl's initial test. Yeah. It's better to erase all traces of yourself when tracking a prey. Like the way you have erased your scents. As soon as Si Jin eyed her bracelet and spoke, she let out a soft cry. You've got a pretty sharp eye, there. By the way, I still haven't caught your name as yet. My name is Kim Si Jin. A low-tier hunter. As soon as he finished speaking, her body shook for a very brief moment. And then, with her head slightly tilted in uncertainty, she began questioning him with a voice that was a degree colder than before. Is it okay for a low tier to move alone like this? I'm still alive, so yeah, it's okay. The initial interest she showed, had completely deserted her after his short reply, and so, she gave him a curt little nod. Obviously, she too had mistook him as a knight, just like others had so far. Yes, well. Whatever. Do carry on with whatever you've been doing until now. Seems to work for you, so. She derisively snorted once and turned around. And seeing that cold demeanor, Si Jin couldn't help but to frown a little. Seriously now, just how old was she to live her life so cold and calculating? Si Jin shook his head in disapproval before heading towards the opposite direction. But his feet became ensnared by the message window popping up in front of his view. Eastward, 500 meters. A troll in a ravenous state. FCK. A monster with a face that resembled a withered, cracked bark of a tree, and the body size that could reach well over 3 meters tall when fully grown. And capable of making shrewd movements that contradicted its giant body. A kind of monster that made people automatically swear out, that was a troll in a nutshell. Didn't matter whether it was a low tier, a mid-low tier, a mid-tier, or a upper mid-tier. All of this monster's characteristics were equally applicable to every tier there was. Of course, since it resided in the low-tier hunting ground, this troll was weaker than the others in different areas. But the real trouble was that ravenous state warning. Trolls were unique in that they rarely displayed what could be seen as the common species-specific behavioral patterns and habits. That's why monster researchers preferred to study trolls, and they were sometimes called the only monsters to possess individual personalities. In the middle of those individual personalities, ravenous state was the rarest and also happened to be the most concerning one, too. As the title implied, it really craved for food. What differentiated this state from the others was, trolls suffering this infliction grew stronger the more monsters they digested. To make matters worse, the troll in the ravenous state would see unprecedented growth potential in this place, the low-tier hunting ground. After all, it was the most powerful monster roaming this area and there was literally nothing here that could oppose or threaten its growth, so a troll would soon grow strong enough to rival a mid-tier creature in terms of pure strength. Wait. After hesitating for a moment or two, Si-jin quickly ran towards Yu Si-yoon on the other direction and grabbed her shoulder. Even if her conducts were uncool, it was still the right thing to do to warn her of the impending dangers, after all. What the, hey, what gives? Totally unaware of the approaching disaster, Yu Si-yoon slapped his hand off her shoulder in irritation. What is your problem? The guy next to her also butted in. Even though he was pretty well built, since he revealed his rank as a low-tier hunter earlier, Si-jin didn't really feel scared of this man. And as if he could understand his own shortcomings, he withdrew behind Yu Si-yoon with a slight fake cough when Si-jin glared at him. Hey, mister. What the hell are you trying to? There's a monster up ahead. We better evacuate. No matter how urgent Si-jin appeared and sounded, she just disregarded him coldly before letting off yet another derisive snort. Phew. Only a trashy low-tier hunter like you would think of running away from a low-tier monster. Unfortunately for her, she couldn't get to finish her hostile words of clear ridicule. Grrrrrrrrrrr. Strangely enough, a troll's growl sounded rather similar to that of a common wild beast. There it was, approaching them so fast with its huge 3-meter frame, and a face that seemed to be half burned by the ghostly flames of the underworld. Outwardly resembling a craggy hill, this troll stopped in its tracks and surveyed the meals that were discovered coincidentally with a pair of greedy, oppressive eyes. Affected by the terrifying visage of the troll, Si-jin's eyes widened in shock and stark fear, and at the same time, Yu Si-yoon very slowly turned her head to see what was behind her. FCK. When that evil face filled up her view, she reacted similarly to how Si-jin did a bit earlier. Waking up from the fear-induced daze thanks to her swearing, Si-jin offhandedly thought that only now she was acting like a real teenager. Duhanapa? Duhanapa. Appa, a term of endearment for an older male used by a younger female. Also lit. Means older brother. Ah, I got it. Property of copyright, she hurriedly called out the name of the dazed Yun Duhan while drawing her weapon, a sword, hanging from her hips. It was then when Duhan suddenly took on the posture to start running. But we're in the low-tier ground, though? The distance between this hunting ground and a military base with a knight capable of dealing with this kind of threat was quite considerable. He's different from a trashy hunter like you, so don't worry about him. And you'll get in my way, so please, back off to the side, will you? Was it the ambitiousness of a youth, or naive bravery? Yu Si-yoon prepared to engage the troll alone and raised her blade straight. And at the same time, Yun Duhan ran off at near the speed of sound. Si-jin didn't need to ask to figure out what happened. That kind of improbable movement could only be explained away with the involvement of a trait. Grrrr. The troll got annoyed as one of its meals, Yun-du-han, managed to disappear, and it began to growl even more aggressively than before. Phew. She took one deep breath. As Young concentrated, azure-colored mana began to infuse with the blade of her nice sword. That was one of the most famous mana utilization skills employed by the knights, the mana blade. That isn't going to work. Si-jin knew that was not enough for this monster. And he noticed that the girl's slender arms holding the sword were trembling ever so slightly. It was a sign that she was already affected by the fear of the enemy even before the battle, and soon, that would lead her to an inevitable defeat. Even though he wanted to lend a hand here, without a weapon it was just impossible for him to intervene. The steel mace he praised so much was currently nicely asleep in the corner of his cave at the moment, as he was planning to hunt as a wolf today. Time to run. Out of ideas, Si-jin was about to run with his tail firmly between his legs when, condition complete, encountering an overwhelmingly stronger monster. The host has encountered a monster with near 0% of victory. All stats will rise 1. The Orc Warrior form is available for the host instead of the Orc form. All stats for monster forms will be adjusted accordingly. The skill Warrior of Reversal has been unlocked. This skill name isn't final. Couldn't really come up with an appropriate lead term. Until I do, it'll remain so. Active skill Warrior of Reversal, current skill level, F, available during all monster forms. For 5 minutes, strength increases by 200%, endurance increases by 100% and resistance to pain increases. During human form, the time is reduced to 1 minute. When activating this skill in human form, the stats will be based off on the Orc Warrior form. Calculated from the current strength and endurance stat, the skill can be activated for 1 time, during a 24-hour period. Just like that, another one of those evolution message windows rose up before him. Chapter 9. Owner, extra chapter tomorrow due to donations. Si-jin's eyeballs busily rolled around, trying to take in all the words appearing on the various message windows. At a cursory glance, they all sounded pretty dang great. However, what was up with this seriously bad timing? Right now, he couldn't even let out an exclamation of happiness for this unexpected evolution. That's not a bad skill at all. The fact that the Orc form evolved into the Orc Warrior form was great, but his attention was currently with the new skill Warrior of Reversal. It was truly a wonderful skill since he could use it even in the human form. And just as its suggestive name implied, the skill could change the outcome of any situation. In other words, a situation exactly like this one here. Now, what should I do about this girl, really? He looked at Young with complicated eyes. Even though she was facing the troll with outwardly overflowing confidence, she probably knew better than anyone that it was nothing but a false bravado. Really, anyone with eyes could tell that this troll was in the ravenous state, what with its appearance of falling gobs of drool from the lips and all. Plus, this monster was most likely a low mid-tier threat now, judging by its huge size and the tyrannical oozing off from it. Nominally, a low-tier knight should be able to deal with a low-tier monster alone. To be ranked a low-tier at that young age, her talents were something to be really proud about, but unfortunately, it was still way too much for her to fight a low mid-tier monster by herself. Sigh. Si-jin let out a grand sigh. It'd take at least 1 minute for that other dude to arrive at the nearest Knight's Order base, judging from his running speed. However, what about the time needed for the help, in the form of high-ranked knights, to arrive here? Kwaang. Taking time to think things through was an unaffordable luxury at the moment. Young's mana-infused sword clashed with the troll's fist, and the resulting explosive shock waves, along with a roar, violently shook the lands they were standing on. She somehow avoided getting knocked out in a single punch by the skin of her teeth, but that was it. that was her limit. Vuong. TL, sorry, this is the best I could do with the mana onomatopoeia. Her face was now full of panic, quite unlike 5 minutes ago when it was still full of arrogance and relaxed demeanor. But trolls knew no such thing as mercy. The huge fists of Troll created a dark shade as they rained down on top of her head like a torrential rainfall. Si-jin clenched his teeth. He still felt fearful no matter how his burning emotions egged him on to face the bastard. He wondered if this was what the firefighters felt when trying to step into a maelstrom of an inferno. Thquang. While he was hesitating, Yu Seong's body got struck by the troll's fist and was flung away like a thrown baseball. Her fine sword got disintegrated into equally fine powder, and her cool overcoat like battle armor became an ugly, twisted wreck, losing all its effectiveness in the process. Kung. The troll made a huge racket as it advanced forward. And when it got near the downed Yu Seong, the bastard raised its huge hand up. What the? Quietly and weakly staring at this unfolding spectacle, Yu Seong cooled nr. 17 to even think about closing her eyes anymore. She just couldn't believe that this was happening for real. This crazy situation, this incredible pain that didn't even allow her to voice out how much it hurt, all of them felt like a bad dream to her. She just wanted to run away from this terrible nightmare. Only if she could wake up from this dream right away. The troll's huge hand slowly descended. It was a trick of her mind, the slowing down of the time itself. Every thought fled from her head, leaving it completely blank. It was at this very moment. Quang. A man causing a whirlwind to kick up appeared out of nowhere and blocked the fist of the troll. Only with his body, nothing more than his 2 pairs of arms and legs, and strangely no emission of mana coming out of him at all. This guy had stopped the troll's advances simply with his own physical prowess and nothing else. His clothing got torn apart due to the troll exerting a massive, awesome pressure and the ground supporting him caved in, but his stance didn't crumble one bit. He was truly taking the troll head on. Yu Seong observed this improbable spectacle completely speechless. This was an unreal scene that flew in the face of common sense. Since it was more dreamlike than an actual dream itself, she somehow managed to convince herself that this was indeed reality and that it was indeed happening right before her eyes. Go. The guy hurriedly shouted at the stupefied Yu Seong. But, perhaps due to the prior impact, she was suffering from dizzying tinnitus in her ears and couldn't hear him well. She shook her head hard several times and only then could she get what he was shouting at her about. Get the hell away from here, you damn idiot. Right now, Si-jin felt like dying. The weight of this effing troll was, simply put, completely, utterly insane. His bones felt like turning into smithereens from the cruel pain. But, he had no choice but to endure. He had to, since the reason for this all effort of buying time, the girl, still seemed out of it and was simply there spectating this scene. Maybe him mixing in insults woke her up. She finally seemed to get the gravity of the situation and began dragging her broken leg, somehow gaining a distance away from him. When she was well out of the danger, Si-jin quickly rolled his body out of the way. Yuang. With an earth-shaking explosion, a crater in the shape of a troll's fist was carved right on the ground where Si-jin had been standing just now. Krrrr. Seemingly pissed off at the sudden, unwelcome entrance of a hindrance, the troll snorted out in anger and faced towards Si-jin's direction. And at the same time, strength deserted Si-jin's body. Indeed, 1 minute was a really short amount of time. Weirdly, though, he didn't feel any pain, even after the skill had ended. Most likely, bones in both of his arms, as well as the nerve endings, got badly damaged in the encounter. He couldn't feel his arms at all as if they weren't there in the first place. Miss you. That son of a bitch. Hey. Stop right there. But, like the timely blessings from the heavens, a booming, powerful and manly voice resounded from a distance. When the troll heard that domineering lion-like roar, It showed signs of pure panic and hurriedly turned its head. "You foul creature!" A body exploded out like a bullet from the tall grasses, splitting the air with his mighty sword that gleamed with a sharp metallic sheen. Then, towards the troll, he shot forward a crescent-shaped sword aura that was keen enough to tear out the sky. The supersonic aura didn't even give the monster any time to take evasive actions, and it penetrated the torso of the creature unopposed, and soon after, the troll's body split in half and fell in a heap as if it was nothing to begin with. "Si-young, are you okay?" The knight that made all of Si-jin's death-defying efforts look meaningless by killing the troll in one shot, hurriedly ran towards Yu Si-young, who was lying sprawled on the ground with broken legs and her body utterly incapacitated. "Si-young, this can't be. How did your beautiful face get so?" The man raised a huge fuss and gently hugged Si-young's body. Apostrophe. "My body won't move." Out of the blue, Si-young coughed out a clot of blood. "Oh, my God! What the hell? Si-young! Si-young tilde." The man's face turned red and pale all at once as he cried while fussing over her, but at the moment, Si-young's thoughts were focused on something else, so what this guy was doing only ended up bothering her. Her face had become swollen up in the meantime and it was difficult to keep her eyes open. But she still forcibly pried her lashes open to take a look at one specific person, a man. His clothes were torn to shreds, revealing the hidden ripped, hard muscles like that of a Greek statue underneath. The limp arms on his sides were darkly discolored beyond the purplish hue, his legs shaking uncontrollably as if he'd falter at any moment. The man who had saved her, she didn't even know his name. But it seemed like he did mention it before. She must have forgotten it. She found herself pathetic, realizing this. She should have remembered it. It was then, the man gazed at her direction briefly, before turning to walk away to a destination unknown. Yu Si-young wanted to reach out her hands to the man walking unsteadily on his legs, seemingly only seconds away from collapsing on the ground. But her body would not move. She just wanted to ask him to wait for a second. But she seemed to have lost all feelings in her mouth, too. So, the only thing she could do for now, was to engrave the back of the man as her heavy eyelids slowly closed down on her. Fighting the urge to give up and fall down, he continued to push his body hard. Finding his bloodied and damaged body bothersome, Si-jin promptly changed into the wolf form as soon as he couldn't sense the presence of people. The wounds and the weakening consciousness remained the same, however. But he forced the two okay limbs to run as if his life depended on it. To lose his consciousness in the monster field was the same thing as dying, after all. He ran without a rest until he finally arrived at the cave. Changing back to his human form, he hurriedly drank the potions he brewed earlier on. His arms couldn't move, so he had to pop the lid of the bottle open with his lips, but fortunately, his wounds recovered almost right away. So that was that. But it was another matter altogether for his wavering consciousness. It seemed like this was one of the backlashes of using that skill. Si-jin passed out on the ground and fell into a deep slumber. The greatest night order in Korea was, nominally, the Raven Night Order, but if the Knight's orders were grouped separately into the privately run entities and the government-owned ones, then the story became slightly more murkier to tell. Of course, the Raven remained as the example for other Knight's orders to strive for. But when discussing the private Knight orders, the matters became complicated somewhat. There were 2 orders considered to be in the top flight, 9 orders in the mid-tier, and further 12 smaller orders out there, with all these numerous organizations busy competing against each other. One of those 2 top dogs were called Sebi-yuk Knight's Order, which was in turn, owned by a very powerful global conglomerate Sebi-ukdale. When the order opened its doors, people regularly disparaged it for being a lowest-ranked order with only a wealthy patron supporting it like a personal plaything, but thanks to the rapid development brought on by that absolutely enormous wealth, the popular consensus had reversed and they were now treated as the very models of modern miracle. If the question of who the top Knights orders were came up, the names of the Raven, Goryo and Sebiyuk would have been mentioned. And of course, Sebiyuk Order's financial treatment was incomparably better than all its competition. Sebiyuk literally means a dawn, Sebiyukdale is a moon appearing at dawn. Goryo was a name for an ancient Korean kingdom. It was not the fault of Uncle Hyano. So, please stop apologizing. It's actually all my fault. And Yoo Se-young just so happened to be the granddaughter of Sebiyukdale's chairman, one of the world's biggest corporations, as well as the daughter of the current master of the Sebiyuk Night Order. She was an incredibly giant existence, a child born with an unobtainium spoon firmly stuck in her mouth, and was important enough to make a famous high-tier ranked knight like Park Hyano to fret over her like this. No, that's not it. Whatever the case may have been, I should have been right there, watching out for you. Not only her background was very impressive, her talents were just as perfect, however, as she received the official government acknowledgement as a low-tier knight at the young age of only 17 years and 45 days. This was only a month off from what Kim Yoo-rin had achieved, a low-tier knight at 17 years and 6 days, which only served to showcase Yoo Se-young's amazing talents that were basically without equal among her peers. Enough with the self-pity, seriously, and I hope you have already uncovered the information I asked you about. Oh, that? The very first thing Yoo Se-young asked for after waking up from the 2-day-long coma was about the identity of a certain man. A mystery man that Park Hyano couldn't recall as he was far too focused on saving Yoo Se-young at that time, but she insisted that this mystery guy was the one who saved her life. Wait a minute, you haven't even bothered to check, have you? Yoo Se-young's eyes grew sharp enough to give chills at the sight of Park Hyano's hesitating appearance. No way. Honestly, even I thought it was unlikely. I seriously thought that maybe you were seeing things. I mean, it's plainly impossible for a low-tier hunter to stop a troll all alone. However, he stopped speaking for a second as he began rummaging through his pockets, before he fished out a bronze-colored hunter license. Here it is, for real. Even I was surprised, you know. Found it among all the shredded clothing on the ground. Since Yoo Se-young couldn't move her body due to the paralysis, Park Hyano had to bring the license card right before her eyes. A heavenly gifted hunter, Kim Se-jin. Wait a minute, a heavenly gifted? Yeah. That's right. It's been a long time since I saw one of those titles, but hell, if you think about it, it makes perfect sense. I mean, all the hunters with that crazy title were a bit abnormal, weren't they? You can find him, right? Of course. Already began looking for him. It's only a matter of time before he's standing right in front of you. Oh, right, before that, you're not. Suddenly, Park Hyano narrowed his eyes and intensely stared at Yoo Se-young. Unlike her age, her actions were very grown up, but in the end, she was still a child. She was at an age where it wouldn't be strange to find her head full of unrealistic fantasies and useless ideas of romance. So, what if, in that dangerous life or death situation, she had developed a crush on the man that rescued her? Fluent. No freaking way. That's not it. I'm not a child. It's just that. It's like what Grandpa always have said. If it's a favor, repay it as soon as possible, and if it's a grudge, grind it out as long as possible. I've deeply engraved that teaching into my heart, is all. Yoo Se-young carried an assured smile of denial, before she remembered something important, and asked with her brows raised high. That's that taken care of, but more importantly, can I be fully healed? I've heard by accident that my current paralysis is pretty serious. Park Hyano stiffened up momentarily. You heard that? I thought you were asleep. Yeah, you guys did say it's really serious. Only 10 years ago, paralysis like Yoo Se-young's would have been a very painful and incurable condition, but that wasn't the case anymore. With the advent of alchemy and its continued research and development, nowadays it only took a single potion to cure it. But her paralysis was more severe than the usual case, so it was determined that a powerful potion with an upper mid-grade or higher was needed to heal her. Don't you worry about that. I just got a news that there's an alchemy house in Gangwon with a supply of upper mid-grade potions that can heal and regenerate. The effects of Gangwon's output has always been good, and since the chairman made that very generous deal under the table with the house, we'll get the first dibs when they get the stuff. Is that so? That's a relief. Yoo Seong nodded her head without showing much interest. What's the name of the potion though? Is it a product from one of the workshops on the eastern seaboard? I did hear they were still on strike. But did they end it? Nope. They are still doing that industrial action thing. This is a new product. And I do mean, like brand spanking new. I hear it's from a totally unknown personage, who just appeared out nowhere, and left a seriously incredible product behind, just like that. The people handling this stuff apparently raised a huge ruckus saying that a new genius has appeared or some such. Okay, fine. Just tell me the name, will you? Well, yeah, the thing is. It's something of an untrustworthy name, you see. Park Hyeno hesitated somewhat to say the name out aloud, but under the sharp gazes of impatient Yoo Se-young, he finally relented and stuttered out the name. I did ask a few times if it was real. Well, the potion is called A Goblin's Kindness. Chapter 10. This extra chapter is brought to you by these awesome individuals, Michelle H., Oscar T., Sam H., Bryson G. and Evelyn KW. Thank you all for your donations. Owner, as you all have noticed, a monster who levels up is updated always at 12 o'clock a.m. EST on its scheduled days. A Goblin's Kindness? What kind of a name is that? Yoo Se-young frowned a little as she spoke. It was just too weird a name to place her full trust in. You think so too? The credibility was everything to a potion, and so, it would be named accordingly to reflect the assigned grades and its medicinal effects. Take the reputable, widely recognized Dren series of potions for example, for the shallow exterior wounds such as cuts and bruises, there was the potion called Dren's Emergency Treatment for the job, but if you were looking to cure something more substantial, say, like a serious disease, then there was the upper mid-grade potion named the Miracle of Drent. On a side note, the Drent was the name of the legendary tree of life from the Elven myths that could supposedly revive even a dead person with an elixir concocted with only a single leaf. But, there was this insurmountable gap between the credibility and that of a goblin. Instead, it'd be 100 times more correct to argue that there was a deep mistrust and hostility between the two. Despite all that, the alchemist still chose to stick with goblin as the name of his potion. I was thinking the same thing initially, but when I heard the explanations, it all kind of makes sense. I mean, goblins' abilities to make potions are something else, right? Seriously, there are idiots crazy enough to raid a village of goblins specializing in medical concoction, never minding all that poisonous gases and hazardous material just for a chance to pilfer some potions, you know. And I hear it's been registered in the registry of the naming series already. I guess there is a lot of expectation riding on this potion. A naming series was a type of a registered brand trademark. When the anonymity is valued to such degree in the world of alchemy, the only avenue left to determine the credibility and the apparent effects of a potion was through its name. It could be confusing to the potential customers if another alchemist came up with a different potion but named it similarly, not to mention create distrust towards the makers of the potions themselves, so this trademark scheme was vigorously upheld as one of the absolute laws in the Alchemists' Society. Really? So the effects have been confirmed for real? Obviously. Come on, honestly, would our chairman and the order master try to buy something that's shady? And also, Park Hyeno stopped his words, quickly scanned the surroundings, and suddenly leaned his face closer to Yoo Se-young's ear to whisper the rest of his sentence. The manager, the dark elf Hazeline, already has given her affirmative, so you don't have to worry. There was no real need to whisper in this single-person VIP hospital room, but well, he was treating her as a royalty here, so it was only natural for him to act this way. The actual reason why the alchemists thought of anonymity as a virtue was that currently, almost half of all active alchemists were from the race of the Dark Elf. They were the type of people that hated exposing their outer appearances and always concealed their bodies with thick robes. Many people assumed that the Dark Elves were incredibly beautiful since they were called elves and all, but as they hated bright places lots of humans with mad zeal, the number of witnesses who had seen a Dark Elf's real appearance was extremely low, as well as no records to speak of, either. Heck, there was even a sinister rumor floating around, which was now accepted by some circles as truth. In it, the person who uploaded a very first picture of a Dark Elf online was hunted down and murdered by the very same elf. Hazeline, she did? Then, it should be alright. So, when is the product expected to definitely come in? Huh? Well, she did say it won't be too long. Wait, let me quickly pop out and make the call, and ask her. Please wait for just a bit longer. Soon it'll be here, Shirley. Hazley, no, Manager Hazeline, what is the meaning of your sentence at the end? Feels like you're deliberately trying to obfuscate. You're mistaken. Foo. Manager Hazeline. Our little miss is a knight of only 17 years young. She should be out there training and enjoying her life, not confined to a sick bed and doing nothing. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Just as I have told you before, please just wait for a bit longer. The Dark Elf Hazeline ended the call in irritation and chucked the mobile phone on the desk. It was easy to tell that she was not in a particularly good mood, judging from her exaggerated heavy breathing, deeply shut eyes and fast massaging of her temples. Eek. Just when is that guy coming here? Didn't he say he got the completed potions already? Her ultra-sharp eyes were immediately directed towards the waiting alchemy house employee. The poor guy was already in a state of high stress before, and now, he was sweating profusely as he barely managed to open his mouth. Ah, yes, I'm not really. He did mention that he had 3 completed potions in his possession. We did call him on the phone number he wrote down, but so far there were no answers. Hey! Damn it all, this is pissing me off. Seriously, I swear these human idiots must think that potions are hammered out in a single day. The reason for all this shortage of potions is because the alchemists are sick and tired of all this bloody nagging by the thoughtless sons of idiots. But instead of fixing the error of their ways, these sons of bitches. Awoo, this fking SHT. I've told this part as faithfully as possible, so, yep, she's got a mouth on her, this one. As the steam of her fury reached the proverbial top of the head, she rolled her fist tightly before slamming it down on the desk. Chuang. Quite unlike all the explosive anger she had displayed just now, the resulting sound was rather adorably small. The door to her office flew open right at the exact same time. He's here, Manager Hazeline. That alchemist from before, he has arrived. At the hurried yell of the employee, Hazeline's eyes went round, her body shooting right up from the seat. There were 2 types of alchemists out there. The first was the commonly known types that did the transmutation and the reconfiguration, while the second of the lot spent their entire lives trying to understand the mysterious liquid called potions. Some anally retentive experts would call these 2 alchemists with separate terms, the former retaining the alchemist moniker while the latter, potion crafter, TL. This bit is by the author, not me. Even though their main skill sets used for their craft were different, the alchemists all still possessed one habit that was the same. And that common habit was their preference towards the darkness. Do you find the coffee to your liking? In this dark but surprisingly ungloomy room, where even the sunlight failed to reach, the only thing brightening the place was Hazeline's dazzling smile. Yes. Si Jin, to the best of his abilities, played it cool and lowered the cup nonchalantly, but he found it rather torturous to look at the face of the elf in front of him. That was because, She was one of the most stunning women in the world, as befitting the race of beautiful people, the elf. The shiny alabaster skin that didn't seem the right fit for a dark elf. With an indigo-colored straight, long hair, and the finely crafted, beautifully harmonious facial features where there simply wasn't adequate enough a word to describe how gorgeous she was. Now that the introductions are done, should we get straight to the main topic, Sir Alchemist? Hazeline the Dark Elf had revealed her face, her name and her race openly to Si Jin. He had to wonder whether she was mistaking him as one of her own race, as her open demeanor was quite a departure from all the rumors he had heard before. Easily reading into his confusion, she quickly moved to clarify her position, saying that she was trying to show some courtesy towards him. It's fine. We're talking about the potion I've brewed, yes? I'm also well aware of how good my potion is. It is my life's greatest achievement, after all. Even though he spoke with such confidence, he knew very well that he was spouting bullshit right now. The elite goblin's knowledge base was full of compounding methods that easily exceeded the methods of top alchemists, and on top of this, Si Jin possessed the top ingredient, the fangs of a saber-toothed tiger, so instead of a life's greatest achievement, he just needed around 7 days to brew this potion. And that 7 days were actually for fermenting the contents, which was an unavoidable process in making this potion, so. Of course, we are also well aware of the difficulties. In order to create a potion this effective, you must have struggled and toiled hard for many years. As a fellow alchemist, I understand it all too well. Si Jin nearly spat out the coffee percolating in his mouth after seeing how grave she sounded and how serious her face looked. He still somehow managed to maintain his poker face, wiping his lips as if to get rid of hot coffee, and nodded his head. It's good that you understand. Indeed. Since it's such a good potion. A few customers, having heard of the news, are wishing to purchase the goods even before it's on sale. And these here are the letters sincerely requesting you to sell it to them. Hazeline pushed forward 5 stiff papers toward him. On them, there were instantly recognizable names of knights' orders, big corporations and famous wealthy individual written in large fonts. How many zeros are there? $360,000, $440,000, S623K? And the numbers written below each name was the kind of amount Si Jin wouldn't even dream of seeing in his lifetime. These are the legally approved sales commissions. There's a policy allowing an alchemist to deal directly with private individuals or entities provided the amount of product sold is less than half of your current stock. Of course, the government takes the cut in the tune of 48% as sales tax, but since the potential customers add something a little extra on top of the market price when buying the product, in the end, it just doesn't matter at all. Sounds good. When Si Jin nodded his head in satisfaction, Hazeline, who was observing his reactions carefully, continued with her words. The thing is, though, in order to secure commissions like this, not only the efficacy of a potion but the role of the alchemy house is also very important, so we would be obligated to take a certain percentage as well. If a house with no connections receive goods like this, they would just put it up for sale in the markets without thinking too deeply about other matters. That is why. Hazeline slowly swallowed her saliva. Even though this was a normally accepted part of the alchemy house's modus operandi, she was feeling nervous at the moment because of the incredible potion this person had brought in. In a sales commission like this, the house usually takes about half of the agreed amount. We are prepared to lower that to 40%, no, make that 35%, especially for you. Any lower, then, even other alchemy houses will find it difficult to match. If you don't believe me, you can ask others. It's a pre-tax deductio. Fine. It's all good. Si Jin nodded his head, having no other opinion regarding this matter. Whether it was a dark elf, a regular elf or a high elf, he had not heard of instances where elves defrauded the other party, and on top of that, the stuff she said matched with what he found online. For obvious reasons, relying only on the information gathered on internet for something of this much importance would be foolish and undeniably pathetic. But that kind of thought was applicable only if one didn't know of the dark elves and alchemists' natures. They all pursued anonymity. Once that was secured, these people communicated and acted more lively than before. And let's not forget, the internet was the perfect place to communicate anonymously. Stories of half the alchemists being gaming addicts didn't just come to life out of nowhere, after all. When the conclusion came so easily, Hazeline couldn't help but stare dumbfoundedly. But like a pro, she quickly regained her wits, and before Sijin could potentially change his mind, moved to put the finishing touch to the deal. If that's the case, then all you have to do is to stamp your jajang on the sales request form with the highest amount written on it. The corporation Sebiakdale is offering the highest amount with $623,000 US. Ah, wait, where did the stamping ink disappear to? As she raised a royal ruckus while fetching the ink pad, Sijin watched her and floated a mysterious smile. It was a deeply satisfying sight to behold, to see another person losing their marbles over him, something a socially underprivileged like him wouldn't get to experience under normal circumstances. Here it is. When Hazeline hurriedly handed over the ink pad, Sijin leisurely studied the contents of the form once more before stamping his jajang on it. Phew. Oh, by any chance, do you have the finished products with you at the moment? You did mention that you have 3 bottles back then. Yes? We need the minimum of 2. The law says we must put the half of the stock on the open market, so the other can be sold through the sales commission. Oh. Well, I have brought all of them here with me. Hazeline's eyes shone as she stared at the sight of Sijin rummaging through his bag. A total of 4 bottles. All with the same medicinal effects. Oh. Finally. The 4 bottles of potion emitting the exact same brilliant light as the samples revealed themselves to the world, and on Hazeline's face an uncontrollable, wild grin broke loose. But remembering her stations as the manager of the alchemy house, she quickly erased the ungainly smile right off her face. Of course, by then it was already too late, though. It's perfect. All 4 of them. What a relief, Tilda. She couldn't prevent her sentence stretching out at the end from the unbridled happiness, however. Hazeline picked up one of the bottles, then she shook it, smelled it, studied it from several angles before putting it down, nodding her head in satisfaction afterwards. We don't need to test them. Oh yes. They are perfect. Perfect. She then asked Sijin very cautiously while staring at one part of him that wasn't covered up by his robe, his lips. There is something I'm slightly curious about. Just from where? Did you study this level of alchemy? If it were any other normal alchemist, they would usually send in incomplete potions as examples to get a verdict on. It's your first time and the product itself is beyond reproach, so even though I know I'm out of line, I still wish to inquire you. At her inquiry, Sijin briefly showed hesitation, but he already had thought of a suitable story before coming here, so he told her that. My master once taught me this. If there was even a fragment of doubt existing in your thoughts, then you are in the wrong, so throw away all useless ideas and devote yourself completely to the craft until you reach the true pinnacle. I am just following this teaching to the letter. Alchemists and wizards valued their master and apprentice relationship far greatly than any other professions out there in comparison, and because of this fact Hazeline nodded her head as if she was convinced. You have a truly wonderful master. I'm sure he's feeling quite proud of you as we speak. After all, his apprentice has become a great alchemist in his own right. Ah. Yes. It's just that, it's regretful that he had to pass away before seeing me succeed. Although he knew she wouldn't ask him for the master's name, but Sijin still felt anxiousness creeping in up his legs, so to make sure, he hammered in the final nail in the coffin. Plus, technically speaking, he wasn't telling a totally cock and bull story anyways. He did have a master that passed on all the knowledge and technique, after all. Even though he bit that guy to death. Oh, how unfortunate. Hazeline, who didn't know the actual truth, bitterly accepted his version of the story and showed a heavy, sorrowful expression. Well then, if that is all. I'm running short on time. In the blink of an eye, 30 minutes flew past, so unable to dilly-dally any longer, Si-jin stood up first to leave. Hazeline followed him and also stood up, and reached out with her hand for a shake while carrying a content smile. For you, Sir Alchemist who chose us, we'll definitely make the Goblin series known as the best potion brand in the world. You can place your trust in us. I'm planning to hold a press conference right after this meeting is done. Nowadays, playing up the mass media is an important marketing strategy, you know. Ahaha. Well, thank you. Si-jin faced her gorgeous smile and shook her hand firmly. Hi. This is Novel Admire. Thanks for the visit. Chapter 11. As soon as Si-jin left the alchemy house, Hazeline grabbed her phone and called a certain someone. Hello, Sir Knight? Hello, Miss Manager. I'd like to apologize for my earlier behavior. I just happened to see the poor little miss lying in the hospital bed before the call, so I just ended up losing my cool for a moment. His voice wasn't all that apologetic, but never minding that, Hazeline spoke in a rather leisurely fashion. Oh, no. It's fine. You see, the product came in just now. Oh. Really? Right away there was a loud yell. She could already imagine the sight of Park Hyeno shooting up from his seat, his eyes bulging and yelling at the top of his lungs on the other side of the line. A slight sneer formed on Hazeline's lips. Fluent. Yes. However, as I've mentioned just now, the product has only arrived here recently, so even though I'm planning to give it the highest grade myself, the Central Association must test it too in order to issue the sales permit for us. Ah, there's no need. What kind of a fool would question Miss Hazeline's discerning eyes? In any case, I shall be there shortly. Please wait for me. Fut. Alright. Please be careful on your way. Disconnecting the call, Hazeline let out a breath of satisfaction and leaned her body against the back of the chair. For her, it's been 3 years already since she took a step back from the world of alchemy after feeling intense dislike at the effing corporations and the foolish men and women of the Knights Orders. Of course, even though she was no longer on the front lines, the overconfident bastards still continued to harass her, but right in this moment, she felt good enough to soar high up in the sky. A brief moment when the dynamic between the moneyed haves and those who serve gets turned on its head, like when perfectly concocting a potion, or a well-made potion coming in through her doors. Since he said shortly, so maybe he'll take 5 minutes tops. The high-ranked knights of the Sebuyuk order could utilize private jets that burned monostones as fuel source. It was indeed a clear waste of resources to fly a supersonic jet to come to Gangwon province from the capital city of Seoul, since this wasn't an emergency situation. But taking into account the identity of the patient, he probably couldn't delay the matter any longer. To greet the incoming guest, Hazeline put on the previously discarded robe and pulled up her hood. But I won't hand it over that easily. The idiots weren't aware of the fact that the alchemist had already left his jajang on their sales request letter. If that's the case, then she'd wring them out for all they're worth, and make their innards boil with anxiety until they had melted into nothingness. This was the kind of a light revenge only she could do, but when seen from the perspectives of those on the receiving end, it was probably the cruelest, evilest form of habit there was. Ah. That's right. She nearly forgot to do something else before all that. Hazeline hurriedly grabbed her mobile phone and called another person. Hello there, reporter Yunhua Zheng. It's been a while. Oh, it's nothing special. It's just that a noteworthy potion is finally available here after a really long while. Oh, we've got a quit, stock. 4 bottles. It's amazing, yes? Even for me, Handling 4 bottles of a potion this incredible is a first. Yep. Oh my, thank you so much. I shall send over someone with all the necessary info. I'm expecting to receive the sales permit in 3 days, so when the time comes, please write up a nice piece for me. The very first output of a genius that appeared like a meteor, the high-grade potion, A Goblin's Kindness hits the market. From Audiobook Daily, written by Yunhua Zheng, a staff reporter. 8 o'clock this morning. A potion with a unique name called A Goblin's Kindness, brewed by a certain alchemist, was issued with the sales permit from the Central Alchemist Association. The very first thing that grabs the attention is, of course, the name. It is said that the reason for the alchemist who brewed this potion borrowing the goblin moniker, which could be seen as a minus, was because of a simple, yet hard to imagine hypothetical case of what would happen if goblins showed kindness towards humans and used their potion making skills. And to surprise us even more, his potion was deemed to possess perfect healing and regenerative properties by the association and was assigned the high grade as if to imply that the alchemist must have had perfectly replicated the craftsmanship of a real goblin. What's more, this potion, A Goblin's Kindness, just happens to be this alchemist's very first creation. This potion will go on auction, which is scheduled to commence at 12 o'clock 8 days from now, on the premise of Yosian Alchemy House located in the city of Wanju, Gangwon Province. With this potion, A Goblin's Kindness, appearing like a sweet relieving rain in the times of seemingly unending drought, this reporter hopes that this event can perhaps inject some sense of life, even if it's small, to the market that has fallen into doldrums of late. The mood in the headquarters of the Raven Knights Order located in the suburbs of Jonggro, Seoul, was in somewhat heightened state with the appearance of a high-grade potion after more than a half a year of shortage. The Raven Knights Order that set its sights beyond the borders of Korea and competed for the top spot in the global stage, regularly battled the rare monsters ranked upper mid-tier or above, or those bastards that suddenly appeared and started attacking without a warning. The thing was, these upper mid-tier monsters each possessed unique special powers, making them true walking disasters, and when confronting these creatures, the knight's abilities proved to be rather inadequate most of the time. In all honesty, rather than calling it inadequate, it'd be far more correct to say fear had crippled them. After the unchecked, uncontrolled development of the Earth's environment, the healing magic had currently all died away, leaving the treatment of injuries caused by the monsters to potions and the modern medicine. However, even though the modern medicine could reconnect severed limbs, it was not possible to regenerate what was lost, so the knights ended up trusting and depending on potions over that of the modern medical technology. But for the past half year, the supply of upper mid-grade potions that allowed the knights to battle higher tier monsters without hesitation had dried up. Not only the potions with healing, regenerative capabilities, but also elixirs that boosted the physical strength for a brief period of time had vanished, too. So, when the news of the appearance of a higher tier monster spread around, the situation had devolved into a point where knights couldn't relaxedly choose to go out and hunt them anymore. Did you hear the rumors? Yeah. Got a weird name, though. But, can our order secure it? Come on, why not? And I hear it's 40 milliliters per bottle, too. On top of that, 2 bottles for sale in one go. 40 milliliters should be enough for 6 people. With that, maybe, we can now finally hunt down that newly hatched basilisk, right? The interest shown by the Knights of the Raven Order towards this high-grade potion that had appeared out of nowhere was rather understandable. In the front lobby of the Knights Order, Kim Yu-rin was sighing out while reading the information sheet delivered from the alchemy house for the new potion's effects and the expected prices. Even though there should be a lot of competition to secure this potion brought on by the long absence of one, she knew that if it was the Raven Order, there would be no problem acquiring the product at the end of the day. 2 bottles. That means another 2 was sold through private commissions already. Kim Yu-rin was crumpling her face in dissatisfaction. The alchemy houses gave out information first to those entities holding a favorable relationship with them in this kind of private sales commissions. In other words, the Raven Order that hadn't received the heads up wasn't enjoying a cordial relationship with this particular house. If it's Yosian Alchemy House, then it must be Hazeline's doing. Kim Yurin slowly massaged her aching temples as the mug of Hazeline floated up in her mind. Hazeline and Kim Yurin. These two shared a bond that was thicker than blood of siblings, stretching back for almost 20 years. However, that powerful friendship became twisted real fast thanks to a certain single incident. Which happened to be a stupidly, unbelievably simple misunderstanding. But more misunderstandings continued to pile up on top of another, turning the situation far worse, and once the relationship began to break down, the downward momentum couldn't be stopped anymore. Their fast deteriorating relationship finally came to a head 3 years ago that resulted in a very serious event. Hazeline had poisoned Kim Yurin's potion, and when Yurin managed to survive after fighting desperately for her life, she cut Hazeline's arm clean off. This ugly event remained a secret until now, only known to these two after they silently made an agreement, which led to either one not laying blames on each other nor telling anyone else regarding this matter. And now, a few years had passed since both of them stopped caring about each other and lived their own separate lives. During that time, Kim Yurin had fought hard and successfully claimed the prestigious title of the youngest ever highest tier knight, and Hazeline had created an elixir called a fairy's liquor to regenerate her lost arm and in the process had climbed up to the position of the alchemy house manager. Like this, they both had firmly grasped the futures that were far brighter than their past but in the end, could only become the worst of the worst enemies possible. And now, the sporadically recalled good memories they once shared together had lost their luster a long time ago. Miss Highest Tier Knight Kim Yurin. OMG. Sounds so wrong. Should I start using Korean honorifics instead? Please comment below. While she was swimming in the recollections of the past, someone had walked up closer and started chatting her up. When she turned her head to see who it was, she saw quite a number of knights gathered there. What seems to be the problem? When she replied in her usual deadpan expression, the group of knights consisting of 5 men and 3 women smiled brightly and presented a simple square box to her. It's a congratulatory gift for you, Miss Yurin. Congratulations on your ascension to the highest tier. Acting as the representative of the group, a male knight with a cute enough face spoke. He was Kim Soo-jae-im, a junior knight that served as a direct apprentice working under Yurin for 2 years while she was still a mid-tier knight. Oh, right. Thank you, everyone. Yurin lightly patted the head of the male knight that was as tall as her and received the gift. Kim Soo-jae-im acted shyly at her touch and swallowed his saliva. Please open it. Their strangely flushed expressions seemed to indicate that the present inside this box must have been a very nice stuff indeed. Seeing their excitement, Yurin's own expectations rose as well as she opened the lid of the box. She already knew it was useless to expect much, though. Surprise! Yurin confirmed the contents of the box and observed the faces of the knights in front of her with the corner of her eyes. Theirs were full of expectations. She didn't want to disappoint them. Oh. This, I really needed this. Thank you so much, everyone. Befitting her reputation, she didn't jump up and down in joy but instead, just made an expression that displayed her gratitude. Thanks to her prior experiences, her acting skills were rather exceptional. No, in reality, it shouldn't even be called acting. She would have been happy with just the sincere words of the fellow knights congratulating her. I'm really sorry about this. If it's a product of Zenobuz, then it must have been really expensive. She spoke apologetically as she picked up the pair of gauntlets painted jet black. They were light but incredibly sturdy pair of armored gloves, with the brand Zenobuz stylishly carved on the sides. Since Zenobuz was an exclusive workshop that only dealt with rare, high-grade metals as the bare minimum requirement, The price of these gauntlets must have easily exceeded hundreds of thousands of dollars. No, no, not at all. We're just sorry that we couldn't get something better to show how grateful we're regarding everything you've done for us until now. I haven't done much, though. Ah, right. By the way, Yuren carefully observed the reactions of the knights before asking them in a cautious manner. Did they only have the color black? Eh? Ah. No, no way. They had only the bright colors for the ladies' use. So we specially requested for a custom paint job and had gauntlets painted in black. The color definitely won't fade, so you don't have to worry. Ah, oh. Yuren thought that the bright colors would have been better. But she couldn't make a retort at the smiling face of Sujai Ehim and instead, ended up weakly smiling as well. Kim Yuren, in her 27 years of life. Every single gift she had ever received in her life was all battle equipment, exactly like this. Around the same time, Si-jin came to the monster store to unload the materials but was now staring at the TV projection with a deeply satisfied expression. It's been half a year but finally, a high-grade potion is available for purchase in the market. Named a Goblin's Kindness and coming in 40 milliliters bottles. The price for this potion has been set to around the $350,000, which is on the upper side of the range, but regardless, the influx of requests for purchase has been coming not only from the local Korean organizations but from international entities as well. And ever since the Ocean Alchemy House registered the brand trademark Goblin, people have been eagerly waiting to see if there would be other potions with different medical effects than the Goblin's Kindness that appeared in the market. Excuse me? Excuse me? I said, excuse me. The government worker became fed up with Si-jin, who was concentrating only on the TV, and ended up raising his voice at him. Oh, sorry. My bad. Here, please take this. Mr. Kim Si-jin has successfully increased his rank from a low tier to a mid-low tier, after accumulating over 60 days worth of hunting experience. Si-jin couldn't focus on the procedure for long and his entire attention returned back to the sound coming from the TV. And when it became known that this was the alchemist's first product, a huge amount of attention from the Korean and international community chat rooms has been solely focused on him, going as so far as to nickname the mystery alchemist as the Goblin Alchemist or even the Genius of Alchemy. But the alchemy house responsible for the circulation of the potion, Yocean, has strongly suggested to curb the excessive attention focused on the mystery alchemist, as they worry this sudden unwarranted scrutiny placed on the person in question might negatively affect him. Chapter 12. Will it really remain as a series of potions? It kind of looked like our honored genius alchemist is working alone without a workshop. Ah, but how could he meticulously craft this kind of potion all by himself? Looking at things like this, you can really feel that geniuses do exist in this world for real. Right now, they were taking a short break from answering the endless deluge of phone calls. When the employee spoke in admiration, Hazeline let out a sigh and leered at him. A few. What will I do, when even you start referring him as a genius? That's just an empty shell of a praise tacked on the guy to make the mass media and the knight's orders sweat extra hard for a bit. So, what do you mean, he's a genius? Just give it a rest, already. A genius, a greatest, a maestro, a virtuoso, none of those words should mix up with our profession, and neither should we try to use them. Yeah, But it's all coming from the community chat room sites first. Right now, even the Alchemy Cafe is in an upheaval. They are asking if they could meet him. A cafe is not a physical coffee shop but an internet forum a la Discord or Reddit. Just your everyday Korean slang term. Feeling good in the knowledge that this great sales result would lead to fat bonuses for everyone, the male employee was chatting away in a high enough spirit, but he calmed right down the moment he came in contact with inexplicably icy gazes. He had stepped onto a potential landmine without realizing it. Seeing the sight of Hazeline lightly biting her lower lip with the corner of his eyes, the employee's forehead broke out in drops of sweat. Hey, you! Are you still looking at those? Didn't I repeatedly tell you not to waste your time in those damn gossip sites? Because that's where the effed up bastards hiding behind the veil of anonymity spread around vile, baseless rumors. I'm truly sorry. The employee apologized in earnest, as he knew the manager deeply hated excuses and hasty explanations. Phew. No need to apologize, instead, just go and do your job. I'll make sure to ask what our genius alchemist's deepest thoughts are, or what the plans of his future happen to be. Yes. The employee left her side, and as soon as all signs of people around her were gone for good, Hazeline grabbed her mobile phone. She was acting complete opposite to how she'd been coldly treating her subordinate just now, her demeanor currently full of respect. Ring, ring. She waited for a while, but in the end, all she got was "The person you dialed is busy." He said he's got only a home number, so why isn't he picking it up? Hazeline cocked an eyebrow in dissatisfaction. She's been calling the number 10 times already, but for some reason she couldn't even get a single answer. PA. Please leave a message after the tone. Hello. Sir Alchemist? This is Hazeline speaking. I'm the only person who knows this number, so please relax. The reason for me calling you this time is, I was wondering if you'd like to have a work-related dinner with me sometime. Thanks to Alchemy, his worries over money had been solved. The reserve price for his potion per bottle was $450,000 US. On top of that, he had already sold 2 through the sales commissions, one for over $620,000, and the other for over $530,000. Even after deducting the sales tax and the Alchemy House, S cut, he would still end up pocketing well over $1.3 million US. This was an amount he'd never even dreamt of having in his life. However, he also couldn't have imagined seeing this amount leave him in one go, either. The minimum cost of a single, unattached house located the closest to Gangwon Province's Monsterfield easily exceeded $1.3 million. At first, when he heard the amount, he just couldn't believe it, but after hearing the explanations, he understood the reasoning, just a little. The house he looked at had a garden the size of 60 peng, nearly 200 square meters, an underground bunker equipped with a generator, and had been insured with a knight's order for a prioritized protection in case of monsters' appearance, and to top that all off, the whole building was reinforced with magic engineering to withstand assaults from monsters of mid-tier or lower. Hearing about all these points, even Si-jin ended up thinking that $1.3 million was on the cheaper side. He returned to the cave, thinking that spending all that money at once seemed wasteful, but he couldn't chance it in an apartment complex with his condition as was, and also the issue with the time reared its ugly head while considering locations further than this, so he decided to settle in that house as soon as the money came in from the completed sale of the potions. Well, that's that, but I wonder when I'll evolve again. The worries and fears he had certainly lessened with the promised income, but couldn't completely be assuaged. The core issue he had, can I live on as a human? Was still there. Now, he could maintain his human form for 100 minutes, but really, that didn't exactly qualify as being a human, after all. The condition needed for the evolution of the brown wolf to the gray was the minimum reputation. He evolved together with a message that said about 100 people became aware of his existence. If the rest of the evolution was tied to this concept, then that meant he had to deliberately expose his gray wolf form to as many people as possible. Phew. However, that was easier said than done. Most would try to hunt him down the moment he showed up. Si-jin could only sigh out grandly. But there wouldn't be any changes if he stayed put like this. He'd be able to find even a sliver of hope only when he started moving his body and hit the wall head on. Well, let's avoid the knights for now, and show up only in front of the hunters. Can we do it? No problem, no need to worry so much. It's just a low-tier creature with a slightly bigger body. Other hunters are just exaggerating the truth. One was a mid-tier, another a low mid-tier, and lastly, another low mid-tier. This temporary party of 3 hunters consisted of 1 woman and 2 men. The woman was full of high spirits and took the lead, but the following two men had their shoulders slumped. It was as if they were being dragged along by the woman in front. When three hunters gather, we can bring down any monster. Isn't that what you guys have said? That's why we became companions, right? TL, the last line said something about being step-siblings, and it didn't make much sense to me, so companions it is until someone can suggest a better alternative. Og, hey, that story is already 15 years old. And back then, we were knights, not hunters. TL, this line also greatly confused me. Not sure if this guy was saying they were knights 15 years ago, which seemed quite unlikely as you will see in the next chapter, or the woman saying about 3 hunters. The previous paragraph was actually supposed to be 3 knights instead, and he was pointing that out. Whatever, dude. Why are you guys acting so down, anyways? If it's a wolf the size of a tiger, then the remains would fetch quite a nice price, and if we find a mid-rank monostone in its heart. You know what that means, right? She spoke loudly and happily while making the round coin gesture with her fingers, but the dark shadows on the men's faces showed no signs of alleviating. There was a rumor floating around the low tier hunting ground of late. The insidious rumor spoke of a unique monster prowling the area, the unique gray wolf. The number of hunters witnessing this tiger-sized gray wolf had already surpassed high tens, and after earning its nickname Unique Gray Wolf, the various stories related to this creature had upended the mood of the Hunters Cafe. In fact, the mood had almost reached a point where TV stations might send people to investigate it. TL, again, the cafe here is not an actual shop, but an internet forum. But quite unlike any other hunters who would have prioritized their safety first, this woman had dragged these 2 guys along while raising a fuss. I said, no problem at all, the unique monster, or possibly a mutated one. The term referred to creatures that had went through changes induced by an inborn condition or acquiring something along the line, and began growing in an unnatural way until it became far stronger than all of its peers. The famous examples included the saber-toothed tigers, the manticores, a monster with a human head, a lion's body, and wings of a bat, and the dragon turtles. These were top-tier monsters that even a party full of high-tier knights would find difficult to hunt, and these creatures were usually found in the unreachably high and remote parts of the Gangwons Mountains, where they would continue their lonely but battle-filled existences. But to think, there was a unique monster roaming around freely in the low-tier hunting ground? This woman was thinking that. This was simply a stupid, unrealistic rumor that even the resident knights tasked with combating the non-standard monsters had found utterly laughable. But the 2 men thought differently. A gray wolf with the size of a tiger. They definitely saw its bright and fearsome eyes. Not personally, of course, but online in the Hunters Cafe. Its amazing figure standing proudly and staring at the hunters with the full moon serving as its backdrop, made them stunned at its gorgeousness rather than stunned into fear, made them sense its nobleness rather than its savagery. You also saw that, right? I did, but so what? I'm telling you it's not a unique monster. If it was one, then the knights would have mobilized by now. And if this bastard was strong, then why the heck are there so many witnesses? They all would have been dead already. What she said was true. Unlike the regular, garden variety monsters, those labeled as unique or capable of unleashing special attacks based around magic, which would create equally unique signatures. If that signature was felt, then the resident knights would be swarming the low-tier hunting ground, busy patrolling the place high and low. Plus, the testimonies of the eyewitnesses were a bit weird as well. They said that the huge wolf just appeared like a ghost and blocked their paths until the hunters chose to retreat. They did add that they got scared of its intense eyes and its size, and were too busy running away with tails between their legs, but it meant that this creature didn't come out to hurt people. It's just a slightly bigger wolf. And we know that all bigger monsters have monostones in their hearts. Sure, it should be as strong as it looks, but hell, as a mid-tier hunter, I didn't bring this bad boy just for a show. She pulled out a handgun from her back pocket. Called KM 758, it was an expensive gun designed to chamber and fire rounds of armor-plated monobullets that were especially effective against the beast-type monsters. Eh? Where did you get that from? This mid-tier rank lady is on another dimension from you guys. I bought it from the cash I earned by participating in hunting with various other parties. With this bad boy, as soon as we find this wolf, it's as good as a dead meat. At the entrance of the weapon that was far more trustworthy than her words, the men began to regain some of their former courage. However, as soon as they gained some confidence, a powerful fear assaulted them right away. The howl of the wolf piercing the night sky easily swallowed up the budding seeds of courage in their hearts. What was that? Grey wolves never howled. It was because not only their vocal cords were deformed, the tactic of hiding in the shadows then stealthily assaulting their prey was their most preferred method to hunt, and also the reason why these creatures could still live in the low-tier hunting ground. In other words, they wouldn't deliberately make a noise to spoil their hunting opportunity. If that's the case, then just what was making that howl? All three of the hunters, even the woman who was so full of bravado, ended up sticking very close to each other, their bodies shaking like leaves. The fear that struck them once more came from a lot closer than before. In the end, all three hunters fell on their butts while holding hands and their bodies planted against each other's. Even though it was simply a cry of a wolf, they just couldn't recover from the assault of the fear on their senses that made their bodies go numb. These poor fellas could never ever had posited that there was a magical effect applied in the howl itself. I've already loaded the gun, so, no need to worry. She grasped the gun with her shaking hands. At the same time, the shivering men recalled with some difficulty the rules of hunters. They must never surrender to the encroaching fear. The moment they fear the monster, their lives would be forfeit. One man brought out a rifle, the other a shotgun. With the sounds of firing pins being cocked, all three of them finished equipping their weapons. Rustle, they heard the sounds of grasses covered in descending darkness being disturbed. The tightening, dreadful anticipation suppressed the fear and terror, and the three briefly regained their cool-headed hunters' appearances. They placed their index fingers on the triggers and took aim towards the direction of the sound. A minute that felt like 10 passed by, and finally, the monster revealed its face. But the hunters couldn't find the right reaction to this totally unexpected appearance. Growling, the sight of a greenskin, a crude metallic weapon held in one hand, and a bone necklace hung around its neck, stopped their mouths from operating. Was this an orc warrior? No, it couldn't be. An orc warrior lacked enough self-awareness to decorate itself. The creature that overtly showed off its body and busy sending combative gaze over at the hunters. It was an orc jaguar. A confrontational individual that possessed strength surpassing an orc warrior, it was a low mid-tier monster that loved bloody battles. Yep, the raw definitely said a jaguar. A low mid-tier creature. Something that shouldn't even be here in the low-tier hunting ground. I think, maybe the machine dividing up the tiers is malfunctioning again. Because of its natural inclinations towards combat, orc jaguars went around searching for enemies to fight, but one of them coming down to the low-tier hunting ground was extremely rare. There was a machine installed between the low-mid-tier and the low-tier hunting grounds that was designed to stop monsters from getting all mixed up. But it could only lead the monsters to behave a certain way and was not what one would call a foolproof system, so every now and then, there were accidents like these. I'm really sorry. We came to catch a wolf but something effing worse showed up instead. We ain't dead yet. And didn't I tell you to fix the way you speak? How come for the rest of your life? Gwoa. Their conversation got interrupted by the orc jaguar's roar. The three hunters exchanged several knowing looks. If two of them bought time, then one would be able to survive. So, you wanna live? Nope. What about you? I don't want to. As expected, the camaraderie built up over the past 15 years was unshakable. All three of them said no and just grinned. And finally, they decided to just work together. TL, so this 15 years bit is here again. I wonder. Maybe I read wrong. Bang. The male hunter with the rifle took aim at the orc jaguar's neck and pulled the trigger first. But the monobullet designed for the low-tier monsters couldn't pierce the thick skin of the target. The monster got enraged by the attack that managed to tickle it and pounced towards the hunters. Next was the hunter with the shotgun. Blam! The scattering monobuck struck all over the body of the orc jaguar. But again, there was no effect. Finally, only the handgun was left. But she knew. This orc wasn't a beast type. This gun was them just struggling uselessly. Rather than her own death, her eyes teared up in apology at the thoughts of dragging her friends to their end here. And in that moment when she squeezed the trigger of her gun in regret. Bang! The movement of the orc stopped. The three hunters stared in panic at the orc that was literally a stone's throw away from them. But it wasn't that the orc had stopped. Instead, it was busy looking at the right arm that held the crude weapon. The eyes of the hunters also followed the line of the sight. And there was a lone wolf busy chewing on the arm of this orc, having appeared out of absolutely nowhere. It was a gray wolf. And it was the very creature the hunters were looking for, the gray wolf with a tiger-sized body. Chapter 13. Owner, what? OMG, you can't be serious. Am I hearing this right? There were donations just recently and now 2 chapters of A Monster Who Levels Up will be released tomorrow? Exclamation mark. People. Come prepared. It's about to begin. At first, Si-jin howled in order to warn them of the incoming danger. There was an orc jaguar heading towards the 3 hunters, after all. Unfortunately, it seemed there was an unexpected effect of a skill attached to his howl. Condition complete, drove a minimum of 1 person to the state of terror with the wolf's howl, passive skill howling acquired. While in the wolf form, the host can affect the emotional state of targeted individuals with his howling. Example, fear, terror, mysteriousness, etc. What the hell? Instead of running away, the hunters that heard his cry fell on their asses after their legs gave up on them. And the orc jaguar was slowly approaching those poor suckers. A short time later the hunters and the orc clashed. The trio had fallen into a state of panic but somehow recovered just in time and started firing their guns. Blam! Si-jin dashed towards the scene as he listened to the sound of the gunshot. He just couldn't sit back and watch, knowing that he was partially responsible for this mess, even though he didn't plan things to happen this way. Fortunately, Si-jin arrived in the nick of time. Moving fast enough to cause a storm of winds, the wolf opened wide its maws and bit down hard on the right arm of the orc jaguar. Quajeek. But what he got was a sensation of blockage, the lack of the satisfying penetration. It was not possible even for the incredible biting strength of a gray wolf to pierce the tough and thick skin of an orc jaguar. When the orc looked at his way indifferently, Si-jin couldn't help but busily move his eyes and take a glance at the creature. Dash! The orc roared in irritation and swung its arm hard, throwing Si-jin off it. He quickly regained his footing after being thrown off and took some distance, but the explosive speed of the orc jaguar was much faster than his expectations. As befitting of the moniker, Jaguar. Its speed didn't lose out to that of a gray wolf at all. It seemed to take only a couple of steps, but it had arrived at Si-jin's location and slammed down its weapon at him. Kun. Si-jin just about dodged the strike by twisting his body. Gwar. Annoyed by the agile movement of the wolf, the orc jaguar began pounding away like crazy with its blunt weapon. The accuracy was pretty damn low, but the destructive power behind each strike was no laughing matter. Si-jin twisted around like a snake and avoided the crazed attacks. But the ground below could not withstand the aimless poundings and became overturned like a crop field ready for seeds to be planted, while numerous debris, Pebbles, soil, weeds, flew up in the air. Dot. 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 Meanwhile, the Three Stooges hunters sat there and stared at this scene in a total daze. It was like they were stuck inside a dream. It had to be a dream since this event they were seeing couldn't be reality, as the low-tier monster Grey Wolf was fighting tooth and nail with an orc jaguar that was considered to be one of the strongest even in the low-mid-tier rankings. As they watched the proceedings in a daze, He-Woman suddenly raised her gun towards the battle. Hey, what are you doing? One of the men panicked and tried to stop her. The other guy did the same. The two of them thought that instead of trying to agitate the two monsters, it would be a far smarter choice to escape during this time of reprieve. An orc jaguar is known as an obsessive monster. It's got a good nose too, and it will never let a prey it found escape like that. To know if that wolf intervened in order to buy us time to run, but it's the correct choice to help it out right now. What if the wolf targets us next after the orc jaguar is dead? The male hunter couldn't spit his words out. If it weren't for that wolf, they would have died already, and if that wolf couldn't defeat the orc, then they would still die anyway. Aim mainly at the eyes, between the eyebrows, mouth, and under the arm. They had received the ranks of low mid and mid-tier at the age of 23, meaning all three of them had enough skills to roll around in this rough world by themselves. They quickly reloaded their guns and took aim at the battle of a wolf and an orc. Even though the orc exposed a lot of openings because of its lack of palpable intelligence, all of them proved to be useless in the end. The hunters had to aim at those weak spots where there wasn't much covering of thick skin, or where there weren't any to begin with. Quah-ah. The orc pounded hard once more, but it was yet another miss. It ended up destroying the poor ground again, so it widened its eyes in anger and searched for the slippery wolf. And when it stopped its movement for a brief moment, an oval-shaped object with a pointy tip sliced past the wind and struck one of the orc's eyes. Gore! It was a mana bullet. As the bullet that was densely infused with mana came in contact with the orc's retina, it exploded, and the hulking creature spouted blood as it stumbled backwards just a little. Blam 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 blam. As the flurry of bullets flew at it aiming for the weak spots, the orc raised its arm and easily swatted them away. With one of its eyes gone, the focus of the orc jaguar's fury switched its target from the wolf to the three hunters. Its anger boiled so much that it'd pounce on the three humans at any moment. It's coming. Separate, now. When the orc unwisely started moving towards the hunters while ignoring the wolf, Sijin's chance had come. He activated the skill warrior of reversal. Almost immediately, his muscles grew at an incredible speed and vitality filled his body. When the fighting spirit that could not be doused burned powerfully inside him, Sijin decided to relieve this feeling with him ripping out the back of the orc's neck. The wolf, with its body completely transformed, assaulted the back of the orc like a raging, crashing storm wave. He only needed 2 full steps. Wind gathered below his paws and using the propulsion from them, he charged into the orc's back. Quajeek. Sijin finally succeeded in piercing through the skin. But, it still wasn't a fatal enough wound. So, he shook his head around in order to further tear open a larger chunk of the wound. Core. The orc screamed in pain and tried to pry the wolf off from its back. But Sijin's temporarily enhanced jaw strength could ignore the creature's desperate shakings. While biting deeper into the neck of the orc, he sent out signals with his eyes at the hunters. It was their turn to shine, now. Breathing heavily. The woman hunter aimed the handgun with her imperceptibly trembling hands. The target was the orc's left eye. The orc raged around powerfully, but she didn't hesitate one bit as she squeezed the trigger. The steel-encased mana bullet drew a clear trajectory as it flew towards the orc. Literally, it was clear to see. Its speed wasn't of a regular bullet. As if it was a flower petal blowing around in the wind, the mana bullet slowly approached the orc. It was a built-in feature of this high-priced firearm designed to maximize accuracy. The damage from the speed of the bullet would lessen, but since it was going to explode once entering the target, the design of a steel-encased monobullet was also focused solely on achieving high accuracy. She manipulated her mana and guided the trajectory and the direction of the bullet in real time. The bullet constantly changed its aim as the orc violently struggled until finally, it struck the creature's eye. A small explosion followed right after. A fountain of blood poured out from the orc's eye. Phew! It was a bullseye. She breathed out a sigh of relief. Even though the orc had become completely blind, the wolf remained biting into the neck for a few more seconds before separating from the creature. Cuckoo! The back of the neck chewed out by the wolf looked as if it had split apart in any second, and from the eyes damaged by the bullets blood poured out like a fountain. The orc jaguar let out a weird whimper and threw its two arms around, but even that didn't last long. The creature fell on top of the grass and stopped moving shortly thereafter. Ha! When the battle ended, the three hunters fell on their asses again as the strength abandoned their legs. Si-jin was breathing heavily as he spat out the blood pooled in his mouth. And before long, a new message window popped into his view. Condition cleared. A cooperative hunting. Succeeded in a cooperative hunting with at least the minimum of one human. It's now possible to change into the ebony wolf form instead of a gray wolf. All stats related to the forms will be adjusted accordingly. The skill The Scent of a Wolf will apply even while in human form. Passive skill, The Scent of a Wolf, level, F, the strong odor of the ebony wolf. Depending on the gender, race, characteristics and tendencies, the effects will vary. This skill will also remain active during the human form. It was a joyous message no matter how many times he looked at it. But just like before, he couldn't shout out in happiness as the timing proved to be a bit wrong as well. Hey, hey! Look at that! The woman hunter suddenly raised a ruckus as she began pointing at Si-jin. Actually, he had no idea what the process of his evolution looked like. All he could derive from the dazed, mouths wide open appearances of the three hunters were that, maybe, it must have been rather mysterious or somewhat bizarre to look at. Si-jin remained standing proudly for a bit and gazed at them, before rapidly dashing away. And the only ones left behind were the three dazed hunters still acting like they were swimming inside a dream. Hey, did you see that? Yup. Its fur changed while brightly shining and all that, right? Yup. When the wolf's body was enveloped in the mysterious azure light, the previously gray coat became dyed in jet black color. This was a kind of an incredibly rare event that couldn't be seen again even in a dream. It was at night. With a full moon looming large, a huge crowd of people had camped in the Monster Fields low deer hunting ground. But it wasn't just people only. There were also numerous trucks, antennae, cameras and mix that couldn't normally be seen in a place like this. In other words, they were news crews and their accompanying vehicles. Under the curious gazes of one or two onlookers, the reporters were all in the midst of busy reporting on something while being protected by the knights. Can you tell me what is going on here? Si-jin cautiously approached one of the knights on duty and asked. He assumed the human form and ran all the way out here, after suddenly catching the whiff of so many people and getting surprised by that. It's to film a report. You probably have heard of the rumor, too, right? They say it's a spirit beast or something. Obviously it's all nonsense. But nowadays, what with folks being emotionally dried up and all, stuff like this. TSK. The knight who was normally stationed around these parts clicked his tongue in annoyance as if he didn't like getting called out in the middle of the night. There was this hot news story tossing around on the internet as well as on various newspapers. It was about a certain gray wolf that morphed into an ebony wolf, a story of a spirit beast. This story came to life after three hunters gave a clear, concise eyewitness testimony as well as uploading the photos of the orc jaguar's remains to the Hunters Cafe. The hunters all spoke of the event where, after the gray wolf aided them in defeating the orc jaguar, its body suddenly became dyed in the azure light, then all of its fur turned black in color. The eyewitnesses guessed that this wolf was one of those growth-type monsters, but as the story spread out like a wildfire, people, including the so-called experts, concluded from the creature's actions that it must be a spirit beast instead. The reason was simple. Monsters tried to devour humans, but this particular wolf helped them out. And after the part about its fur-changing colors were emphasized, a certain persuasive speculation gained traction where people wondered if this wolf was the same one that saved the hunter Kim Tae-jo way back then. What will happen if this wolf shows up? Si-jin carefully asked again. Probably nothing more than getting shot at by the cameras. Huh. So it's not going to get hunted down? Fluent. Hey, Mr. Diligent Hunter, I get your dedication to your work, but if we try anything here, the public will crucify all of us. Ah. But man, between us, aren't these news reporter people dumb as hell? I mean, a wolf is a very skittish creature, so why raise so much fuss as a group? The knight stopped talking and looked around. The hunter he was talking to just now had suddenly vanished. Where did he go? He just dropped the matter and switched his focus back to the guarding duty. 5 minutes passed, and then 10 minutes flowed by. The original aim was to film the approximate location where the spirit beast had appeared while expecting nothing much to happen, so when that was all done, the reporters got ready to pack up and leave. But it was at this very moment. A woo-oo-oo-oo. A cry of a wolf resounded loudly in the air. The cameraman busy loading the van with the equipment and the lady reporter climbing aboard the passenger seat all stopped in utter shock and quickly turned their heads towards the origin of that sound. And they saw a lone wolf, framed by the full moon on its back atop the nearby mountain peak, gazing back at them. The dignified stance that couldn't have possibly belonged to a wolf, the majestic body overflowing with confidence. The black fur coat that seemed to shine softly under the moonlight, and a pair of golden eyes that burned brightly. And finally, a mysterious howl that could shake their souls. A wolf was not a tiger, but everyone gathered here could definitely feel the same thing. The wolf that was proudly surveying the ground here was definitely the same gun. It's a Hanja word that means a few things. 1. Meaning the guardian of the mountains. 2. Literally a fierce tiger, and the make from a Naver webtoon, Brother Tiger Bar Khan. I thought the author meant the first two, so left as is. Hey, wake up. Start filming already. The dazed members of the press began to move in a hurry. They hefted the cameras and began hunting for the best angle to capture the view of that proud creature. Huh. The knight who sneered in contempt just now was left speechless as he stared at the distant wolf. He scoffed and said there was no such thing as a spirit beast. But even he couldn't call that creature a monster. Certainly, not after seeing this unexplainable aura of divinity wrapped around the wolf. Hey. What the hell? There was a sudden collective cry of shock. Not content with just the appearance alone, there were several blue-colored blobs of mana rising all around the wolf like the ghostly flames of the underworld. Did you get that? Hey, I said, did you film that SHT? It'd be a huge scoop if captured on film. A guy that looked like a producer or director yelled loudly while making a shocked expression. At the shout, the cameraman nodded his still dazed face but at the same time. Hey, where did it go? As if the previous event was nothing but a passing dream, the wolf's presence had disappeared completely. Chapter 14. This extra chapter is brought to you by these exemplary human beings, MindAugaze.com, Mikhail M., Tristan B., and Anon. Thank you for your donations. What the? Hey, did you get that? Oh yeah. I said, did you film that SHT? The loud shouts of the TV crew could be heard. Were you able to witness that? Around the wolf, several strange ghost lights have started appearing one by one, as if the creature can manipulate mana. Huh? Next, it was the turn of the reporter to shout out aloud beyond the scope of the camera lens. But not minding that, the wolf turned around and lightly hopped down from the mountaintop. The camera hurriedly chased after it, but by then, it was gone without a trace. Hazeline frowned slightly as she watched the hologram display projected from her mobile phone. A spirit beast, the divine creature. A being of mystery that a person may or may not get to see even once in his or her entire lifetime. When she was 25, she got to see a spirit beast, the black turtle. Even though it was massive, because of its laid-back nature, it didn't enjoy moving around too much. Found originally in eastern China, it was a creature that would have lived its days in a lazy stupor and barely moving one of its legs, but in the end it was murdered because of a child of some wealthy personage from the Middle East who suffered from a deadly illness. The child suffered from the mana overflow. To cure this worst kind of mana-related inflictions that couldn't be cured by any known potion to man and subjected its sufferers to a hellish torment before killing them, the black turtle that had lived for 400 years or more in various worlds out there was turned into a medical ingredient in a single day. Knock knock, the sound of knocking on the door brought Hazeline back to the present from the reminiscence of the past, and she took a glance at the watch to confirm the time. It was now 11:50. It was also the time for the appointment with that alchemist after finally getting one phone call through to him. "Please come in." The figure entering through the gap between the smoothly opening doors was a robe-wearing man. "Welcome back." "Yes, it's good to see you again." The two shared a handshake and sat down on their seats while gazing at each other. "Have you been well?" "You?" Hazeline tilted her head in confusion. Something was different about him. Soon, she was able to figure what that difference was after she sniffed the air. "I see you bought a perfume." The subtle yet pleasant scent coming off of Sijin tickled her nose. Not too light, nor too gaudy, the odor settled in the air rather wonderfully. She ended up unconsciously closing her eyes and savored the scent before regaining her senses, and made a fake cough. It's nice. If it's not much trouble, can I inquire as to where you purchased this perfume?" Hazeline possessed a very sensitive nose, making her very interested and knowledgeable towards the topic of perfumes. It'd be difficult for her to ignore this wonderful new scent at all. She just had to have it ready in her home or she'd never be satisfied. "I didn't use one. It's all natural." Sijin just smiled and shook his head. Hazeline's brows wiggled a tiny bit. There definitely wasn't a scent like this the first time they met. At the time, he had no body odor. So why was he trying to sell such an unconvincing lie? "Ah, is that so? You have a very nice natural odor." But Hazeline could only perform the capitalist smile for now. As he currently held all the cards in this transaction, she just could not afford to make him unhappy. This is the second time I encountered the phrase, which as far as I know there isn't a direct translation available. So ended up changing it to mean roughly the same thing. Sorry. "Ah, yes. Thank you." Sijin swallowed his saliva while feeling complicated, and replied to her. He could pretty much tell what she was thinking right now. She probably thought that he was lying through his teeth. But he was helpless to fix this misunderstanding. The scent of a wolf was a passive skill that couldn't be switched on and off at will. "Ha ha, well then, is it okay if we end the prologue here?" When Sijin nodded in agreement, Hazeline pulled out a paper from one of the drawers in the desk. It was a regular A4 paper with nothing on it. "This is?" "As I've mentioned over the phone yesterday." Hazeline spoke as she handed over a pen. On a side note, it was only yesterday that Sijin belatedly realized he could actually receive phone calls directed to his home via his bracelet TV. Please write down all the ingredients you would like to acquire. We'll source them for you. As long as it's not something like a heart of a person or fang of a saber-toothed tiger, it's possible to procure them within a month. One of the roles the alchemy houses perform is the circulation of medical ingredients, you know. Ah, you don't have to feel burdened about this. It's not a free service, so you'll have to purchase them from us. But we'll be able to sell you at cost. It'll probably be about half of what you'd pay for in the open market. Oh, right. Thank you. Si-jin picked up the pen and thought hard about what to write when his eyes inadvertently caught the images floating up from the hologram display above her desk. It was the scene of the ebony wolf framed by a full moon, the one where he deliberately showed up for the TV cameras as a bit of a service. At the time, it was one of those nights that made his emotions go a bit hot-headed, so he ended up creating this mess. But now that he got to see his actions in the broad daylight, his face got all reddened up. Ah, spirit beasts are a no-go. Misunderstanding the reasons for his gazes, Hazeline raised her index finger and waved it side to side while making a serious face. Hunting down a spirit beast is morally and legally prohibited, you see. We have no idea if the spirit beast has a direct influence in the area it resides in. There might be a big disaster like a landslide occurring if we hunted down that wolf. That was what happened back when the black turtle was killed. As soon as it died, the mana dwelling deep within the ocean floor that lost the focal point overflowed and resulted in a massive tsunami wave sweeping up the entire eastern seaboard of China. Right. No, definitely not. We should never kill such a cool wolf. He swallowed the rising laughter back down and genially spoke in a natural manner. While obviously unaware of Kim Si-jin being that very wolf, Hazeline looked at the display and continued with her speech. Yes, well. It is a cool creature, what with its somewhat dependable appearance, and also its personality of helping people out, too. But most of all, I love those eyes that resemble the full moon. It's really understandable why all the girls are going crazy in the social networking sites nowadays. Honestly, even I shared a couple of posts on the profile book. Oh, by any chance, do you also do profile book? TL, literally profile book. After a short Googling, I think it generally means Facebooking, twitting and posting social media comments. At least, that was the impression I got. Left as is. Who up? No, no. I don't do social media. Seeing Hazeline giggle like that, even Si-jin ended up leaking out a mysterious smile. She looked at him with eyes full of questions, but he pretended that nothing was wrong and started writing down on the paper. A goblin's kindness was impossible without the fangs of the saber-toothed tiger, so he wrote down ingredients for other potions. He even thought of their names in advance. The potion to strengthen the stats of the drinker would be called a Goblin's Rage, and, if you can find these, I'll be grateful. When he handed over the paper, she studied every word in detail, even though she was acting disinterested by the contents. It was a normal list of ingredients that didn't seem to differ from what other alchemists would have asked for. Alright. As soon as we procure them, I'll give you a call. Oh, and if it's okay with you, will you be partnering us on your next batch of potions as well? Yes, let's. Si-jin spoke without a hint of hesitation. In all honesty, he couldn't really go anywhere else anyway, because he could only remain as a human for 2 hours a day. Wah, really? You truly are wonderfully decisive, sir. Normally, other alchemists would be reluctant to choose, but Sir Alchemist doesn't. It's Kim Si-jin. He told her while studying her eyes. He could see the surprise in her jewel-like eyes at his sudden self-introduction. And my race is human. Si-jin reached out with his hand. Hazeline stared at the hand for a moment in a daze, before breaking out in a smile and shaking it. Yes, Sir Alchemist Kim Si-jin. I'll do my utmost best to make sure you won't regret choosing Yosian Alchemy House. As the handshake ended, the two stood up from their seats. It's just about lunchtime, but have you eaten yet? Yes, I have already. If that's the case, why don't we, together? Eh? At Si-jin's reply, Hazeline tilted her head in confusion, wondering if she'd heard wrong. An elf like her was not at all accustomed with rejections such as this. And from a man, no less. It was obviously the first time in her life. Even if it was a gentle number, I already had lunch. But it's only now 12. I usually eat my meals a bit early. My apologies. Of course, he had his own unfortunate reasons for doing this, but the deeply shocked Hazeline could only nod her head after blinking repeatedly in disbelief for a while. Yes, well, yes, well. Of course. Of course it is, of course it has to be. Yes. Well, when we have the time later. Then, please excuse me. His last words landed the decisive blow. Hazeline's mouth hung loose. She just could not figure out this situation no matter what. He said when we have the time later, but she was the one saying that, usually. She was not the one on the receiving end. It was a kind of unwelcome shock to her system that she could never, ever grow to understand. She watched the back of Sijin leaving her office in a daze and totally crumbled into her seats right after. And she remained in that position for 10 minutes, looking like as if her soul had been sucked out. Sniff, sniff, by sheer accident, she ended up smelling the air around her. The scent was gone now. She felt a bit regretful. Sniff, sniff, she thought that she had become a Suin, beast man, but it really could not be helped. There was a trace of that scent lingering inside her nose, making her miss it even more now. Even though it had been only 10 minutes. I should have just asked. If it could make someone miss another with only its scent, then it was without a doubt, an excellent perfume. If it was at this level, then she should have found out what it was even at the risk of annoying him. She muttered slowly, her face full of regret. She continued to sniff the air for a while, before finding herself browsing the internet for men's perfumes. Sijin could often overhear people talking about the spirit wolf beast everywhere as he walked. Students, knights, even magicians, it seemed like every resident living near or on Gangwon province had talked about the wolf at least once. And more flesh was getting added to the story of the spirit wolf beast, just like that. Since now he could remain a bit longer as a human, Sijin chose to walk into the monster field the official way, through the reception area by the entrance. This was the place where the hunters and knights could take a short respite before going on a hunt or after completing it. It wasn't originally a quiet place to begin with, but now, with the numerous reporters mixed in, trying to get more stories on the spirit beast, it was a lot more chaotic than usual. Now that I think about it, that thing's cry was like, "There's a monster up ahead, so don't go." That's what that meant, right? It was a real smart thing to turn back then, after feeling uneasy of that howl. Does that mean you, Mr. Hunter, also got to see the spirit wolf beast? Oh well, no. But, I really did hear it with these 2 ears of mine, I did. It was going a woo and everything. Yeah, also know well, that wolves in the monster field never cry, right? Seriously, when I was thinking, did I go in too deep? This wolf cries out and I got so surprised, I just bolted right out of there. Does that mean, this spirit wolf beast has helped people out before? Yep, that's right. I'm telling you right now, you really can't see a cleverer creature than that guy. Oi? That man over there, that's the hunter who got help from that brown wolf. Hey Mr. Kim Taejo. Come over here. This reporter wants to ask you something. Sijin smiled in satisfaction while hearing all these conversations. To him, it looked like the momentum of the story would continue to gather for a while longer as those people wanting some attention ended up telling tall tales and outright lies. Chapter 15. This extra chapter is brought to you by these kick-ass individuals, Anon. Thank you for your donations. On top of the cold stone floor, Sijin opened his eyes. He could see hunters in the faraway forest, while the noisy chirping of birds disorientated him. A wolf could look a little further away, and hear a little bit more. He got up from the spot, his 4 black legs moved. Before he knew it, it felt like he had completely adapted to using 4 legs instead of 2. Because of this, a whole bunch of swear words suddenly rushed out of his mouth. The amount of time available for the human form was 2 hours a day. If he could be a human for only 2 hours, then maybe he wasn't a human anymore. At the growing disquiet, he got straight up and changed into his human form. Si-jin stared at his legs with his own 2 eyes, then touched his face with his own 2 hands. They were all exact the same as before. He was truly relieved. Tears welled up at the corners of his eyes. It was especially difficult in the mornings after nights of sleep. He always suspected if the him now was stuck inside of a dream. Oftentimes, he wished he was, as a dream would have been better. It was very painful living as a monster. The taste of blood and flesh was still stuck between his teeth, the sensation of ripping away lives whole with a mace, he just couldn't get used to them. If anything, all those things just served to wear him down to his bones. Sigh. Si-jin let out a deep sigh. But his tight chest and ominous feelings wouldn't just go away like that. And the unusually drab, gray morning sky was making him feel even more depressed than before. At least to somehow cheer himself up, he switched on the micro TV. With a soft whir, a hologram projection spread its light on the wall of the cave. Pant, pant, pant. An orc jaguar was on the run from something. A creature like the orc jaguar possessing such a deep desire for battle and victory was on the run? That was simply nonsensical. But right now, this very orc was beset with terror even from the sound of rustling grass behind it. The smell of a wolf, the odor of a predator, was making this once brave orc scared out of its wits. The orc's eyes hurriedly searched behind its back. It couldn't see anything back there. But that accursed smell was still lingering there. So the orc spared no efforts and put strength in its legs to run away. A woo-oo-oo-oo. A howling dipped in magical power tore through the sky and grabbed hold of this fleeing orc's legs. It felt like all the muscles on its body were going numb from the sheer terror. The orc intuitively sensed the encroaching death, and as it turned its head around, a huge shadow of a jet black wolf rapidly descended down on it. Quack, with its throat grabbed tight, the orc couldn't even let out any particular scream, only a small whimper, before its life was snuffed out. KHRNNG. After clearing its nose, the wolf pierced into the heart of the orc with its razor-sharp claw. When the hard tip of the claw penetrated past the soft tissues of the heart and touched something solid, the wolf closed his eyes. Then, something mysterious happened. Span, an azure aura slowly rose up like a smoldering veil and began covering the wolf from the claw buried in the heart of the dead orc to the rest of its black body in a thin, nearly imperceptible layer. This blue light lingered around for a moment before entering the creature, causing him to open his eyes in satisfaction. You have absorbed the low-grade mana stone of an orc jaguar. Physical strength and endurance rise by 0.5. Agility rises by 0.2. Energy manipulation rises by 0.05. If more stones are absorbed, the native skill of the orc jaguar can be acquired. That's quite a lot. Was it because I got an orc jaguar, even though it was still a juvenile? Si-jin, now in his ebony wolf form, grinned slyly. He discovered this way of utilizing mana stones rather coincidentally. It truly was through a completely lucky chance. Around 10 days ago, Si-jin watched a documentary on his TV inside the cave. And in this particular documentary, the makers were explaining why the predatory monsters, such as a troll in ravenous state or a two-headed ogre, became stronger after eating other monsters. At the end of the program, the experts concluded that these monsters possess special digestive system that can absorb mana stones. Those words ended up rousing his curiosity, so Si-jin picked up a lowest grade mana stone he planned to sell later on and promptly swallowed it. Just like that, an alert window popped into view at the same time. Condition complete, absorb a mana stone. The passive skill a growth type monster has been acquired. Skill proficiency level F. When coming in contact with the mana stone of a monster, the host can now absorb a minute percentage of its abilities. A greater percentage of the monster's abilities shall be absorbed when the skill proficiency level increases. He felt like he just hit the jackpot. Si-jin then quickly went and ate all 10 mana stones stored in the cave. All his stats ended up rising by around 6, but unfortunately, the most important one, the energy manipulation, only rose by a paltry 0.6. But he wasn't disappointed at all. He did find a new way to increase that important stat, that was why. He then really focused on hunting afterwards. He would kill at least 7 to 8 monsters in a day and absorb their mana stones. The stronger the monster, the higher his stats rose, as to which stat rose and when, that depended on the monsters he hunted down. Following the traits of monsters, if it was an orc, then his physical strength increased, if it was a wolf, then his agility rose, if it was a goblin, then the increase centered around mana affinity and magic strength. After focusing solely on hunting for 10 days. Status: Physical Strength 49, Endurance 48, Agility 63, Energy Manipulation 14, Mana Affinity 9, Magic Strength 9, Luck 8, Ebony Wolf, Strength and Defense increased by 26, Agility increased by 40. During the human form, the effects will be reduced by 1/3. Finally, Si-jin grew strong enough to easily bring down an orc jaguar. Of course, it wasn't a fully grown one, just a runt young enough to be called an orc student, but still. All that's left to do is to evolve. Si-jin sighed, it coming out as a prey from the maws of the wolf. As far as he knew, or for that matter the rest of the world, ebony wolves were the strongest species of the wolf-type monster in the monster field. In other words, if he could evolve just one more time, he could very well become either a lycanthrope, or a werewolf. On a side note, the differences between a lycanthrope and a werewolf were quite clear to see, up to a point. A werewolf was purely a beast. However, a lycanthrope was considered a person, just like vampires, humans, Suins, and elves. A werewolf possessed a skill to morph into a human, but in the end, its nature was still that of a vicious beast. A lycanthrope possessed a skill to change into a wolf man, but at its core, it was a human being. Looking at things this way, then Si-jin was closer to being a werewolf rather than a lycanthrope. That was because of his trait changing his species from human to monster. But a werewolf was incomparably weaker than a lycanthrope. One could understand this point when seeing that, while the latter became a legend, the former remained at the level of a rare monster. But he didn't really care which one he'd evolve into. As long as he could spend the day as human while not worrying about that damnable time limit. Even with just that, he'd be happy enough. Tuduk, tuduk. While making similar noises to what a puppy would make when running on a stone surface, Si-jin returned to his cave. Changing back to the human form, he brought out the micro TV, placed it on a nice spot and lie down on the stone bed. Lately, this was his only method of relaxation. After finishing the hunt, he'd watch TV for the rest of the day with his tired and aching body. Since this was the only human-like hobby he could do, he kept on watching it until bedtime, even if all of the programs on were extremely boring. Today afternoon, the president. It wasn't interesting, so he changed the channel. Huh? Seriously, isn't there any talented people in the Byuk Knights Order? Can't you even properly cook rice? I'm sorry. I'm not used to doing this. A program about trying to survive on some remote island somewhere, came on. Famed for his icy good looks, the superstar Yi Seon-jae, who didn't look at all his age of mid-40s, was busy berating a mid-tier knight named Kim Ceol. The author literally said it was a program about making 3 meals a day on a remote island. But hey, what does a knight's order do nowadays? Haven't we not have an incident of monsters raiding cities for the past 5 years? Yes, well. That's true. We are focusing on clearing out the fissures. Is that so? But seeing how you have come all the way out here, you probably didn't have much to do in the first place. The chemistry between stupid-faced Kim Seol who couldn't do anything properly and Yi Seon-jae who continued to score with barbed comments was fun to watch. Si-jin even giggled at several moments, too. I wonder, can I also make an appearance on TV? A strange thought suddenly bloomed in Si-jin's head as he continued to watch the TV and chuckle. No matter how effed up it was, he still received a superpower, so such a thought inevitably had to spring up in his mind, seeing that he lived as an orphan with no hope and prospects for 21 years of his life. And that thought was about being loved by many people out there. Nowadays, the gap between a hunter or a knight, and that of a celebrity was quite small. There were even TV shows dedicated to hunters and knights only, so it was possible to become famous by killing enough monsters to raise one's rank to a mid-tier if one was a knight, or high-tier if one was a hunter. As if. Not too long after, Si-jin returned to reality and vigorously shook his head to disperse the unrealistic dream out of his mind. And then, he changed the channel right away. 3 o'clock this afternoon, a werewolf was witnessed coming out from a fissure in Gangbuk-gu. Crun. Si-jin's body shot up from the bed the moment he heard the news. Slightly resembling the legendary lycanthrope, but quite different in nature, the werewolf is a rare monster that hadn't been seen for past 30 years. After cleaning up the fissure in Gangbuk-gu, the Raven Knight's Order has announced plans to craft equipment from the remains of the werewolf, as well as to auction off the recovered mana stone. Grung. As soon as he heard the words mana stone, Si-jin nearly pounced into the hologram projection. The auction containing the werewolf's mana stone as well as other loot recovered from the fissure will be held at Hanwell Auction House located on the island of Subit next week Tuesday, 1 p.m. The werewolf's mana stone has been rated at only a upper mid-grade, but its selling price is expected to be, at minimum, $1.76 million US, to the maximum of $3.5 million US, due to a high number of collectors desiring this rare item. Nuu. Why the FCK is it so expensive? Si-jin became so emotional, he inadvertently changed back to the human form and yelled out loudly. TL? I thought the dude was in the human form already while watching the telly. Huh. Must have changed to the wolf because of the time limit. Money. Money. Truly out of the blue, he found himself needing a lot of money. Of course, the chances were, he'd go through no changes whatsoever even after absorbing that mana stone. But there was a possibility. Even if it was minute, for Si-jin who was in the deepest bowels of despair it was worth betting everything he had. Money. He yelled out even louder and stood up from his position. Si-jin anxiously paced around the interior of the cave for 10 minutes while biting his fingernails. The voice of the anchor continued to reverberate in his head. The expected price of $1.76 million minimum, the maximum of $3.5 million. The expected price of $1.76 million minimum, the maximum of $3.5 million. TL, yes, the same line is repeated in the raw. I don't have enough money. Si-jin bit his lower lip, hard. Then, he spotted the micro TV's call function. There was only one number showing up in the list of the recent calls, Hayes line. They only saw each other twice now. And the amount he needed to borrow was, at least, $1.76 million. Any sane person would know not to make that call. But for a guy with a pair of bloodshot eyes and his thoughts stuck in despair, such a thing as sanity had imploded a long time ago. Ring, ring, his breathing became harsher every time there was a ring. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. The werewolf's mana stone, from a rare monster that had not been seen in the past 30 years. If he missed this chance, then there may never be a next time for him. Hello, this is the manager of Yosean Alchemy House. Miss Hazeline. This is Kim Si-jin speaking. Si-jin hurriedly shouted out her name in an urgent voice, causing Hazeline to answer in panic. Ah, hello, Sir Kim Si-jin. Is there something wrong? I need to apologize to you beforehand, But may I ask you for an important but selfish favor? Why yes. Why so suddenly? Ah, yes, it's possible. If it's you, Sir Alchemist. Hazeline made a calm reply. She was probably thinking that it couldn't be something big. Or, even if it truly wasn't something big as she suspected, she could have figured that having Si-jin in her debt may prove beneficial in the further development of their business relationship. Can you borrow me some money? I will definitely, without a doubt, work hard and repay you with my potions. It just so happened to be that she was right. And he dearly wished to get into an enormous debt with Hazeline. A short sound of incredulous shock leaked out from the receiver of the phone. Hi. This is Novel Admire. Thanks for the visit. Chapter 16. What are you talking about, out of the blue? First, please calm down, take a deep breath, and then talk to me. I'm not going anywhere. Hazeline carefully admonished him. She wasn't sure of what happened, but the alchemist seemed to be in a lot of hurry and was thirsty for something, unlike last time they met. Fortunately, Si-jin was able to follow her advice. Hoo-woo. For about a minute, the sound of deep breathing came out of the receiver, and his relatively calmer voice followed soon after. An item I must procure right away has become available. I'm well aware that the proceeds from the sale of the potions haven't come in yet. However, right now, I have 10 bottles of potions finished and in stock. I won't ask money for them, but can you help him? Huh? You already have 10 in stock? Si-jin was in a serious hurry, but Hazeline's thoughts were focused elsewhere. How long has it been since he was here before last, but he already brewed 10 more. Of course, she didn't expect every single one of them to be a high-grade potion like before. If that was the case, then he'd be the alchemy personified. But, to have created 10 potions in less than a month, if they were around mid-rank and grade or lower, then well, it was comparable to the level of an alchemy workshop. It was an utter nonsensical joke no one would believe if a lone alchemist, a human at that, managed to match a workshop's output. Yes, I have 10 bottles. I can guarantee their efficacy. One potion can greatly increase the constitution, another is an inferior version of a goblin's kindness that has recovery effects, while the other one increases resistance towards elements. Hold on, what did you say just now? Hazeline shot up from her seat in shock. Now, it was her turn to feel restless. Not only she couldn't figure out how he had brewed 10 potions so quickly, but she also heard the increases resistance towards elements bit. That was a serious problem. Because that kind of potion no longer existed. Or more correctly, the recipes for those potions were all long forgotten. Around 60 years ago, among the first alchemists to cross the world's rift and settle down on Earth was a certain household named Rhodes. Often referred to as the Rhodes family, their alchemy skills were truly peerless, and it was not wrong to say their alchemic legacy became the forefather of the modern alchemy. And just like the modern-day alchemists, the Rhodes family was very secretive and never shared their formula with anyone. As a consequence, there were numerous potions only they could make, and amongst those, one of them happened to be the element resistance potion. But around 30 years ago, the Rhodes family suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if they didn't exist in the first place. So, all the recipes and formulas for the Rhodes family potions also vanished along with them. Not only the Rhodes family left behind an indelible mark on the world of alchemy, they also left behind a mystery that could not be solved by the current level of modern-day alchemists. They were seen as a source of inspiration, as idols for adulation, and a great motivational factor for many alchemists, thus becoming a legend in the process. And now, this one guy was busy saying that he had created a potion that only a Rhodes could have made. Wait a minute. What potion did you say it was? Elemental resistance? And #8211 Yes, I did. At his composed reply, Hazeline nearly fainted on the spot. she so badly wanted to go to where he was and confirm the truth of this potion for herself. But how? No, wait, where are you now? I'll come and see you. No, that's a little inconvenient for me. Si-jin replied carefully at her strangely excited reactions. But Hazeline was feeling really, madly frustrated right now. This conversation was now at a level well past the realm of strange and into something completely crazy. So many, countless alchemists, including Hazeline, formed research groups in order to challenge the mystery of element resistance. The reasoning for the Great Alchemy Conference that occurred 5 years ago was precisely that, to recreate all the potions that had vanished along with the disappearance of the Rhodes family. They focused on 5 items back then, and one of them was this element resistance potion. But this gathering, organized by the Knights' Orders and led by them instead of alchemists, dissolved after not only failing to discover the recipes, they couldn't even figure out the ingredients used for the potions. Deep mistrust ended up developing between each alchemist that had participated, and towards the Knights, as a result. No. Well. If Sir Si-jin really brewed a resistance potion, we need to meet first. We should talk about this only after we meet personally. I will go to you. Where are you? That very same day, 2 of them met in the Ocean Alchemy House. A mid-grade. It should be around the mid-grade. Hazeline spoke while examining the scarlet-colored liquid contained in a potion bottle. Her breathing was rising up rapidly. Using her 17 years of alchemy experience, she confirmed it. This looked exactly the same as the illustrations of Rhodes' element resistance potion she had seen. It was really the element resistance potion. Even though it was rated at a rather lowly mid-grade, there was little doubt Knights' Orders would go mad with desire for this potion. The elemental attacks of the monsters rated upper mid-tier or higher were very difficult to deal with, after all. The physical damage could be negated with armors, but these armors couldn't protect the body underneath against the attacks of flames and ice spewed out by, say, a dragon turtle or a wyvern, so the knights had to defend using only the mana barriers. But unless one was a high-tier knight, it was difficult to endure the incredibly high mana expenditure. Even those amazing highest-tier knights didn't dare to casually engage monsters that used innate elemental attacks without a recovery potion. However, the story changed a great deal with the element resistance potion in the picture. This was a potion used exclusively for the subjugation of the top-ranked monsters. Following the standards set by the Rhodes family, a mid-grade could negate as much as half of the damage from the innate element attacks. That meant a high-tier knight would have a far easier time fighting the monster as the amount of mana devoted to maintaining the barrier would decrease. This potion. Did you make it alone? Yes. It was difficult to brew them, so I could only brew 2 bottles worth. Si-jin nodded his head. This element resistance potion had a painstakingly exacting compounding requirements. Not only did it require over 20 different types of ingredients, it also required him to be very careful when combining the said ingredients. Hell, even with a goblin's craftsmanship skill, he ended up failing numerous times. Actually, the reason why he made this potion was to increase his proficiency with that very skill. The thing was, he received more skill proficiency points when he failed making potions, compared to when he was successful. At this very moment in time, the 2 people gazing at this potion were thinking 2 very different things. Hazeline was momentarily speechless after hearing him say could only brew 2 bottles. She became hopelessly curious to the identity of the man in front of her. How could he drag the recipe of a potion now long forgotten back out of the abyss all alone? Just how could he? Maybe, it was his master? That was when a light bulb went off in Hazeline's head. The Rhodes family hid away from the view. Some said they were murdered by other jealous alchemists, some said they simply had returned to their original world. But they were all just theories. The only real fact remaining was that they just vanished into thin air like blowing dust. What if the reason why they disappeared was because they felt sick and tired of alchemy? it made a certain amount of sense. Great things were expected of the Rhodes family, and thus they received huge product orders compared to other alchemists, and the burden and the enormous pressure created by those demands would be like an axe hanging over their heads. When a famous alchemist had enough of all things alchemy, there were two avenues left to tread for this person. Either he or she start raising a successor, or like Hazeline here, become a manager of an alchemy house. But a Rhodes would never, ever choose the latter. Never mind that, what is this favor you want to ask me? Hazeline worked hard to maintain a poker face while asking him, as things began falling into their her logic, place rather quickly. Alchemists highly valued the master and apprentice relationship above all else. There was no need to ask about an uncertain matter and potentially sour their current relationship, after all. By any chance, have you already heard of the werewolf's moonstone? The story came out this morning. Si-jin too did his best to maintain his poker face. The minimum expected price may have been $1.76 million, but it was expected to be sold at the max amount of $3.5 million. Even if he used up the remaining half of the saber-toothed tiger's fang and concoct more high-grade potions to sell immediately, the proceeds from the sale would only come in after at least a month's time. So, Hazeline's assistance was a necessity if he wanted to buy the werewolf's moonstone. Although this was only their third time meeting like this, Si-jin didn't really have anyone else to rely on besides her. Plus, he was feeling confident, as well. He could create potions on the same level of goblins, so who can refuse him outright? Ah, that. Yes, I saw it. But why would you? Perhaps? Yes. I truly wish to purchase that moonstone. But the problem is. I don't have the money. Si-jin just couldn't say that out loud. So, he pushed forward the potions that were as good as money towards her. Property of copyright. Hazeline was busy punching the numbers on the calculator in her head as she gazed at those potions. The element resistance potion. Nominally, since it was rated a mid-grade, it'd be priced around $45,000 US at most on the market, but through a sales commission, she should be able to extract as much as $350,000 US. It was a shocking amount of money considering that only one person could drink this potion. The other potions were also quite useful as well. But taking into account the sales tax, the total would not go over $530,000 US. Adding the proceeds from the sales of 8 Goblin's Kindness potions, $2.47 million after tax. The moonstone of the werewolf was expected to go for $3.5 million. So, there was a shortage of another $1 million or so. However, there was something far more valuable than $1 million to consider here. It was the future relationship between these two people, Hazeline and Kim Si-jin. If this man was indeed the successor to the Rhodes family legacy, or even if he wasn't, there was a need to maintain a good relationship with a talent of the century like him. I can't afford to let him go. She was already half convinced anyways. This man had to be the god of alchemy, Rhodes' apprentice. Without that explanation, there was just no freaking way he'd be able to perfectly replicate a potion that had been lost to the world for almost 30 years. Hazeline was feeling relieved that she had met this man only recently. If it was in the past, when she was still full of pride in her own alchemy skills, if she met him then, who knows what kind of mess she'd have created out of jealousy and pettiness. I will definitely procure it, that much I can promise you. Please be rest assured. I've earned quite a bit of money up until now. Even though I look like this, I was quite a famous alchemist and a wizard in the past, I'll have you know. Hazeline smiled brightly as she spoke, and that caused Si-jin to break out into a deep grin of his own as well. In the empty manager's office, after Si-jin had left, Hazeline logged onto the Alchemist's Cafe after 3 years of absence. It was a type of specific job-related forum where only the current or former alchemists could join. She stayed away due to various reasons, but today, She became curious if there was any new information regarding Rhodes' family, and so, here she was. It sure is lively here, she muttered to herself. Even though it had been 30 years since the disappearance of the Rhodes family, it seemed that there was still a lot to talk about. There was a dedicated thread for all topics Rhodes related, and the last message was posted only about 10 minutes ago. Out of all the stuff that piled up during the last 3 years, she compiled only the posts that required a VIP clearance to read and carefully went through them. But, very little contained anything useful to her, if any. Tsk, my eyes rotted for no reason. Hazeline logged off, after finding nothing useful. Chapter 17. Located on the island of Sabet, the famous Hanwell auction house was considered as one of the world's best, and consequently, the auctioned items were of equally high quality as well. They only dealt with rare loot dropped by the monsters defeated by the Knights Orders based around Seoul. They also selected only the uniquely name branded goods out of all the equipment submitted by various smithies around the country. TL, the author used the term in this sentence. Lit. Means named products, luxury goods, etc. Thinking back to Zenoba's gauntlet from one of the previous chapters, I decided to go with branded goods until I can come up with a better alternative. Which remains to be seen. Oh well. It had been 5 years since Hazeline's last visit to this Hanwell auction house. She didn't feel all that much different, however. If anything, she felt like swearing out aloud thinking about how she'd have to tolerate all these people and all that noise they would make. It's still the same useless showing off of wealth. TL, author lit. Said useless money party. Just like a party on a boat, there were plenty of colorful lights brightening up the night sky up above the auction house building built on the island. We welcome you to Hanwell Auction House. An employee bent his back to greet Hazeline. Every employee working in the Hanwell Auction House possessed quick wits, fast enough to easily determine the high value of the robe Hazeline was wearing. As soon as Hazeline handed over her VIP ticket, she received a mini computer and a numbered card from an employee behind the counter. The number on it was 77. It was a number that made her feel somewhat confident. Happy at this lucky occurrence, she walked into the auction premise. Mr. Sejin? Can you hear me? She spoke softly to Sejin, who was listening from somewhere via the bracelet on her left wrist. 10 seconds of silence later, he replied back. Yes, I can hear you well. I've just arrived at the auction house. The auction itself should end in about 3 to 4 hours, and the exchange of ownership will take place tomorrow. I will give you the certificate of transfer as you need to come in person to collect the item. As we've spoke before, that is something I can't do. The werewolf's monostone was the item put forth by the Raven Knights Order. Even if Hanwell was commissioned to hold the auction for the items, during the transfer of ownership, the seller, sometimes a representative, and the buyer had to meet face to face. And she could easily guess who the Raven Knights Order will send out as their representative. One of only 41 highest tier ranked knights in South Korea, Kim Yurin. Hazeline would rather kill herself if it meant seeing that woman's face. No, scratch that, if the two of them did meet, then one of them would die for sure. Although she wanted to help Sejin out, they've only met 3 times. She wasn't willing to brave that kind of danger for him. The time. The process won't take long, yes? Yes. It'll take an hour, max. Since I'll make the payment today, you can simply pitch up in 2 days' time and fetch the item. At Hanwell Auction House, if one wanted to bid for an item, then that person must possess, on their persons, at least half of the bidding amount, and also must make the full payment within 4 days of the successful bidding attempt. It was a quite strict policy, but it couldn't be helped as Hanwell placed trust and speedy resolutions as their utmost priority. Anne, understood. Hazeline could sense the hidden unhappiness in Sejin's voice even from here. She was curious as to why he put so much emphasis on time, but in the end, she simply told him to wait for her and ended the call. HMPH. Hazeline carefully minded her robe from folding up and sat down on her designated VIP seat. Soon after, people wearing luxurious formal suits or clothing-style armors noisily entered and rapidly filled up the interior. The auction finally commenced just as Hazeline's head was getting dizzy from all the people present here. "Ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome you." The announcer with the chiseled good looks greeted the participating audience. Then he lightly introduced the lot on offer for today and without further ado, commenced with the auction proper. Introducing our first item, the Dominic's necklace. This is a wonderful necklace said to help with the wearer's mana circulation. I swear, I didn't misspell the name on purpose. Normally, when a piece of equipment has its maker's name attached to it, or have its own unique name, then that item was considered as branded goods. The naming of an equipment was actually set in stone by law and had to follow a certain guideline. Didn't matter whether it was handmade or mass manufactured, if the government agency didn't acknowledge it, then the equipment's name had to include its base material and its category. For example, see Jin's weapon, the steel mace. If the smith improved his or her skill and became an apprentice, then he or she could add modifiers to the names of the items, such as unbreakable or strong. Next up was the artisan. At the level of an artisan, the government would allow more leeway when naming the items. So, an artisan could attach his or her name to the items, just like the Dominic's necklace from before. And finally, master. After climbing the summit of equipment refinement and manufacture, he or she would receive the title of a master craftsman from the government, and could also grab hold of the greatest honor of legally being allowed to name their items any way they see fit. The master craftsman, with this honor bestowed onto them, faced no restrictions in naming their products, so stuff made by these people often came with names that had basically nothing to do with their intended purposes. Examples included things like Call of the Tebek or the Ideal of Rhodes. With naming senses like these, it was no wonder that there was a rumor floating around, of masters burdened by peer pressure frequenting certain consultancies specializing in finding the perfect names. That's a good item. Necklaces that aided the mana circulation were hard to come by. It was quite likely the maker, Dominic, would rise from the position of an artisan to a master in the near future. However, that was of no concern to Hazeline right now. She spent the time fighting off her heavy eyelids, while yawning sporadically. And this lot is the item brought to us by Korea's best knight's order, Raven, the werewolf's mana crystal. The author suddenly started calling the mana stone a crystal here. A typo. Finally. The item she was waiting for had made its entrance. A mana stone that was shaped like a wolf walking on four legs, and colored in the shade of deep gray. Mana stones rated upper mid-tier had such defining characteristics. Mana stones accumulated in the hearts of the monsters resembled the appearances of their hosts. A werewolf is well known as a rare monster, and it is believed this was the very first time it had appeared in South Korea. The auctioneer broke the ice with a well-known fact. Several collectors got ready to place their bids, their eyes focusing on the jewel-like mana stone. Hazeline also took a glance at her personal bank balance and checked the amount there. After quitting the life of a wizard and an alchemist, she kept most of her assets as hard cash, so she did have enough of an arsenal for this task, $5.4 million US. Phew. He will pay it back, right? Even though she promised to help him out a week ago, but now, at the thought of spending this hard-earned wealth of hers, uncertainty and worries invaded her mind ever so slightly. He wouldn't skip town after getting the mana stone now, would he? The opening bid is set at $45,000 US. The bid increments will be fixed at $1,000. First, the gentleman bidder, no 30. $46,000. The bidding had begun. An overweight human, a Suan with a pair of animal ears on top of his head, even an elf wizard holding a magic staff. All these people, and more, began the intense bidding war just for the privilege of taking this mana stone home. $450,000, $900,000, $1 million, $1.3 million, $2.6 million. The bidding price instantly shot up towards the expected maximum amount without taking a single break. No 48, the beautiful elf wizard has put forward $4.1 million. The Mana Stone could give her inspirations when practicing magic, so it's an excellent choice. And so, the final plateau had come. The elf wizard that called the amount of $4.1 million carried a victorious expression on her face. Is there any other competing bids? The werewolf's Mana Stone with near unlimited potential uses. You may never know, you could gain enormous power of the werewolf from it. The auctioneer spouted a load of bullcrap. Hazeline could only chuckle at his audacity. She was still feeling somewhat regretful at the fact that she had to spend more than half of her wealth to buy a totally worthless trinket. But for the sake of a personal connection, it had to be done. 3 times, I shall call for 3 more times. $4.1 million. As soon as those words came out, Hazeline got ready to submit the bid of $4.2 million. $4.1 million. Is there no other bids? This is the final call. But she changed her mind at the last second. Oh. Number 77, a mysterious lady with $4.5 million. The auction hall grew noisy, and Hazeline grinned deeply. I've got my pride as an elf, so how can I waste time raising my bid by only $100,000? I've deposited the money. Yes, thank you very much. We've confirmed the payment. Behind the auction stage, Hazeline was conversing with the agent from the auction house regarding the item she had bought. 2 days. Please set the schedule for 2 days later. Oh, and also provide me with a certificate of transfer as well. A certificate of transfer? Yes. It's a gift for someone. Hazeline spoke as if it was nothing much. Although it was a debt and not a gift, but still, calling it as such made her appear more wealthy. A woman making a $4.5 million gift, what a cool person. Oh. Of course. We understand. The agent nodded his head and summoned the employees. Phew. Si-jin wetted his dried lips as he exited the Seoul station under the bright glare of the sunny afternoon and climbed aboard the pre-booked taxi. From the Seoul station to Sibit Island, 10 minutes a ride in the high-class taxi that burned mana as fuel. As soon as he disembarked in front of the Hyunwell auction house, the security guards there blocked the robe-wearing Si-jin's path after thinking that he was a suspicious person. I'm here to collect the item bought in the auction. The promised time was 1:10 p.m. Currently, it was 1:05 p.m. After checking out his certificate of transfer, the security guards guided Si-jin in a respectful manner. He was brought to the front of an elevator used exclusively by VIPs, and as he waited, a sales agent approached his side and while smiling she entered the lift alongside him. Are you an alchemist? Wizards usually didn't hide their faces with robes. She asked him out of respect, but Si-jin didn't reply back. He simply waited stiffly for the elevator to take him to his destination as quickly as possible. When he coldly didn't react to her, she became abashed and her ears and tail stood straight up. A tail, because she was a Knight type Suin. TL, a Suin is a beast man. Today's weather is nice, yes? It's the middle of a winter but it's like an early summer day. I wonder if something's going to happen. She bravely continued to chat him up despite the risk of offending him. The sole reason for her behavior was that, she was a Knight type Suin. The ideal type of mates for a Knight type Suin who possessed a powerful sense of smell, was a man with a nice body odor. And with his passive skill active, the scent spreading out from Si-jin's body was as incomparably manly as it could get. It's really nice. A wolf. Yes, it was a scent of a wolf. Making sure she wasn't seen, she sniffed the air and her face softly reddened at the seductive aroma. But the cruel elevator had arrived at the top floor for the VIP guests already. The sales agent regretfully watched Si-jin's back as he walked away. Wow. The spotless, polished marble floor till lights reflected off, the expansive view out the window showing the Han River in the beauty of Seoul, an azure shade dyeing the interior blue to confuse the senses as if one was walking in the sky. This stunning space was the VIP-only Sky Lounge of the Hyanwell Auction House, where no regular folk could ever hope to enter in their entire lifetimes. Looks like you've arrived. As Si-jin stepped on the marble floor with a dazed face, having forgotten about his urgent lack of time, a soft yet righteous voice came to him from somewhere. Hello there. I'm Kim Yu-rin, a knight ranked highest here, from the Raven Knight's Order. It was Kim Yu-rin. Completely opposite of when she was talking to the goblin version of Si-jin, she maintained a cold, expressionless face as she offered her hand. Ah. Yes, how do you do? For Si-jin, it was their second meeting. But for Yu-rin, it was her first. Whatever the case may have been, the two people faced each other and shook hands. Chapter 18. Please confirm that it is the right item. Kim Yu-rin was still beautiful. Subtly different from back when she was lively and refreshing, though, he still found her current robotic and cold mannerisms just as alluring as before. Here it is. Kim Yu-rin handed the briefcase containing the monocrystal over to Si-jin. From the slight opening, the light shone from the monostone. Si-jin spoke while giving her the certificate of transfer. No, I didn't make a mistake here. The author again said monocrystal in the raw, then reverted back to stone in the very next sentence. Thank you very much. One more handshake followed that. Their business-like conduct really suited the claim of this meeting being their very first. Their focus was solely on getting the official business completed, leaving a very little gap for anyone else to butt in. Still, Kim Yu-rin found the attitude of Si-jin quite agreeable as he showed no ulterior motives toward her. Ah. Well then, you two. Shall we go somewhere and have a nice meal together? Suddenly, the Hyanwell Auction House's director spoke after observing the duo for a while. His suggestion wasn't really a necessary procedure to follow, where the auction house's director takes both the seller and the bidder out for a meal after a successful transaction. Most of the time, it was requested by the buyer, and seller refusing the invitation would be seen as being disrespectful. One could argue that truthfully, the chance to have this meal was one of the reasons why the final hammer price of the monocrystal exceeded the maximum expected amount of $3.5 million. A chance of having a meal together with Kim Yu-rin would be of quite a worth, after all. If that's the case, shall we go? I know a good restaurant frequented by our knight's order. At this suggestion, Kim Yu-rin assumed a polite smile and tried to guide Si-jin. But, against all expectation, Si-jin shook his head. Is it possible to delay the meal for a later date? I'm currently running short on time. Kim Yu-rin's body stopped dead, still in her trek towards the elevator. Si-jin couldn't see it, but her face was strangely distorted at that moment. A profession that was busier than a highest tier knight would be rather difficult to find. She worked hard to straighten her face and turned around to stare at the lower half of his face before opening her mouth. Because of the robe's hood pulled low, she could only see his face's lower half. I apologize, but if it's not today, then I won't have enough time as well. Another date is a little. If that's the case, then let us forget about the meal. Apologies for my lack of time. Si-jin was adamant in his position. In that moment as she was opening her mouth to say something, Si-jin had already walked past her and was entering the elevator. Wait a moment. As she was being flustered after receiving this strange indifference for the very first time in her life, the elevator doors were already closing. Wow. Miss Yu-rin, you just got rejected, right? The junior knights around her spoke in a shocked tone. They weren't mocking her, but rather, they seemed to be genuinely surprised as well. But Yu-rin dazedly watched for a long time the elevator that had now arrived back down to the first floor, unable to even make a retort. Take me to the Seoul station. Si-jin checked the remaining time after he boarded a taxi. Around 70 minutes. Thankfully, there was enough breathing room left. Sighing out in relief, he again confirmed that the mana stone was carefully housed inside the briefcase. A thick smile automatically spread on his lips. As soon as he arrives back at the cave in Gangwon province, he'd absorb this mana stone and wait in leisure for the evolution to occur. But that kind of relaxed thought couldn't last for long. Hwahang. First, there was a near-busting explosion of noise, and right after, an enormous vibration shook the car's frame. This unidentifiable event made Si-jin's body float up, and when he came to, he found himself thrown out of the taxi. OSHT. Through the hazy view, he could see cruelly twisted wrecks of cars and debris littering the asphalt. Suppressing the pain from his head and ribs, Si-jin confirmed the status of the item in his arms. Fortunately, the mana stone was intact. Kayak 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 tilde. A wicked cackle dominated his ringing ears. He followed the sound back to its origin, and looked past the twisted wreckage of the car. Wings of a bat on its back, its looks reminiscent of a miniature devil, a monster called Gargoyle was there. This bastard mindlessly slammed its body against a poor taxi and totally crushed it. Cuck. Si-jin's body trembled as he stood up. As he began to think why on earth a gargoyle had shown up in the middle of a city, a completely unrealistic sight 100 times worse than that was unfolding before his eyes. And that was the countless hordes of monsters. There were monsters in the sky and on the streets. From the ragtag groups of monsters such as orcs and skeleton soldiers, to a wyvern slicing up the air and blocking the sunlight with its massive body, and even ogres that violently shook the earth every time they took a step forward. All of this was unfolding in less than 3 minutes. Unable to differentiate whether this was still the capital of Korea, Seoul, or a monster field from this unfolding spectacle, Si-jin momentarily stood there, his mouth hanging loose in a daze. A monster outbreak, first level alert. All citizens must evacuate the area. The knight's orders will arrive shortly. Si-jin woke up from his stupor thanks to the automated alert coming from somewhere. Only then, did he realize that the gargoyle was staring daggers at him. With those full moon-like gray eyes. He didn't show any further reaction, but slid his hand slowly inside the briefcase. A gargoyle was a shrewd and cruel monster. He heard that due to its abundant curiosity, this monster was known to play around with its human victims. Save me. Mommy. At the sudden outbreak of these monsters' assault, the surroundings had rapidly deteriorated past the level of purgatory, and now resembled hell. Wrecked cars exploded and flames rose up from the spot, dyeing the world crimson. Buildings were collapsing, and a child was crying out in terror after losing the sight of its parents. Kerwick. But the gargoyle focused its stares only on Si-jin. Seeing its slightly crooked leer, he could tell it was now regarding him as its plaything. A gargoyle was a mid-tier ranked monster. Although it wasn't because of its physical strength, but rather, due to its sneaky characteristics that favored setting up traps and such, but gargoyles participating in an outbreak would have its stats boosted to one level higher. It was hopelessly impossible for Si-jin of now to defeat this thing. Si-jin's hand that was soaked in sweat blindly stumbled around inside the case until he could feel what he was looking for. It was hard and cold, the werewolf's mana stone. Will you absorb the mana stone of the upper mid-tier werewolf? Yes, no, warning, currently, this monster is much stronger than the host, weak. At the same as the message window popped up into his view, the gargoyle flapped its wings and took flight. There was that warning, but he couldn't think too deeply about it. Gritting his teeth, he pressed yes. Synchronizing with the ebony wolf form, the absorption of the werewolf's mana stone has commenced. During the process of absorption, it is not possible to change to other forms. And in that moment, Si-jin could only open his eyes abruptly. An incredible pain. From all over his body, bones began growing uncontrollably, tearing his flesh and internal organs apart. This indescribable pain, comparable to being pierced by a steel pipe dozens of times in a single second. Tears of blood dripped out from the corners of his reddened eyes, and the mixture of spit and blood spewed out from his loosely hanging mouth. Keek? At the sight of a man that looked like he was committing suicide, the gargoyle tilted its head and came in closer. Guttural groan in pain. All over his body, bones repeatedly stretched then tore out of his flesh before retracting back. The sight of him vomiting out a bucket of blood with a pain whimper every time that happened was enough to make the gargoyle break out in a grin. Keek keek keek. The gargoyle slowly flew up and landed on Si Jin's back after he collapsed on the asphalt. It poked his head with its finger for a moment or two, then as if it found this amusing, the monster cackled again. Keek keek keek. Unfortunately, a gargoyle was a type of monster that got bored rather easily. The ugly creature raised its sharp claws with a smile on its face after having instantly lost all interest in him. The claw that could easily rip apart a person's body like cutting a radish gleamed icily. The bastard's weapon was raised high in the air. And Si Jin's head would soon be split clean open by those ugly claws. The absorption has been partially completed. From now on, Beast Mode can be utilized. Beast Mode will automatically activate when the host's life is in danger. It was also at this time when Si Jin's eyes glowed in deep yellow. Right when the cool reflecting the sunlight descended down on his head. The claw seemed very slow. Also, it looked weak, as if it just might break into pieces after he shook it around a couple of times. Maybe, this was what a predator must have felt looking at its prey. Si Jin lightly swung one of his arms and threw the creature away. Massive noise of destruction, but the end result couldn't be called light at all. The claws of Gargoyle did break apart and scattered in the air, and its body was flung away into distance with a loud, explosive noise as if it was exploding drum barrel. Heavy breathing. Only then, did the flow of time restore back to normal. Si Jin tried to grasp his boiling heart as he heavily breathed in and out. Unfortunately for him, the idea of feeling relieved was as distant as it could possibly get. What the? His hands had become larger and sharper like that of a beast, and his body was being covered in fur. A tail was coming out of his rear, his jaws were extending, and his teeth were becoming more horrifying. Si Jin dazedly stared at his hand, now covered in black fur. This was the appearance of the werewolf in the beast mode. He hurriedly scanned his surroundings. Fortunately, in this hellhole there wasn't anyone with enough leeway to pay attention to his sudden transformation. The human form. Why can't I change back to the human form? That was his first question. Why was he now in the form of bipedal beast, instead of a human? Thankfully, the friendly system solved that quandary for him. Until the monostone absorption is completed, the human form will not be available to the host. Right after that message, countless other alert windows swarmed in front of his eyes, enough to block the entirety of his view. Condition complete, the heart of a beast. The host has absorbed the monostone of the mighty werewolf into his heart. All stats rise by 15. When the absorption reaches 100%, in the ebony wolf form the host can activate, deactivate either the beast mode or the human mode. Not possible to change to other forms until the absorption is complete. Acquired passive skills: Flesh of a beast, high strength claws and predator. Passive skill: Flesh of a beast, skill proficiency level, F, the flesh is strengthened, and small amount of damage from magic is negated. The wounds on the body heal rapidly through the body's excellent resilience. The host can freely manipulate the flow of his blood as well as the target's. However, a part of the host's body, such as claws or fangs, must be in contact with the target's bloodstream. During the human form, the effects of the skill would be decreased. Passive skill: High strength wolf's claws, skill proficiency level, F, the claws of a wolf that boasts the strength and hardness of steel. When the skill level is raised, The corporeal, incorporeal and even aura can be exterminated. During the human form, the effects of the skill would be decreased. Passive skill predator, skill proficiency level, F, the host will grow stronger the more enemies the host eliminates. When a stronger enemy is killed, the rate of growth will be greater. The prey can feel fear towards the predator and could surrender, wish to submit under the rule of the host. Too bad, there just wasn't enough time for him to sit down and properly go through all these messages. Take the ogre first. Leave the wyvern to the highest tier knight. Knights were already approaching this place. Si-jin hid from their eyes and moved as stealthily as possible. Chapter 19. This extra chapter is brought to you by these kind-hearted human beings: Emil T. H., Valentino W., Evelyn K. T., and Anon. Thank you for your donations. The only difference between an ebony wolf and a werewolf, not taking into account the gap in strength, was that a werewolf could assume either a beast's appearance or that of a human being. Although nominally he was still in his ebony wolf form, but on the outer appearance alone, it'd be more correct to call him a werewolf now, instead. The absorption is still in progress. Impossible to change to a beast form. Si-jin gritted his teeth hard. His current form, a bipedal wolf beast, werewolf, was just too damn eye-catching. That's why he wanted to change into something that moved on four legs, but even that was impossible. Make one mistake, and I'm dead. Right now, he was without a doubt, a monster. He was the number one target for extermination by the knights or even the hunters. Si-jin lowered his body as much as possible and also used his arms as well to move. Thankfully, his exemplary sense of smell helped him to find back alleys with no knights or hunters present. Plus, an ebony wolf was very much specialized in being stealthy. No matter how stuck he was in this beast mode, the people busy fleeing the scene couldn't sense his movements that had blended into the shadows. Breaths a sigh of relief, animal style. After walking for a while, Si-jin sensed that he had escaped the initial bloody battlefield between monsters and knights and let out a breath of relief. But the surrounding situation still wasn't really safe just because there weren't any knights nearby. Low-tier and mid-tier monsters were attacking buildings, or were busy killing citizens while mowing down the boardwalks. A monster fell on top of a car parked inside a damaged building, and the flames erupted from the exploding car. A child fell over as the explosion nearly engulfed her. But Si-jin couldn't do a thing. For his own survival, he had to disregard everything and run. In other words, he had to disregard the child's cries entering his ears. "Mommy! Soo-young." At the child's cries, the mother's voice called back. The face of a woman who must have been the mother was dyed black. And there were debris from the building falling on top of this child who was collapsed on the street with her legs bruised. He didn't hesitate for long. His legs moved first. He used the whirlwind dash. Covering the distance of more than 500 meters in a single breath, Si-jin hugged the child in a protective embrace. Immediately after, a terrifying amount of building materials and steel beams crashed down on them. The mother's tear-soaked scream tore through the air. "Doesn't hurt." As expected, the body of the ebony wolf in beast mode was sturdy. He couldn't see because of being under a ton of rubble, but otherwise, he could feel zero pain. He quickly confirmed the safety of the sniffling child within his embrace. Then, he deeply extended an arm and powerfully swung it. Gwa-ah-hang. The hill of rubble weighing down on the beast's back was scattered into the air. "Soo-young." Eek. The first person he saw was the child's mother. She was holding a baby in one hand while approaching closer to save her other kid. Unfortunately, there was a single beast that completely filled up her sight. A big body that easily exceeded 2 meters in height and a wolf's head that proudly displayed its scary fangs. Although it was covered in black fur, that fur couldn't hide all those intimidating muscles of the beast. The woman retreated back from the fear-inducing form before falling down on her butt. But within the arms of that horrifying beast was her daughter. She found a sliver of courage and tried very hard to stand up on her two trembling legs. Krrng. Hack. However, the beast moved first. The woman screamed out in fright, but the beast simply walked in a thumping footsteps and put the girl down in front of her. Unable to figure out what just happened, she glanced back and forth at her child and at the beast before finally understanding the situation, then she hugged little girl tightly. 500 meters, northward. Numerous strong humans. Si-jin couldn't just watch this scene of reunion relaxedly. Knights that had quickly subjugated the monsters were moving out from the origin of the outbreak and were starting to sweep the outer perimeters of Seoul. He rolled his legs and rapidly vacated out of there. This. Eh? The woman raised her head, wondering whether she should thank the strange beast or not, but like a mirage on a summer day, the wolf beast was already long gone. The military cordoned off a section of Seoul in order to mitigate the damage from the monster outbreak. Si-jin could understand this fact without much difficulty by the faint whiff of firearms in the air, and so, instead of trying to leave Seoul, he decided to hide somewhere until the absorption of the monostone was completed. As he was stealthily roaming around the city of Seoul, he found the entrance to the sewers by chance and hid himself in there. I feel like dying. Si-jin lied down on the wet stone floor and breathed heavily. He could more or less tolerate the depressing atmosphere draped in darkness and the eerie, moist air. But he just couldn't handle the rotting smell. And maybe because of the side effects of the absorption, the strangely cold temperature was also proving to be rather difficult to tolerate. His eyes closed bit by bit. It was dangerous to fall asleep as someone could find him. But the sleepiness, caused by the side effects of the absorption, easily defeated his worries. Since they are too busy exterminating monsters, so hopefully they wouldn't think of coming down to the sewers. Hoping this was true, Si-jin slowly fell into slumber. A fissure appearing near a nameless church located in the suburbs of Bampo burst open before it could be erased, and this event caused a great disturbance in Seoul. As the credit rating of the Republic of Korea is expected to suffer from the first monster outbreak in 5 years, the citizens are bitterly voicing out whether the Knights' Orders, who were caught unprepared by the fissure bursting open, are to be blamed for this. Pay no attention to that. Right now, after subduing the monster outbreak to some degree, tired and injured knights were taking breaks by lying or sitting down on the grounds. The highest tier knight Kim Yu-ran consoled a worried subordinate knight as he was watching the news. It's always the same story after monsters attack a city, right? Even though it might be tough this time, don't get too discouraged as it's not our fault anyway. It's not our fault but the private security corporations that neglected the repairs and maintenance of the fissure detection equipment, added Yu-ran in her head, her face crumpled in irritation at these thoughts. Originally, it was left to Knights' Orders to monitor the monsters and possible appearances of the fissures. However, the government took away and handed the responsibilities over to several private security companies after someone argued nonsensically that the burden placed on Knights' Orders trying to manage such a high-tech department as well would be too much for them to handle. Truthfully, it was responsibilities only in name, as, in all honesty, it was all very unfair type of a deal where they only cared about profits and the real responsibilities were dumped on the Knights' Orders' doorsteps. Since it was the Knights' Orders that got blamed if monsters rampaged around, like today, even though it was those f***ing bastards that were getting paid to monitor the fissures. Yes. She left behind the still depressed subordinate and headed towards the temporary medical facility set up to house the injured people. But the mood in that place was weird. Of course, there being no horrific injuries like someone losing a limb or something similar like that played a part. But at the moment, knights were huddled together in one spot and were busy making strange faces while watching the hologram projection from a mobile phone. Their expressions were full of surprise and riddle. What are you all doing? Many people lost their lives and the amount of property damage was difficult to quantify. Of course, that didn't mean everyone should observe the sorrowful mood religiously, but still, That kind of behavior was unfitting of the current situation. Huh? Oh, hello there. The knights hurriedly switched off the projection and greeted her after recognizing her face. The knights gathered here were not from the same orders but would unite under one banner, the country, and act together in case of an emergency. So every knight with lower ranking than Yuren had to show her respect even if they were not from the same order. You don't have to bow your waist that much since you're injured. I'm simply asking you because I'm curious. What were you all watching just now? At Yuren's words, the instigator who showed the projections to other knights, a male mid-tier knight from the Raven Order, Yi Suhan answered back hesitantly. There was a strange news coming out during the evacuation of civilians, so. What news? Ah, well, it's just that. Miss Yuren. I'm asking this just in case. But we really did kill that werewolf, didn't we? Yuren's face crumpled. What the hell was this guy even saying? Of course. Where did that werewolf's mana stone come from, otherwise? Right? But, the thing is. Looks like there's another werewolf out there. A citizen took a picture. Even if it's an emergency situation, there's always someone out there filming stuff. Somehow, we convinced him not to upload the footage to SNS for the time being, but. Please take a look. Yi Suhan continued with his words as the hologram was projected from the mobile phone. Here's the images of the werewolf, but seriously, it's really unbelievable. A werewolf is supposedly a rare monster, right? But the thing's even more strange this time around. The first image shown was the fallen rubble from a building piled up on the ground while a woman was screaming her head out in front of it. Kim Yuren saw this horrifying scene and angrily admonished the subordinate knight for having a poor taste, but Yi Suhan, while sweating heavily, pleaded with her to check out the following image. Huh? It was as he said before. The next image was so unrealistic, she had to wonder whether it was photoshopped or something. With a loud explosion, the rubble flew up in the air, and from there two life forms appeared. One was a beast, while the other was a small child with her eyes squeezed shut in its arms. It's strange, right? It looks like the werewolf was protecting the child. There's an even clearer recording, too. Since this area was a bit farther away from the original monster outbreak spot, a few CCTV cameras managed to survive the chaos. Yi Suhan then played the recordings from the CCTV cameras, and Kim Yuren watched them all with a totally dazed expression. The falling building material on top of the kid. A black life form moving so fast, leaving only an indistinct blur on the footage. It was for certain. That werewolf definitely jumped in among the falling rubble with an intention to save. I shows this to a handful of Suan knights, and their reactions aren't no laughing matter. They are raising a ruckus, saying this could be the legendary lycanthrope. Obviously, it's all empty bitchings, though. Ah, I wasn't swearing, it was really a by-ch. They were canine-type Suans. TL, this guy here made a pun, which is somewhat lost in translation. I tried my best to preserve the attempted joke but oh, well. At his words, Yuren nodded her head in agreement. Lycanthropes didn't migrate to Earth. Back on the other world, they were the race that received treatments ranging from being shunned to even being subjected to extermination. And now, they would remain simply as creatures of legends, or even from a myth. It is rather strange, sure. But now isn't the time to watch something like this. Before I confiscate that phone, put it down and concentrate on healing your injuries. And, it'd be bothersome if mass media learns of this information, so you better check your mouth, too. Ah, that. I believe it's better to let the media know about this. What rubbish are you spewing now? Kim Yuren frowned and glared at the man. I mean, it's not our fault anyway, but we still have to swallow lots of ill will. So why not circulate this footage to mass media and take the attention away from us? The grieving for the victims can come later. KHM. I'm truly sorry. As he was about to carry on with his words, Yi Suhan finally noticed that her expressions were steadily getting darker, so he quickly lowered his head. Better learn to filter your mouth more carefully. After spitting out the threatening words of warning, she turned on her heels and headed elsewhere. Inside the dark and dank sewers where not a ray of light existed, Kim Si-jin opened his eyes after getting a whiff of humans. 300 meters, northward. One human, one Suan. At that moment, his half-awakened consciousness felt the coldness. He quickly checked the current situation of his body. There was a lot of fur. He was still in the beast mode, but his fears were assuaged as soon as a new message window popped up. The absorption has been completed. The active skill beast mode, human mode has been acquired. It's possible to change forms from now on. Beast mode, human mode, growth level, F, can change between the beast mode and the human mode in the wolf form. Beast mode, body changes to a werewolf. All stats related to the ebony wolf form will be increased 3 times during this mode. Human mode, body changes to a human. All stats related to the ebony wolf form will not be reduced during this mode. Calculated from the current energy manipulation stat, the skill beast mode, human mode can be sustained up to 450 minutes, per 24 hours. Stats: physical strength 134, endurance 133, agility 175, energy manipulation 30, mana affinity 20, magic strength 20, luck 7. As soon as the messages rose, Si-jin quickly activated the human mode. But there was a problem. The difference between the human Kim Si-jin and Kim Si-jin the ebony wolf activating the human mode was not small at all. His height must have grown, judging by his eye level being higher than before, and the muscles on his body at a glance looked like he's been pumping irons all his life, and his junior down there was now the size of a mace. Who goes there? Out of the blue, a man's shout and the chilly sensation of an ultra-sharp mono were directed at his location. "I'm a human." Si-jin replied quickly. And at his voice, knights rapidly approached him. Oh, my. In front of Si-jin, 2 knights, one male and the other a female, was studying his appearance. I escaped from monsters and hid down here. I took my clothes off after they caught on fire. After hearing his excuses, the male knight turned around as if he was unhappy about something, while the female knight continued to observe his body with her face totally red. She covered her face with both of her hands as if to imply she was embarrassed, but actually, both of her eyes were busy peeking out from between her fingers. And her observation continued a while longer until the male knight finally told her to stop it. Chapter 20. After receiving the aid of those 2 knights, Si-jin was able to safely leave the sewers. Oh, so your profession is a hunter? However, a slightly irritating problem had developed. Although he wasn't particularly hurt anywhere, the female knight still dragged him to an emergency ward, and after placing him in one of the sick beds, she plopped down next to him and began asking an endless stream of questions while her black spotted yellow ears atop her head busily twitched this way and that. Yes. Since he wanted to leave as soon as possible, he kept his answers brief, but this woman showed no signs of giving up at all. She even came real close to his side and openly started sniffing him out. As expected, it was his nice body odor causing the problem. To a Suan that desired a pleasant body scent over that of good looks, the aroma of a wolf would probably be no different than an irresistible pheromone. So that's how it is. I happen to be a mid-tier knight, you know. On top of that, I'm a person with an excellent future prospect, too. And my annual salary is pretty high, as well. We should go out hunting together sometime. I'm a leopard type, I'll have you know. I'm really fast and sturdy. Kwang-shi made an adorable roar and tried very hard to get into Si-jin's good books. Honestly speaking, he didn't feel bad at all. No, he felt rather freaking great. Because, this lady knight was a stunner. Contrary to her sharp, leopard-like facial features, Her actions were cute like a puppy dog's, and that helped a lot with how he was feeling right now. "Ah, you just smiled. That means you'll go out with me, right? We are, right Tilda? You won't regret it. I'll help you raise your ranks by a couple of tiers in no time." Oh ha ha, no, I'm. As they conversed, the atmosphere bloomed in pink color, but out of nowhere a proverbial dark cloud loomed over their heads. And that was the other male knight who found Si-jin. His face convulsing intermittently, he spoke in a tone that indicated how completely displeased he was at the moment. "Mr. Kim Si-jin? What is it that you want now?" The male knight definitely called for Si-jin, but it was the woman who replied instead in a prickly manner, blocking him at the same time. "You, go away. Mr. Si-jin, you are feeling okay, no? Unfortunately, there are a lot of other injured civilians crying out in pain as we speak. If you are okay, then." "What do you mean, he's okay? Can't you see he's suffered a lot? Even his clothes got burned. We don't know if he's suffering from some kind of emotional trauma right now." "No freaking way." Si-jin chuckled in slight awkwardness as he raised his body. "I'm fine. Since I'm okay, I should get going. There are promises I need to keep, too." "Eh? Why? It's okay if you stayed a bit longer." "Oh, that's right." She grabbed the rising shoulders of Si-jin and forcibly pushed him down on the bed. Then she shot the pestering male knight a sharp glare. But the dude was pretending to know nothing while whistling leisurely. "No, Miss Knight, it's just that. It's Rosin. Call me in the form you feel most comfortable." "Okay, Miss Rosin, I am thankful for everything you've done for me, but I really have to get going now." It was indeed pleasant to receive the undivided attention of a good woman. But, to a person like him that never experienced proper love all his life, such focus felt a bit foreign and uncomfortable, plus there was the restriction of time factoring in his mind as well. If that's the case, then please give me your phone number." Seeing his unshakable resolution, the flustered Miss Rosin grabbed hold of his collars and handed over her phone. Something like the image at the end of the chapter, Si-jin just couldn't find it in himself to refuse her on this one, so he gave her the numbers and said his goodbye. Please, let's go out on a hunt together later." Rosin sounded like she wanted to play online games with him, and that made Si-jin chuckle softly. There was no meaning behind the smile, though. But her face remained deep shade of red as she longingly gazed his back. "Oi, you wanna die? What the heck were you trying to pull? You picking a fight to death with me, a wild leopard, or something?" As soon as Si-jin was far away, Rosin's face crumpled and began throwing sharp words at the male knight. But his lips arched slightly upwards as if he was satisfied about something. "What are you on about? I was just following protocol. He wasn't even injured. Why should he take up a bed? Today, you." For a while after that, she continued to spit out non-stop verbal insults at him. Si-jin walked past the emergency ward, scanning various injured civilians there. There was a guy with serious burns covering up his entire body, while another had slight bruising on the skin. And as he observed the injuries of the patients, a strange and painful sensation assaulted his eyes all of a sudden. Ugh! Leaking out a soft groan, he massaged his temples, while squeezing shut his eyes before opening them. Then, the world had changed. It was an illusion brought on by the scope of his eyesight widening to an unrealistic level. A normal person's field of view was 180 degrees. But Si-jin could see what was happening behind him as well. And the whole world seemed richer in hue and brighter too. The light from the bulb stung his eyes, and there were no longer any dark corners he couldn't see. He stopped moving and stood there like a rock and surveyed the surroundings until he caught a distant reflection of himself in the mirror mounted on a wall of the ward. The color of his eyes had changed to a hue of eerie golden shade. Condition complete, sense at least 10 cases of negative aura at once while maintaining the ebony wolf form. Passive skill Eyes of the Wolf has been acquired. The host's eyesight has been widened and not affected by the obstruction from light. Also, the host will be able to discern what is normally invisible to naked eyes. It's possible to activate this skill during forms other than the ebony wolf form. It was another message saying that he had acquired a new skill. Discern what is normally invisible. His query was quickly answered. There were some sort of strange, ominous feeling strands of aura dancing above the moaning patients. There were so many colors: blue, green, purple, red, even black. Si-jin was actually able to discern these strands of light, with different colors potentially denoting severity of each injury. As if he got possessed by a spirit or something, Si-jin approached one of the patients letting out this mysterious aura. He dazedly stared at this light strand before suddenly recalling a message he had read before. When the skill level is raised, the corporeal, incorporeal and even aura can be exterminated. If that was true. No, he was certain. The wolf's claw could cut away this illness as well. After nervously swallowing down his saliva, Si-jin placed his hand at the faintly rising aura and swiped at it with his nails. SFX for slicing the air and fingers flailing around, but there was no change. Is my skill level too low? As if to match his thoughts, the system responded once more. The skill proficiency level is too low. Huh. He let out a groan of acceptance. That was when a nurse asked him if he was a relative of this patient. Si-jin shook his head no, and then he left the emergency ward as if he was making a quick getaway. Until now, he could stay as a human for only 2 hours in a day, but now, Si-jin found himself with a huge surplus of time. The first thing he did was to head to the one-room apartment he had rented on the outskirts of the city. For the last 2 months, he was far too busy living as a monster, so he couldn't even tell the landlord he was moving out. It's been a while. A single room in a shabby building, 3rd floor, number 302. Slightly overcome with nostalgia, Si-jin slowly stroked the metal gate. The place's only security feature was a number pad-style door lock, not a fingerprint nor retina scanner. Bip 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 bip, the door opened after he entered the 4-digit code, and he stepped over the door sill, entering the apartment. Ouch! He bumped his forehead on the low-hanging upper frame of the metal gate. In the past, there was enough gap there to pass through the metal gate. But now that his body had gotten sturdier, he didn't feel much pain. He lowered his head and entered the apartment. Sniff sniff, the condition of his place remained largely the same as the moment he left, but with the exception of dust that had settled down everywhere. Even though it had been empty for only 2 months, sense of a person living here had all disappeared without a trace now. As he was checking out his home, he spotted a blue light leaking out from his home phone, meaning there were recorded voice messages to listen to. Wondering just who could have left him messages, as something like this had never happened before, he soon thought of one reason for them. Hazeline. Si-jin was asleep for nearly 3 days inside the sewer, and when he asked for the date after waking up, he learned that already 4 days had passed by. Since there was no way he'd call someone during that time, the only possibility left was Hazeline calling him non-stop as he owed her a lot of money. Feeling apologetic, he quickly accessed the voice messages. There was a total of 5 recordings. Mr. Si-jin? This is Hazeline speaking. I was shocked to find out there was an incident of monster outbreak in Seoul. I perused the list of the deceased but didn't see your name on it. You must have made it out okay. When things have settled down, please give me a call. The first message was comparatively calm, and exactly 12 hours later, there was another one. Has everything settled down? I haven't heard from you yet. The reports say the incident is now more or less under control. I guess you're still busy. If you get this voice message, please call me. The next message was 14 hours later, and her voice in the message was audibly trembling with worry. Mr. Si-jin? Where are you? Let me come and see you. I think, maybe we need to meet and talk? Also, that monostone was a lot more expensive than the initial estimates. It was over $4.5 million. Even if you sell all the potions here, after deducting tax and other stuff, it's only about half of that amount. So, please. Mr. Sijin. Mr. Sijin? Please give me a call as soon as you hear this message. Sijin listened to the next message as sweat drops formed on his forehead. Mr. Kim Sijin. I hope you are not planning to run away using this outbreak as an excuse. I sincerely wish that you don't even think of entertaining such a foolish idea. You may not be aware of this, but I have a bit of fame in certain circles. Finding a single person isn't even a challenge for me. You even gave me your name, too. Wait a second, that is your real name, right? Wait, what if he gave me a fake name? Oh, no, that's why. I thought it was weird that an alchemist was giving away his name too easily. Phew. I can still find you. No, I will find you. I will chase you down to the ends of this earth, no, even to hell itself. You better believe that. Now it was rage. Her voice itself was boiling with anger, and somewhere in the middle, there were several instances of pronunciation of words being messed up after she gritted her molars hard. Sijin sighed weakly as he listened to the final message. Mr. Sijin. Yesterday I was distraught with emotions, so I couldn't help it. I'm sure you can understand where I'm coming from. If you think about how more than half of your fortune that you worked so hard to accumulate in your entire life just flying away, you wouldn't be able to sleep at night. You'd be angry and sad, wondering why your money had suddenly grew wings and flew away. I feel like that. To me, past 4 days felt like 3 years. And you also know this, don't you? Dark elves don't easily trust banks, so we mostly keep hard cash. Me, I don't have any other assets. You must not run away without repaying that debt. I've shed so much tears and blood earning that money. Please, just give me a call. Her heavy, emotional voice became desperately tearful towards the end. As soon as the last message played out, Sijin quickly called her. Hazeline answered the phone even before the first beep finished ringing. Hello? Ah, it's me. Wei. Hearing his voice, on the other side of the line, Hazeline was letting out a long sigh of relief. She continuously mumbled thank God, oh thank God, several times, so Sijin started talking first. I'm truly sorry. As you have expected, I got embroiled in the outbreak. And I lost my mobile phone. That's why I ended up calling you so late. No, it's fine, it's all fine. No, I'm very thankful instead. Actually, I was expecting the worst, at least for about 1 year, to be honest, but you called me after only 4 days. Where are you now? Let us meet. Ah, the thing is. At her suggestion, he studied the reflections of his face and body in the mirror for a moment. Kim Sijin in human form, and Kim Sijin in the Ebony Wolf's human mode seemed similar, but they were actually like two completely separate entities. The latter's face was similar to normal Sijin's, but there were different points as well. Firstly, the lines of his face were sharper, and the features were now better defined, too. To put it another way, his previous puppy dog-like face had morphed into a keener, wolf-like visage. Hell, even the human form Sijin was different from the normal human Sijin before the change. Maybe it was because of the sudden explosive increase in his stats, his bone mass and the overall body size also grew by a lot. Simply put, comparing the numbers of the human form and the human mode when like this, the human form Kim Sijin was 179 centimeters tall, weight of 77 kilograms and the body in a pretty damn good shape, while the Sijin in the human mode exceeded 189 centimeters in height and all of his 100 kilograms were mostly of muscles, making his body no different from a living weapon. There will be problems if we meet like this. Of course, since he always wore the hood over his head when he met her, so his facial appearance wasn't a problem, but the issue was his hulking frame. Whatever mode he chose to go with, he became just too damn big. Let's meet up at a later date. How about a week from today? There is a potion I'm making right now. I can't vacate the private workshop as I am on the cusp of achieving success. Right now? What potion are you making? He hesitated for a moment or two, before wetting his lips and replied to her. It's a potion to become taller. I'm sorry? Hazeline let out a shocked voice, and Sejin ended up biting his lower lip. But it was too late now, no matter how ridiculous the lie sounded. He couldn't think of any other excuses. Since he didn't grow by just 2-3 centimeters, but 7 for one and 17 for the other. I'm telling you this just in case, but I will not sell this potion. No matter what happens. He decided to ignore the speechless Hazeline and just keep at it with a straight face. Hi. This is Novel Admire. Thanks for the visit. Come back again for more novels.